I'm the weakest person who got persecuted, but I became too OP after training in the worst dungeon for 100,000 years. A loner who didn't realize that he became a broken character after being alone for too long. Volume 3. Evil Dragon Subjugation by Rika Jui, translated by C9 at Folksaholic. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Arriving at the Royal Capital. 2 days after staying in Bas, our carriage left and headed toward the Amelia Kingdom's royal capital as per our original schedule. That's the Amelia Kingdom's royal capital, Alangad. Anna pointed at the city surrounded by a tall and big rampart. The royal capital was inside that giant rampart. In fact, the sight of the rampart left me in awe. Well, it was the kind of awe where my mouth opened slightly wider instead of genuine admiration. "Wanna notice you?" Both Faf and Mayu snuck out of the carriage and gazed at the giant rampart with awe. Maybe because their mental ages are close to each other, these two have ended up sticking together like a pair of sisters, with Anna being their elder sister. Anna has already taken over the matter of taking care of these two along with her escort duty to Rose. Anna's tone has mellowed a lot more than before. Now, she even laughs from the bottom of her heart. Yeah, this might be the real her. Even the children can see that. Even Faf, who had been wary of Anna before, has slowly recognized Anna as an existence with no ill will toward the children. Now, Anna has become the third closest one to Faf after Rose and me. "Kai, what are you going to do after arriving at the royal capital?" "I'm going to see my mother first." Although this reunion is taking place after more than 100k years from my perspective, I remember my mother's face. Strangely enough, I don't feel that there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, my original personality has completely changed, leaving behind nothing more than memories. I don't think I can feel my mother. "I see. Feel free to spend your private time with your mother during our stay in the royal capital." No, I'm only going for a short visit. I mean, my current habit, speech, and personality have changed to the point where I look like a completely different person to anyone who knows the old me. Even my mother might refuse to live with me even if my stay would be for only a while. "You're not honest of your feelings, as usual." Nope. I'm always faithful to my will, you know. That's how I've lived for 100k years. And I'm sure that it'll be the same even after this. "KKI, I believe in you." Rose shrugged as if she was giving up in some way. Then, her line of sight moved to the royal capital. The look on her face when she saw her birthplace was the look of someone who had entered enemy territory. It wasn't the look of someone about to return to their safe home. Maybe, the royal capital is no different from the demon race's capital in her eyes. Well, everything will be alright as long as we don't get entangled in troublesome matters. At this moment, I felt an ominous premonition inside the corner of my head, and that premonition came true immediately, resulting in me getting further and further away from my original, enjoyable slow life plan. Chapter 2, The Reunion with Mother After 100,000 Years. Kakun, a gentle-looking, tall woman with black hair opened the entrance door of a 2-storied building as she screamed and rushed to hug me. Yes, this woman is my mother, the personage who can't let go of her son yet. "How's your condition? You didn't meet any danger along the way, right?" She kept touching me as if she was trying to confirm my safety. "Yeah, I'm safe and sound, mother. If I'm not wrong, this should be how the old me used to speak back then." Somehow, I feel a strong resistance toward this way of speaking. My mother grabbed my shoulders and stared into my eyes. "Kakun, have you grown up a little bit?" Now that's a question that I'm definitely going to have a hard time answering. Well, somehow, I am more than 100,000 years old rather than just grown up a little bit though. Yet, this old man has become a joke-like existence in front of his mother. "I see. Kakun has grown up too." She wiped the tears in the edge of her eyes as she hugged me again. My original plan was to leave immediately after greeting her, but it seems I have to modify that. My mother is an A-rank hunter. She's an extremely busy person and rarely stays at home. So I'm gonna escape as soon as my mother is out for her mission. I'll leave behind a letter in a place that it would definitely be found by the live-in employee. There's no need to make an unnecessary mistake. "Well, come in. Mother has prepared a meal for you." I have no choice but to obey her right now. Well, I guess I have to leave Faf and Mayu under the care of Esther, my self-proclaimed butler, and Anna, the two girls' surrogate elder sister. It should be fine if I leave them for a few days. If that gets longer than my expectation, I guess I have to show my face, otherwise, Faf would start looking for me. And just as I expected, 3 days later, my mother left the royal capital for a mission that would take her around 2 months to complete. You can say that she's quite a popular A-rank hunter. I left my letter on the table so that the live-in employee could find it easily. My plan was to head to the northwest side of the royal capital, the inn where Faf and Co. were staying. Come on, please forgive me already. Currently, I'm headed toward the dining room along with Faf and Mayu for early dinner. I don't know, Master. Notice you. Faf is sulking. Yeah, she's pissed off as I left her for 3 days. I mean, in the last tens of thousands of years, we have never been separated even for a single moment. Even though I'm quite familiar with the loneliness of being forcefully separated from my family in the first few years after entering the dungeon, it seems I didn't take Faf's feelings into consideration. Sorry, Faf. I gently patted Faf's head like usual. I won't be deceived. Notice you. Faf is. I kept patting Faf, who started to cry, on the head in silence. A while later, Mayu stared at Faf, who was sleeping on my lap pillow after getting tired of crying. Is something the matter? It's nothing. Mayu's persuasive power was 0 when she spoke with an expression that seemed like she wanted to cry too. I've told you before, right? Children shouldn't hold back. Mayu looked down as she clasped the rim of her knee-length skirt, then said, I want to meet my father, mother, and big sister again. She cried out loudly. Her tears were flowing down the back of her hands as she rubbed her eyes. She wants to reunite with her family. Huh. This reminds me that Mayu is indeed at the edge where she still needs the love of her family. Even I wanted to meet my grandfather and mother when I had gotten swallowed into the dungeon for the week. That feeling should be even more intense for Mayu, who's still at her tender age. I'm planning to leave this kingdom after I finish all of my business here. It was originally a journey without a particular goal in mind. So, let's go looking for your family during that journey. That's why. Be a good child for now, okay? Yesh. In the end, Mayu bawled as she hugged me. Nevertheless, upon hearing her story, I realized that she and her tribe had been living desperate lives. Anyhow, the chief's tribe and Mayu's parents had been besieged by the Amelia Kingdom army, thus forcing Mayu to escape to the forest along with her older sister. Since Mayu's parents had realized that they couldn't escape while bringing Mayu and her older sister, they had decided to stay behind to attract the attention of the Amelia Kingdom's army, prepared to throw away their lives for their daughters. They were such fools. They were not supposed to fulfill their duty as parents by dying. That should be done by protecting their daughter on the run. They should have chosen to survive even if they had to sip muddy water. They should have done everything to survive. That's what I would have done if I were in their place. Nevertheless, the one who caused this event was the hero Sama. One of the reasons the Amelia Kingdom invaded the Beast Folk tribe was the existence of the hero, which gave this kingdom the energy spared from not fighting the Demon King. Even though it sounds like a joke to me, the scripture did say that the demon race was a bitter enemy of everyone, and yet, the humans invade those they regard as lower species, who should have been their comrades in arms in the intense war against the demon race. Well, the church's greed about the demon race being evil itself is a big fat lie. In the first place, the ancient document that I found in that dungeon said that the human side was the one who had first declared that the demon race was evil. Yup, I really shouldn't put my trust in this shitty kingdom called Amelia. I mean, this shitty kingdom even involved that tomboy Rena Grote and Keith Steinberg into their politics. This shitty kingdom had literally taken them as hostages. Naturally, if they dare to hurt them, I plan to let this kingdom see the hell on earth. However, I don't wish to live a life full of such turbulence. Thus, I've concluded that moving along with Rose, the princess of this shitty kingdom, is the best option for the time being. Rose will ascend to the throne as long as she wins the competition for the throne. Rose still lacks experience, but she isn't an idiot. Once she ascends to the throne, She should put a stop to that useless conflict against the demon race and prioritize reorganizing the messed up internal organization of the kingdom. In short, put a stop to that useless war against the demon race. By doing that, she will automatically make the hero party obsolete, as the current king will decide the content of the competition for the throne. It seems there's still some time left until the next term. As for how long it'll take, my prediction is around 3-4 years. During that time, I'll evacuate Rena and Keith along with their families, while at the same time, finding a replacement royal guard for Rose. I had planned to get into contact with Rena and Keith during my stay in this royal capital. However, I found out that the two of them had gone abroad to study in the center of the educational institution of this world, Babel, along with the hero party. The reason they sent Keith too might have been that they wanted him, whose gift was Archmage, into the hero party too. Sending him to Babel was the preparation for that. Anyhow, everyone at the hero party is studying in Babel. No doubt about it, there is a deal between Babel and the Amelia kingdom regarding the matter of the demon race's subjugation. Yo! Someone called out to me. I raised my face and saw that a tall, muscular man with a beast-like hair around him was standing in front of me. Zack, did you come to the royal capital too? Well, something along those lines. Rather, I became Princess Rose's knight too. So, best regards. Zack sat on the seat right in front of me and began to order food. I see. I had thought that Rose might scout this fella after the tournament. But, this is the best and most convenient development for me. Zack's talent in martial arts is amongst the best I've ever seen. Moreover, despite his overwhelming strength, he's a proud warrior. Ability-wise, he won't fall behind the likes of those fools from the kingdom. Thus, you can say that he's the best choice as my replacement for Rose's royal guard. For the future, that is, the current Zack is still a greenhorn. I have to do my job as the royal guard until Zack's strength reaches my minimal standards. The problem is whether Zack is willing to train under me or not. He regards me as his rival. I've never seen anyone with such admirable mental prowess obediently receiving the teachings of those they regarded as their opponent. Well, maybe I should try to ask him first. Zack, I'll train you starting from tomorrow. Seriously? I was rather taken aback when Zack leaned forward with a blood-curdling expression. Yes, but I have to remind you that I am a swordsman. Thus, I'm not very well versed in hand-to-hand combat. That's why the only thing that I can teach you is a skill that allows you to become stronger during combat. Are you willing to accept it? Of course, as long as I can become stronger. Yahoo! Accepting the princess's invitation was the correct choice. After all, that old man's definitely going to cry once he hears this. Although I have no idea what he's talking about, training Zack to become stronger will work in my favor. I'm gonna train him thoroughly starting from tomorrow. Chapter 3.1 Notice of competition for the throne. We've been staying in the royal capital for a month now. First, regarding the training that I mentioned before. As a martial artist, Zack easily cleared the minimum requirements to receive my training. It was time to introduce a new concept to raise his strength to a whole new level. Thus, I taught Zack my reinforcement attribute-less magic. Reinforcement attribute-less magic in this world could only be invoked after a long, mind-boggling chant, and its effect was May. It was also infamous. So I thought Zack would show some reluctance upon hearing this, but unexpectedly, he wholeheartedly agreed. Although it took me a really long time to come up with this reinforcement technique, which could be called a revolution in attribute-less magic, it was quite simple once one realized the logic behind it. And just as I expected, Zack managed to invoke the magic without chanting in just 3 weeks. However, he still failed once every 2 or 3 times, and the magic he invoked was only the altered version that shielded his entire body with mana. In short, he had finally reached the entrance of the development of attribute-less reinforcement magic. Nevertheless, even if the elevation in his abilities was not that much, Zack was elated at that improvement. And then, there was another surprise. It came from none other than the silver-haired Kimonimami girl, Mayu. After seeing Zack's training, Mayu had asked me to train her too. Her explosive growth had stunned me. Her growth wasn't just at the level of a genius. It was a whole new level of growth even higher than that. You could say it seemed like this magic was exclusively tailored for her tribe. Maybe this magic is more suited for the beast folk tribe than from the humans. However, such abilities were useless without the fundamental martial arts. Thus, I taught Mayu the basics of martial arts, bit by bit every day. And when I felt that life in the royal capital was fulfilling in this way, Rose called me and asked me to come to the royal palace. Wait for a while in this place. A high-handed young official told me so. When I sat on the sofa and waited for a while, the same guy entered the room again. It's time for the audience. Honestly speaking, the throne room isn't a place for a fake without noble blood like you to enter. Make sure that you don't forget your place. Originally, my house had an honorary knight peerage. So this young man didn't regard me as a noble. He was even indirectly telling me to not get self-conceited. KKI, I stood up and stretched as I gave that half-hearted reply. Although his eyebrows twitched upon hearing my reply, the youth left the room without saying anything. Yup, he must be pissed off right now. Well, not that I care about what that youngling feels. The surroundings, the ceiling, wall, pillars, and stairs were made from beautiful white marble. A red carpet lay on the stairs. At the end of the ascending stairs was a giant gate. How foolish. Just how much wealth had they used to create this spectacle? The wealth they took from the countries that they conquered was definitely far from enough to build all this. The majority of the budget must have come from taxes. In short, this spectacle was the very symbol of this kingdom's overexploitation of its citizens. These royal families and the big shots would never be satisfied no matter how much they dressed up this place. The funds for this useless spending could be used to fulfill many other things. Rose was right. This kingdom has already rotten from its roots. Even though the gatekeepers on both sides of the gate glared at me upon hearing my remark, they still opened the gate for me. So this might be what that youngster called the throne room. I was sure that even the price of one ornament hung along a wall in this room was enough to give a normal person a heart attack. And then, I saw the people inside the extremely spacious room standing in two lines facing each other. On my left side were the officials who looked like the cabinet ministers donned in gorgeous clothes. On the right were knights in pure white armor, and then, in the middle of them, sitting on the throne as if he owned this entire world, was a blonde man with a regal air around him. In front of the throne were the figures of a young man and two girls wrapped in dresses. The girl in a pure white dress was Rose, which meant that the other two blondes were Rose's brother and sister. The two men beside them might be their royal guards. I stood by Rose's side, basking in the hostile gazes of both the officials and the knights. It seems both of us were abandoned by them. Well, I guess I should stop acting like a foolish clown. On your position. The person standing right beside the king, who seemed like the big shot amongst the ministers, shouted that command. Everyone in the room placed their right hand on their chest and bowed to the king. Naturally, I just gave him a slight nod as a form of courtesy between adults since I wasn't even his vassal. To begin with, the king surveyed the room with a brazen smile on his face. The reason I gathered all you today in this room is that I've something to announce. It's about the selection method of the next ruler of this kingdom. So this exaggerated atmosphere is really because of the competition for the throne. Since he said it was the method to select the next ruler, this meant he would explain the rules for the competition for the throne. And it was just as I thought. If the method was well known, the people in this place wouldn't show those surprised expressions. Well then, I shall explain the rules of this competition. And although I say rules, it isn't that complicated. I'll give each of Rosemary, Gilbert, and Louise a territory to govern. The basis for the evaluation will be the development of the territory under them. In addition, they would be judged on a scale of 1 to 10, including their contribution to the Amelia kingdom. Louise, the youngest amongst the three of you, will be an adult in 4 years, so anyone who gets the highest grade at the end of the 4th year will become the next ruler. What do you think? It's simple and easy to understand, right? The king was grinning while saying those words. This fella is definitely enjoying this situation. This king was the one who had captured and conquered many other minor tribes or beast kingdoms while using the hero to keep the demon race in check. After all, I feel bad for Arnold, but this king fellow gets my certification as an extremely greedy fellow. Your Majesty, Who are you going to appoint as the one to judge the development? A blonde, handsome young man whose long hair combed upward came forward and asked that question. This must be the one called Gilbert. I needed only a glance to know that he had one or two fucked up habits. Since the judge must be impartial, I appoint the Prime Minister. At that declaration, all eyes focused on the giant, beardy, black-haired man who stood right beside the throne. That's the handsome blondie with the long hair seemingly wanted to protest the decision. But, do you have any complaints about me? The icy gaze from the giant black-haired man, whose eyes look like a massive chunk of black ice, shut the prince down. No, I'm not. The handsome blondie averted his gaze like a loser. Louise seemed to be dissatisfied with that decision too and seemingly wanted to say something, but she could only grit her teeth since there was nothing wrong with that decision. Even someone as ignorant of the political situation and with zero interest in it as me had at least heard about this giant, black-haired man. He was the man who had raised the military power of the Amelia Kingdom to one of the best in the world within a short period. The Prime Minister of the Amelia Kingdom, Johannes Roosevelt. In my opinion, this man is an exception in various ways. Although he has more bearing and air than the arrogant king who sits on the throne, he is way too bizarre. Anyhow, Rose heaved a sigh as she patted her chest upon hearing that the Prime Minister would act as the judge. Thus, I realized that this personage was at least impartial. Now then, let's start the introduction of each participant's royal guard. A gray-haired, priest-like man stepped forward and unfolded the scroll in his hands. First, starting from the royal guard of the second princess, Her Highness Louise, an active S-rank hunter who is also rumored to be the strongest hunter, Isaac Gijidoor Dono, a Chiroswena slender, grey-haired man with slit eyes who stood beside the second princess placed his right hand on his chest. Isaac Gijidoor, he's definitely the strongest hunter. To think that the domineering blondie called the second princess managed to convince the strongest hunter into becoming her royal guard. Well, that's but another proof of her competency. The royal guard of the first prince, His Highness Gilbert, is a visitor from another world, the great sage of the current hero party, Satoru Mizoguchi Dono. Another cheer that was no less than the one before erupted in the room when a black-haired youth who seemed about 17 or 18 years old raised his right hand, as expected of the current member of the hero party. Quite popular, aren't you? Rose was right. The hero wasn't available as a royal guard. Nevertheless, this didn't change the fact that Gilbert had gained support from an otherworlder who had come from the same place as the hero. This meant that the hero was taking his side too. Nevertheless, I couldn't feel the sign of a strong man from that black-haired youth, unlike what I felt from Arnold and Isaac. Rather, this problem had kept appearing after I cleared that dungeon for the weakest. As a result of having to experience a thrilling survival life in that easy dungeon for tens of thousands of years, I developed an innate sense to differentiate the strength of the monsters in that dungeon. But I have no confidence when it comes to measuring the strength of a human or a being summoned by a human. I mean, I never had the experience of crossing swords with a human back then. The one in my image training didn't count since it didn't seem to be reliable. And lastly, the royal guard of the first princess, Her Highness Rosemary, is the king of incompetence who bears the title of the most incompetent in this world. Truly the weakest royal guard, unlike how it was with the others. My introduction was followed by a jeer. Nevertheless, this priest, isn't he a little bit too passionate about introducing me? Are you putting a lot of effort into making others sneer at me? Well, I don't think you need to put that much effort to do that though. The weakest, eh? The king scornfully laughed as he looked at me. To be honest, I wanted to know why this man wanted to retire as a king at such a young age. I mean, he seems to still have many years to live. Anyhow, he was nothing more than a slightly rude youngster after all. Although I didn't care about his attitude before, I really think that he should fix his attitude a little bit. Thank you very much for the introduction. Unfortunately, unlike you people who have too much time to spare, I'm a busy man. So, finish this farce immediately. Silence descended upon the room after my remark. Then, the next moment, an enraged voice reverberated in the throne room. Rose, who stood by my side, heaved a sigh as she placed her right palm on her face. Hey, Stop that, I give up on this guy attitude. Even I would be hurt by that, you know. What do you think you have that you can act so rude in front of His Majesty? A giant man stepped forward. What are those Imperial Guards doing? The middle-aged priest who introduced us and the Royal Guards were screaming hysterically with flushed red faces. Chapter 3.2 Notice of competition for the throne. The tall man with long, blonde hair and a sideburn, he seemed like the leader of the knights called the Imperial Guards, sent a glance to the king. Your Majesty, are you sure about this? He placed his hand on his chest as he respectfully asked the king. I don't mind. It also serves as a good sideshow. Don't hold back, Geralt. The king spoke as he leaned forward, looking at me with impish curiosity on his face. The tall man with the sideburn then unsheathed his sword and pointed it at me. That movement alone is enough proof of his polished strength. Overall, he is comparable to Zack. In short, he still has room for growth. But he's still a far cry from mine and Arnold's realm. Kai, make sure to only endure. I understand. I signaled to Rose, who was flustered for some reason, with my right hand that I understood her request. The other party was a greenhorn. It was unbecoming of me to go all out against him, just when I thought that he was going to charge like the Sword Emperor and Zack. He stood rooted at his spot in his stance, sweating like a waterfall. Commander Geralt, his subordinate knights called him with worried looks on their faces. So maybe that's enough. This is too childish. The grey-haired man, Isaac Gijidoor, said so as if he was changing his opinion while looking at me. I agree with him. Such an incompetent isn't even worth being knocked out by Commander. Moreover, doing that is like smearing mud on Rose Sama's face. Yeah, the impoliteness he showed to His Majesty is worthy of a penalty in the throne competition. Maybe our commander feels that this cheeky incompetent isn't even worth a single swing of his sword. As expected of our commander. Hearing the voices of approval and praises that agreed with Isaac's opinion, Geralt, whose face was already as pale as white marble, sheathed his sword. Then, he turned around and nodded in silence toward the king. Interesting. Really interesting. Although the king amusingly smiled upon seeing Geralt, who had lowered his head in silence in front of him, that smile vanished as he stood from his throne. Well then, let's continue from before. Now, I'll bestow each contestant with an area to govern. Gilbert, the Westland of the West. Louise, Thousand of the South. The king paused for a moment, and then the tips of his lips rose to form a grin. Rose, who was familiar with such a face, instantly stiffened. Rosemary, End of the East, East End. A moment of silence. It was followed by a mixed murmur in the throne room. Your Majesty, there are no inhabitants in the East End. It's literally impossible to develop that place. Rose protested with a pale look on her face. She was right. East End was the furthest end of the East, even further than my birthplace, Lama. It was literally the end of Eastern land. Only vast wilderness and jungle lay in that place. Forget people. Only monsters inhabited that place. I'm even confused whether that place can be still regarded as the Amelia Kingdom's territory. Rose, this is a handicap for you. You of all people should understand what I mean, right? Rose could only grit her teeth upon seeing the king say those words with an impish smile on his face. Then, worry not. I guarantee the fairness of the evaluation of this competition. And that's all I want to say. Now you may break up. The king left after saying so, though the other chief vassals and knights sent sympathetic gazes toward Rose. They followed the king to leave the throne room too. Well, that was only natural. On top of having an incompetent who symbolized the weakest as a royal guard, Rose had been checkmated with a condition that made it look like she wasn't allowed to win. Well, that harsh condition might really be because of my remark back then. If that's the case, I feel bad for her. But I guess this handicap is under consideration of Rose's current severe status. She has no choice but to put up with it. Nothing can be done even if you're depressed like that. Let's go. Anyhow, we have to visit East End first. Yeah. Rose drooped her shoulders as she walked, but then, a black-haired youth, the sage Satoru Mizoguchi, approached us. I've told you right, Rose. This happened since you rejected my proposal. He gleefully let out an ambiguous remark. I have no regrets about choosing Kai as my royal guard. But that's the reason you're in this situation where you've lost even before the start of the competition, right? Sage Satoru took a glance at me, then asked Rose as if he was making fun of her. It's just a matter of different opinions. I don't think that I've already lost. What? So you think you can win against me? Sage Satoru squinted as he looked at me. It seems he has fallen in love with Rose and is jealous of me. Just your usual hot-tempered kid in love, eh? And he seems to be an extremely troublesome character on top of that. Well, he's a youth in puberty, after all. As an adult, I have to act like a likable adult in front of him. That's a good sense of rivalry you have toward me. But worry not. I have zero interest in Rose American Samoa woman. So I'm not going to be the third wheel in your courtship attempt. I'm far too old to feel any passion for a youngster 100k years younger than me! Exclamation mark. I said that while patting on Sage Satoru's shoulder. The young man's face flushed red until the tip of his ears. Such an immature feeling is truly the sign of youth. So do your best, young man. I encouraged him with a smiling face. Don't get too full of yourself. Sage Satoru left in a hurry after stuttering. Yeah, it's good to be young after all. Well then, time to go back, I guess. Let's go. I want to take a look at the territory first. I turned around since I didn't hear any reply from behind me, and then, I saw Rose glaring daggers at me. Is something the matter? It's nothing. Although I was puzzled about the reason for Rose pouting, I followed her to exit the throne room in silence. Chapter 4, Information Gathering 1. After returning to the inn we were staying at, I took Zack, who was training, Anna, who was babysitting Faf and Mayu, and Rose to visit the territory granted to Rose for the throne competition. We rode on Phoenix's back. After traveling at high speed for a few minutes, we arrived at our destination. There's seriously nothing in this place. Only two scenery welcomed us, a vast wasteland and a vast jungle. This place didn't seem like a place where humans could live at a moment's notice. I mean, the only people who can live in this place might be those who enjoy the thrilling survival life to the fullest. The Amelian king did intend to make Rose manage land with literally 0 citizens. Due to this, it would be normal for one to think that the king simply hated Rose's guts. But, from their interaction in the throne room, it didn't seem to be the case. The first reason was the judge. If the king really wanted to make Rose the ruler of this kingdom, all he had to do was choose a judge who would favor Rose instead of the impartial prime minister. Naturally, he chose the prime minister to guarantee impartiality in the judgment. However, the main reason might be that that personage himself seems to be the type that hates unfairness. Then, the first thing to do is to look for citizens, I guess. You say it like securing citizens is a simple matter. Do you have a way to break this situation? Nope, not at all. Rose heaved a deep sigh upon hearing my reply. Let's go back to the royal capital and think about our plan first. She could only say those words. After returning to the royal capital, Rose proposed for us to change the inn we were in currently. Her reason was that the inn had too much traffic, which prevented us from having a proper discussion. Sure enough, only an idiot would think about discussing the crown contest in such a place. Since no one objected to Rose's idea, we immediately changed the inn. As for the inn we would use next, we had 2 conditions for that. First, the entire inn had to be reserved for us, and us only. Second, the content of our conversation couldn't leak no matter what. Keeping aside the first condition, I've never heard about an inn that can fulfill the second condition. I guess I've no choice but to ask the ones who know about such matters. And a few hours later, we stood in front of a certain building in the southwest corner of the royal capital, which was guarded by several ruffians. Shifu, are you really going to ask them? Zack asked that question to me with an obviously bored expression. By the way, Zack had started to call me Shifu after I started training him. And whenever I told him to stop calling me that, he just ignored me. So, I just leave him be. I mean, yeah, it might be some code or whatever. Yes, it shouldn't be a problem even if we use a slightly rough method when asking them, right? The way you're saying it. Aren't you basically gonna beat the crap out of them? That'll depend on them. There was karma in this world. Those who kill someone should be prepared to be killed until at the end of their life. That's basically the same as us, the warriors. If you're not prepared to stain your hands with blood, you should never step into this blood-stained path from the very beginning. You should walk under the great sun instead. Well, Shifu is Shifu, after all. Zack swung his head to the sides as he let out a predator-like smile. Then, he cracked his fingers. That was an awful remark, but you're more eager to butt your head with them. Huh. I heaved a sigh and then walked toward them. Oi, stop right there. When I arrived at the entrance, a short-haired man with a scar on his cheek and a ruffian with permed hair pointed their swords at me as a warning. I want to meet your boss. You won't suffer if you obediently call your boss. So, I told them that with the most refreshing smile I could muster. Yeah, we belong to the king type after all. Oi, Zack-kun. Your remark has zero persuasive power when you say it while cracking your fingers. Be more elegant, and show a good smile like me. And just as I expected, their cheeks twitched when a lump of muscle like Zack said those words. Gee guys, we're under attack. The next moment, dozens of armed ruffians stormed out of the building. Things developed as per my prediction. After all, just when I was about to step forward, Shifu, leave these men to me. They are just the right targets for me to test my newly acquired power. Zack stepped forward while cracking his fingers, enveloped by his mana. The next moment, a pale-colored, transparent membrane covered him. His countless invocation is much smoother than before. Moreover, he has turned it into toughness. Interesting. Toughness transformation. It was a type of reinforcement magic in which the user covered themselves with a thin membrane of mana, then added toughness to that membrane. In short, the basic concept of that was in contrast with my Herculean strength, which reinforces everything inside up to the cellular level. But well, wrapping everything inside up to the cellular level might be impossible for the current Zack. He himself seemed to have realized it and came up with the idea of covering his body with mana instead. His combat sense is indeed sharp. Among the ruffians, a tall, skinny man with an unshaven beard, who stood at the end of the line, half-heartedly looked at me and Zack. But, the idiots over there, do you know who we are? If they came to act like scarecrows, bring them inside. The ruffians went back into the building upon hearing the order from the man. It seemed that man was the boss of this place. Maybe because of the overwhelming difference in the number of both sides, these guys showed relaxed smiles as if their vigilance from before was a lie. The man with permed hair then approached Zack and pushed his long sword to the latter's cheek. It's our boss's order. Be a good boy and die. He threatened Zack with a remark that came straight from a third-class opera. Fool. Zack caught the blade with his bare hand. Oi, you better not make any stupid mo, eh? He twisted the blade till it couldn't be used anymore. As if that wasn't enough, Zack then took the long sword from the perm-haired man's hands and kneaded it with bare hands as if it were mere clay. As they saw this surreal sight, everyone surrounding us stood still, at a loss for words. Zack showed a belligerent smile to the perm-haired man, who was shouting in fear, and that was the signal of the wild beast. Zack's Trampling. Chapter 5, Information Gathering 2. Anyhow, after seeing Zack's rampage, every single one of those armed ruffians lost their fighting spirits, except for one spirited person who was sitting in the Caesar position right now. And that person was, with a metal stove family that's affiliated with Crimson Raven. It was the tall baldy with an unshaven beard who looked like the boss of those ruffians who kept shouting kill this, kill that. Until just a while ago. So? His eyes opened wide, and he looked at me with a dumbfounded face. So you say? Do you have any idea about Crimson Raven? He shouted again, letting out a rain of saliva. If I'm not wrong, they should be one of the three kings of the underworld along with the Tau family and Lost Forest. Crimson Raven was an extremely famous underworld organization. Even I, who lived on the surface, knew about them. I see now. So that's the reason he can keep his head up high even though Zack has beaten him to a pulp. That's right. They are the king of the underworld. It's too late to regret now. You guys are finished. Your family, your lovers. They will kidnap them and then kill them. The baldy kept spouting a wild delusion that would never come true. The way he yelps is so lame. Maybe I have to give him a short course of special training. I rolled up my sleeves and took out a few utensils I had prepared for such a situation. Shifu, is that? Zack asked with a stiffened face. Yeah. This is a magic tool that will make him talk obediently like a good kid. After taking out every single tool I needed, I casually swiped off one of them with one hand. Faff often went out to play with my nowadays, and there was no good book to read anymore. Therefore, I could finally finish all the books with bad tastes that I found in that dungeon and had set aside before with ease. What are you going to do? I seized the baldy by his collar and raised him. Make you feel so good that you'd want to spit out everything. I let him sit in a chair, then smiled at him. The baldy let out a shriek. So you guys are one of the mafias who manage this area. And you're allowed to continue your business as long as you offer money to Crimson Raven. Is that it? That baldy turned out to be a timid man. I had tested only a few pages of that book on him. Yet he already fessed up all the secrets he knew. Around 40% of Metal Stove family's members, who had witnessed the process firsthand, passed out while blowing bubbles from their mouths. The rest 60% begged to be spared while discharging nasal mucus and tears. Hey, we only know a part of Crimson Raven, not everything. Why just a part? If it really is the case, for what reason do you give offering money to them? Even if you want to make an offering, you can't do that unless you know their contact person, right? We send our offering through an agency shop in the royal capital. I'm telling the truth. Please believe me. The baldy squeezed his voice as he prostrated on the floor. It seemed he was telling the truth. I mean, there was no way the king of the underworld would establish direct communication with these small fry organizations. It seems I can use this information to not stand out. A relationship with the underworld is necessary for me. They are pro at hiding after all. Naturally, there is danger involved. However, they live in the darkest part of society and are indispensable for the development of the territory. If we manage to win over them to our side, they would show far better worth than a petty organization. Moreover, no matter how powerful they are still underworld organizations. Their real strength is a far cry from that of the kingdom's soldiers. Rather, they might be just a little bit stronger than amateurs who just got a weapon. So, even if they are hailed as the kings of the underworld, they are not a big deal at the scale of a kingdom. There you go. Shifu's bad habit. Zack shrugged for some reason. Hasn't Zack become more and more unrestrained around me lately? For some reason, his reactions remind me of Rose. Well, not that I care about it. We have more important matters to do right now. Few minutes later. Well, show us the way to one of the information brokers in the royal capital. I ordered the baldy. Yes, I'll show you the place. The baldy vigorously stood up and walked, albeit with an unsteady gait. Compared to his previous rebellious attitude, the current him is a yes man. As expected, these men from the underworld are truly similar to the monsters from that easy dungeon. They become completely obedient after knowing the difference in our powers. Shifu, you really are not holding back, eh? Zack stated his honest opinion without beating around the bush as he squinted at the frightened baldy, who was walking ahead of us. Is that so? I don't think I went that far though. No, I mean, it was too gross for any normal nerves. Gross, was it? There were actually countless records of disgusting methods written in that book with an extremely bad taste. What I had done was a normal and the least dangerous method that wouldn't cause irreversible damage once the wound was completely healed. Rather, I wanted to return Zack's remark to himself as he was the one who had beaten the crap out of those ruffians. Young masters, which organization are you two come from? The baldy asked us in a trembling voice. Which one, I wonder? You can get the answer, but the key to living a long life is to not snoop where you're not supposed to. Don't you agree with me? I replied with a really meaningful remark. That moment, the color drained from that baldy's face. He didn't dare to speak again after that. Soon, we entered a certain, isolated brick house in the southwest corner of the royal capital. This fellow is one of the information brokers in the royal capital, Mugina. Now that I've completed my duty, I shall excuse myself. After introducing us to a black-haired girl wearing shorts and a black robe that hid twin hills, The baldy left the building as if to get away from us as fast as possible. Elcom, I assume that the Metal Stove family introduced me to you. What kind of information do you wish to buy from me? The black-haired girl looked at us with an extremely curious expression for a while as she sat in her chair while smoking from her pipe. Then, she went straight to business. In the end, the information I bought from Eugenia was the information about East End and an inn with tight lips. First, regarding the inn, Eugenia told us to buy an old house in the southeast district of the royal capital. It seemed the agency was having a hard time finding a buyer for that particular house since it happened to be right beside the residence of the Metal Stove family's boss. Due to that, many ruffians loitered around that area, which led to a sharp decline in the house's price. The southeast district of the royal capital had a worse public order. Thus, no noble would ever set foot in that district. It was an ideal place to concoct a sinister plan. After that, I asked Eugenia to act as a go-between and bought the 3-storied house for 80 million ors. When I moved into that house, I brought sweets and famous pastries from the royal capital. It was a moving-in gift for the boss of the Metal Stove family. However, the house which was right beside our house had been vacated the next morning. Why though? After I commissioned a builder in the royal capital to repair the mansion was finally ready for everyone else to move, and it's 7 days later. It's huge. Notice you. Faf and Mayu frolicked and raised their voices upon seeing the mansion. With this, we could have a secret meeting anytime we wanted without being afraid of getting disturbed. Moreover, I had another arrangement with Eugenia tomorrow. She might have already gathered tons of information about East End. Chapter 6. The Right Way to Use Information 1. A few weeks later, I had a discussion with Rose in the mansion. The topic was the plan to gather citizens, but the discussion turned out to be fruitless. We met a deadlock. Nevertheless, with some information from Eugenia, I found the solution to this problem. A unique solution tailored for this East End territory. It's just my guess, but the solution I came up with might be the real reason the king appointed the territory to Rose. That king and the prime minister duo are truly old raccoons to entrust such a duty to someone as young as Rose. While doing so, those two might have also wanted to increase the base under the kingdom's control. To be honest, they are the last kind of people that I wanted to get close with. Kai, do you have any idea about how to do this? Nope. This is a test for Rose. She won't grow if she can't even find a solution to this problem by herself. Moreover, she can solve this problem as long as she has the information about her territory. Information gathering is the basic amongst the basics in every field. There is a saying that information is, in a sense, more valuable than the treasure itself. This was a fact I found after risking my life daily when exploring that easy dungeon. Thus, I have to make Rose realize this herself. I see. Rose stood up from her chair. I'll take a rest for now. She went up to the second floor, albeit with slumped shoulders. Anna chased after her in a hurry. Shifu, when will you tell the princess about that matter? After Rose's figure vanished, Zack, who had been eating in silence until now, stopped his hands and asked me that question. The matter he was talking about was a certain matter about a chivalrous thief who was active in the center of the east side, named Windcat. The thief was famous for attacking slave merchants or corrupt merchants who were in cahoots with one of the worst feudal lords in the Amelia kingdom, Count Ketzer, and distributing their spoils to poor people. Windcat had become a local hero for the citizens oppressed by the tyranny of Count Ketzer. According to Eugenia's information, although this chivalrous thief's stronghold was somewhere in East End, Count Ketzer had already located it. The Count was currently recruiting more soldiers to raid Windcat's base and eradicate them in one clean swoop. Everything I knew up to this point was nothing more than hearsay. Well, only a fool would believe her information if it was something already known. Therefore, I had to check the accuracy of her information. So, I released the subordinates in my Subjugation picture book who specialized in gathering information and spying. The result of that investigation confirmed that Eugenia's information was accurate and reliable. Since her information was accurate, I deemed that Eugenia was a trustworthy and reliable information broker. About that, I absolutely won't tell her. It would be troublesome if I have to keep babysitting Rose. After all, She has to arrive at the answer by herself based on the clues I provided to her. I would keep my silence until she arrives at the answer by herself. As I expected, if things keep going on like this, the princess won't notice the problem at all. Zack let out a remark that looked like putting a carriage before the horse. Why do you think so? According to Mugina, her information about Windcat is widely spread over here, so we just need to take them in as our citizens. There's no problem with that, is there? The current Rose doesn't have the knowledge to do that yet, so it would be correct to say that after she realizes what to do, it would be time for me to put my plan into motion. That's exactly the problem. In the first place, there isn't a normal person who will think about recruiting a band of famous thieves as citizens. Sure enough, as a fellow oddball, Zack did have a point in his argument. A pure idealist like Rose would never come up with a plan to recruit underworld people at this point in her life. And I did realize that I'm even starting to forget that she is a princess. You have a point. Okay then, I'll give a few hints to her. What Rose lacks the most right now is awareness about the importance of information. This is something she has to realize as the lord of her territory. Fortunately, I have a lot of books in my collection that can teach her about that. I guess this is the best chance to have Rose read the introduction of the topic that even the current her can understand. I stood up from my chair and went up to the second floor, to Rose's room. Chapter 7. The Right Way to Use Information 2. A week later, our dear princess finally made an appearance with terrible dark circles below her eyes. Her hair was in disarray, and her eyes were bloodshot. Even hundreds of years of love would have cooled down at once if that sage cunt could see her current appearance. I want to contact the information broker in the royal capital. Rose-sama. That's a dangerous place full of ruffians. Just as I thought, despite Anna's attempts to change Rose's mind, the princess ignored her subordinate and approached me. Kai, you should have been expecting this development, right? I didn't try to dodge this time. Instead, I gave her an ambiguous reply. Man, you took longer than my estimation to reach this conclusion. Rose chewed her lips in frustration. Then, please guide me to that place. She spoke as if she were desperately trying to suppress her anger. Roger. I rose from my chair and escorted Rose on the way to Mugina's store. When I reached the place, I asked the girl wearing a black robe, Mugina, the aforementioned information. I have already told you about that information, right, dear customer? Mugina exhaled the smoke in her mouth as she told me that with a smirk on her face. Rose, who sat by my side, glared daggers at me, but I ignored her. The one who needs the information is this girl. I'll pay a separate fee for that information. The required information would play a vital part in this plan of mine, after all. Sure. Mugina squinted as she looked at Rose. Then she told her the information. The chivalrous thieves. Windcat. Rose folded her arms as she pondered something. I have realized this is of late, but her concentration ability is amazing. She grasped what to do with the information in her hand. It seems our princess is a surprisingly flexible person. You seem to be pleased, dear customer. I shrugged when Mugina said so with a smirk on her face. Well, yeah, I nodded lightly. The crown contest was an unexpected windfall for me. I mean, the time limit for it is around 4 or 5 years. I will be free from this duty only when this girl becomes the queen. Thus, for the sake of my slow life, I have to make her win this crown contest. Mugina alternately looked between Rose and me. You sure are interesting fellows, my two dear guests. She stated her impression of us. Well, for better or worse, we stand out quite a lot. I mean, this girl might already know our identities. Thus, I absolutely can't put my trust in her, aside from the information I buy from her. I mean, if she dares to cheat us with fake information, she would be risking her reputation as an information broker, and her pride won't allow her to do that too. Let's think about that later. It's time to go. Yes. I had no idea whether Rose was really replying to my words or not, since it looked like she was absorbed in her own world. I paid for the information fee and followed her. Chapter 8. Each of their growth. Let's contact the Windcat who hides somewhere in the demonic forest of East End. The only one surprised by Rose's remark was Anna. The other members didn't even bat their eyes upon hearing that. Faf and Mayu simply had no interest in this difficult talk. They were engaged in lively talks about playing since 5 in the afternoon. Esther was skillfully eating her meal with one hand while holding a book in another hand. So, the only ones participating in the conversation were Zack and Anna. How are you going to contact them? I had granted her one night since I knew that Rose wasn't stupid enough to not come with a plan. Searching the forest of East End with so few people is asking for the impossible. Moreover, they definitely won't accept our offer if we forcibly invade their territory. Am I wrong? Good grief. She has realized the most important problem. This is an answer that she would have never achieved unless she understood the feeling of the weak. Her train of thought is truly unlike the royal family of this shitty kingdom. But then, that's nothing more than her mental side. What I want to know the most right now is to what extent she putting that knowledge of hers into practice in the form of a plan. I think the same. So, what's your plan? After putting together the information I heard yesterday from the information broker, I've concluded that an organization is backing Windcat. Otherwise, they would have had a hard time doing their activities in the entire Xar territory. She was right. Moreover, it isn't only one. There are at least 2 of them in Xar territory. In short, the Windcat isn't a band of chivalrous thieves. They are the front line of a resistance organization. So, in short, to make it possible for them to move like that, Rose spread the map in her right hand on the table. Then, she took out several copper coins from her pocket and placed them on the map. They are definitely right in that place. This city is the best place for them to receive their supplies and funds. Rose placed a gold coin on the area around the northwest of East End's demonic forest. That area was the closest mining city to demonic forest, Akinashi. Just like how the Heineman family operated, a noble family who gained their status from their achievements governed this city. The man who governed the Akinashi territory was Oliver Akinashi of the Night Peerage. He seems to be one of the few kind lords in this east region. Then, what are you going to do in Akinashi territory? I'll try to convince Knight Oliver to allow me to negotiate with Windcat. Although we might be aiming for different things, we have the same goal in mind. It'll take some time, but convincing them should be possible. Right? Great. She has done a good job in realizing the only thing that she, who is in a disadvantageous situation right now, can do right now. That's good enough for the current, powerless her. Now, I will put my plan into motion and set the stage for her. Besides, it'll be a festival that she will never forget. Good. It's decided then. Esther, Zack, you 2 will act as her escorts. Yeah. Leave it to me. Zack nodded while raising his clenched right fist. Roger. But what are you going to do, Master? Esther closed the book she was reading and asked me. We're going to camp in the forest. Camping notice you? Faf pushed up her right fist in the air with Mayu, who was also all smiles as she spoke. Yay, camping. Mayu nimbly jumped around after coming down from her chair. Kai, that camping is really necessary, right? Anna was trying to ask for confirmation with an extremely meek expression. Yeah, we have to do this. It's the most disgusting part of the main plan. In a certain way, the degree of difficulty in this was several times higher than that with the matter of Rose, who was basically waiting for us to finish our preparations. Understood. Esther, Zack, please take care of Rose-sama. Zack cheerfully replied while drinking the liquor in his mug, while Esther lightly nodded. Well then, Rose-sama, I shall excuse myself to make the preparations. Faf, Mayu, come and help me. Yes. Yes, notice you. Faf took Anna's right hand while Mayu took her left hand. Together, the 3 of them went to the 2nd floor. Anna has changed for better too, hasn't she? Rose smiled from ear to ear. She commented on Anna's recent change of attitude like a mother commenting on her daughter's growth. Indeed, although it was part of the plan, Anna did have to leave Rose's side for the time being. I thought that Anna would refuse it till the end, and yet, to my surprise, she readily accepted the plan. On this occasion, Anna received Rose's permission to leave the latter's side for the sake of achieving our goal. The fact that she readily accepted it means that she put her trust in Zack and Esther. It's an extremely surprising fact knowing that up until now, She never trusted anyone but her knight comrades with such duty. Understanding that, even Esther, the heavenly devil in a suit, gave a sincere nod to Anna. You can say that Anna, who was trapped in her own world until now, had finally broken her shell and changed for the better. I have to prepare my dress too. Chuckling lightly, I dealt with the scraps of the food left on the table while looking at the back view of Rose, who was walking toward her room. Chapter 9, Ugly Desire, sighed Ketzer. A certain mansion in the royal capital of the Xar territory. It was a gorgeous room decorated with expensive but seedy-looking ornaments and stuffed monsters' heads hanging on the wall. Sitting in the center of that room was a fat noble with two beauties, whose eyes had already lost their intelligent lights, waiting upon him by his sides. I wonder what brings the messenger of the royal palace to this place? The messenger, clad in a white robe and a white mask that hid their face, was holding a handkerchief that they used to block their nose and the mouth from the unpleasant hair and the stinky odor in the room. Ketzer don't know. It's an order for you. Order? From who? That question made it clear to the messenger of the royal palace that only a few people can order this man, Ketzer, due to his peerage. Currently, the girl planning to overthrow the order in this kingdom is staying in the mining city, Akinashi. Moreover, that girl seems to want to work together with Windcat to achieve her goal. Carefully use this information, and restore the order at this Amelia kingdom. After reading the message, the messenger left the room in a hurry as if they were escaping from the room. This order of the imperial court. I see. That rumor is true, eh? Ketzer's expression, which was dyed in the color of lust, resembled that of a toad as he started to laugh. His reaction was natural since this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for him to fulfill his dream. Just when Ketzer had grasped the information that the Windcat was hiding in the demonic forest forming a punitive force to subdue the latter, some piece of good news came upon him. The first was that the one supporting Windcat was none other than Olive Rakinashi of the Night Peerage. 300 years ago, an evil dragon had appeared in the eastern territory of the Amelia kingdom. There was no end to the evil deeds the evil dragon committed, from destroying the city to burning its citizens alive, and the place where this evil dragon was subjugated was the current citadel of the Akinashi territory. Moreover, since that evil dragon had built its nest right on top of a mountain range vein, the Akinashi territory was well known for its abundance of precious metals. These precious metals could be exported to create magic tools and many other things. Normally, the Akinashi territory should be under the jurisdiction of Xar's count since it and the Xar territory was literally next to each other. However, back then, the Amelia kingdom's government had granted that territory, along with the Night Peerage, to the otherworlder who had subjugated that evil dragon, Katetsu Akinashi. If it became known that Olive Rakinashi was involved with Windcat, he would have committed treason against the kingdom. Then Ketzer could not only get rid of Olive Rakinashi but also snatch that rich territory. As long as he played his card wisely, he could use his merit in subjugating Windcat to absorb the Akinashi territory into the Xar territory. The second piece of news was the news about the royalty who was hailed as the Mad Princess of the Amelia Kingdom. The first princess, Rosemary Loto Amelia, was currently staying in Akinashi territory. Rosemary, who wanted to abolish the noble system, was viewed as the common enemy of all nobles with noble blood in their veins. A majority of the nobles wanted to banish her from the Amelia kingdom. Thus, although Ketzer had no idea from which big shot did the self-proclaimed messenger from the royal palace come from, the other party was clearly affiliated with the Gilbert faction. Ketzer was almost convinced that it might be the order of Prince Gilbert himself. Prince Gilbert was regarded as the champion who would continue the tradition of the noble society. In Ketzer's opinion, Prince Gilbert had a gentle and cool-headed judgment, and he also honored tradition and order. The difference between their beliefs was the reason for their Cold War. Thus, as part of the Gilbert faction, Ketzer felt that he had to accomplish his duty. The third piece of news was the news about the chief of the Windcat. Their leader turned out to be the vanished princess, Felis Loto Amelia. New Fufufufu. All the advantages are on me. The order Ketzer had received was to assassinate Princess Rosemary and push the blame to Olive Rakinashi of Night Peerage. At the same time, he would also be dealing with Duchess Felis, who was colluding with Oliver, and his reward for accomplishing his duty was Akinashi territory. Princess Rose and Duchess Felis. To think that I'll get the chance to add the two of them to my collection. Princess Rose was the undisputable #1 beauty of the Amelia Kingdom, and the vanished Duchess Felis was also a country-toppling beauty. Moreover, the effect of her gift maintained her youthful appearance. A mere lord like Ketzer would have never dreamed that he would ever come across a chance to turn the two beauties into his slave. Humphrey, it'll be regarded as treason if the public were to learn of this, but their beauty is worth the risk. They're going to be treated as deceased princesses once all of this is over anyway. The top officer is noble. In short, I'm acting as Prince Gilbert's vanguard. They're not going to investigate this matter seriously. It would end easily as long as I prepare corpses of burned women with the same physique like them. Contact Serpent Blood's boss. Ketzer licked his massive lips with an entranced expression as he ordered his retainer. Serpent Blood was one of the top 10 mafias in the kingdom. Ketzer had been in a good relationship with them for a long time. He used them to do his dirty jobs, such as buying noble lady slaves, trading prohibited goods, looting, kidnapping, or robbery. And this time, I'm going to use them to kidnap the princess and massacre the Akinashi territory in the name of treason. Let's commence the operation at the same time as when the hunt for Wind Cat in demonic forest of East End would begin. Even if many of the subjugation forces would die in the process, they're nothing more than disposable pawns. The preparation to take control of demonic forest is already in order. The next thing to do after securing the Duchess is to dispose of the mercenaries to get rid of all evidence. How exciting! Once upon a time, Ketzer had gotten the chance to see Princess Rose in the royal capital. Her beauty made one think that she was a goddess. Imagining her beautiful face twisted in fear as he tormented her was enough to make Ketzer extremely excited. I'm looking forward to that day. He spoke with undisguised desire. Chapter 10, Wind Cat's Confusion. Sighed, Felis Loto Amelia. Deep in the demonic forest of East End, Wind Cat's hideout, dozens of people were gathered together in a squarish cave. Every one of them had an expression that looked like they had chewed on bitter bugs. Rosemary, she's the most decent one amongst my oldest brother's children. But, that was the past. I no longer have any confidence in her. After all, she has received her education in that den of lowlives called the Royal Palace. But the rumor said that Saint Sama is a really kind person. A petite woman around 20 years old was trying to say her opinion. But the kindness of royalties or nobility isn't extended to citizens. It might be just philanthropy as a front. Felis Loto Amelia shot down that notion while combing her silky blonde hair. My lady, we're also exhausted. All of us are about to reach the limit of acting like chivalrous thieves. A tall, lanky, yet well-built gentleman with white hair and beard said so as if to rebuke the princess. Lucas, we're not chivalrous thieves. We are the resistance. The only ones claiming so are us. On the outside, we are called a bunch of thieves. Please realize that we have to cooperate with outside parties if we want to stir some trouble in the Amelia Kingdom. In the first place, do we really have to perform this dangerous stunt? Felis crossed her arms, pondering at Lucas's words. Then, but that offer might be a trap prepared by the government. We aside, Akinashi's citizens might become those disgusting pigs' prey, you know. Felis could still shoot that opinion down with a fair argument. Indeed. That's why I think we have to gamble on this chance. Are we going to get recognized as one of the people by this world or rot away in this place? We have extremely limited options, you know. Felis had an agonizing expression on her face for a while. But so, what's Oliver's opinion about this matter? She asked Lucas after heaving a deep sigh and erasing the agonizing expression. According to him, there is a low chance that Her Highness Rose came up with this plan on her own. However, she doesn't seem to be lying. So that means Rose has been appointed as the Lord of East End during this crown contest, right? Yes. Although she seems to be contacting one of the information brokers we're familiar with, the news about her being the Lord of East End is true. Lucas was a cautious man. He would never offer a suggestion to Felis unless he had seen a chance to win. For him, even the seemingly weak Rose was worthy of his trust. She was worthy to be entrusted with the future of Felis and the Wind Cat crown contest. Is it? Which means that she has already chosen her royal guard. Do you know who her royal guard is? A royal guard was akin to the knight leader of the crown contest's winner. Although there were one or two cases in the long history of the Amelia kingdom where the royal guards didn't become knight leaders, each participant of the crown contest had received the authority to appoint a temporary royal guard. In short, a royal guard was something akin to the face of the crown contest's participant. Yes, the crown contest wasn't just a competition to decide the future ruler of the kingdom. It was also a power struggle between merchants or nobles in the kingdom. The merchants or nobles supported their chosen participants, believing that the one they supported was the most appropriate person to become the next ruler. This person is definitely going to win the crown contest. The participant would receive support as long as they could show their supporters that they could win the contest. And since Rose was participating in the contest as well, Felis concluded that Rose had, at the very least, chosen her royal guard. About that, Lucas faltered for the first time today. What's the matter? Tell me the identity of Rose's royal guard. Felis noticed that something was amiss. Lucas was an extremely efficient man. The news might be a disadvantage for her and the others, but she had never seen Lucas hesitate like this before. The gift holder of the most incompetent in this world, Kai Heineman. He seems to be the grandson of the previous sword saint. The most incompetent in this world? Are you sure that Rose really chose someone with that seemingly worst gift as the royal guard? As if she can win the crown contest with the possessor of such incompetent gift as the royal guard. It might sound strange, but there's no doubt about it. There's no need to discuss this matter anymore then. Rose might have been assigned this territory only for the duration of the crown contest. It would be deprived by the kingdom again once the crown contest has ended. If Rose loses this crown contest, the East End and the Wind Cat would be put under the control of that ugly Ketzer. The citizens who belong to Wind Cat are nothing more than the relatives of rebels or political offenders. In a certain meaning, they are nothing more than slaves. What would happen to them once this territory falls into the hands of that Ketzer is as clear as the day. Since the probability of Rose winning is pretty much zero, we shouldn't take such a gamble. Let's just ignore this. Yes, if not for Her Highness Rosemary's other knight being Zack Prower, I might have had the same opinion as you. Zack Prower? Is he strong? Yeah, I saw him only once before in a small martial arts tournament, but his strength is simply overwhelming. He's stronger than you? His strength and pure combat sense might be above mine. And he's still young. I still have an advantage in combat experience, though. Lucas used to work as the Knight Captain of the Saint King Sorcery Knight Order in the Holy Kingdom. Sorcery Knight Order is the gathering of mage knights. Lucas was cut above the rest of his peers even in martial arts. That shows just how powerful he was. Therefore, something doesn't feel right here. Since she has someone like Zack as one of her knights, why she doesn't appoint Zack as the royal guard instead? That's exactly what I mean, my lady. I heard that Zack himself said Kai Heineman is far more powerful than him. Seriously? The gift holder of the joke-like gift, the most incompetent in this world? That was a natural conclusion in this world dominated by gifts. Like the blood running in one's veins, a gift was akin to a curse for its holder, making them easily get betrayed and trampled upon by the others, especially in this Amelia kingdom. And Felis had enough of that. So she had basically assumed that incompetent meant weak. This wasn't because she looked down on them. It was more like common sense. Yes, and Her Highness Rose has no doubts about that too. It seems Oliver Dono is also half in doubt regarding this. That's only natural. But I have to say that this situation is going in an unpredictable direction. At least, that's his personal opinion as someone on the same level as a knight leader. That's an extreme advantage, especially in the Amelia Kingdom. Many other rulers outside the Amelia Kingdom hold a steadfast belief in martial arts first and gifts second. The problem is, what should we do now? Since Rose has received a pretty much impossible challenge in the crown contest in the form of East End, our existence is crucial for her. The risk we might face after accepting Rose's proposal isn't actually that big. But just when Felis was deep into her whirlpool of thoughts, the sound of loud and fast approaching footsteps disturbed her, and then, this is bad. A black-haired youth rolled into the room. His face was ashen pale. "Is something the matter?" Lucas rushed to the youth, grabbed his shoulder, and asked in a calm voice. I went hunting in the Southwest Lake." The black-haired youth's explanation was too confusing for many in the room to understand. "Calm down, it's okay. Now tell us what you saw in the Southwest Lake." After reassuring the youth, Lucas went straight to the point, which everyone was most curious about. A lot of soldiers are gathering right in front of the lake," the black-haired youth replied with a shrill voice. Thus, the story rapidly progressed in the worst direction for Felis and the others. Chapter 11, An Unexpected Thank You. Our time is limited, especially in this crown contest. We only have 4 years. Now that I've decided to have Rose win this contest, I don't possess any intention of losing. I'm going to educate Rose to win the crown contest, then continue with my original plan to roam around the world. Since there were so many things to do, Rose, whose job was to handle the core part of the development plan, first headed toward the Akinashi territory with Phoenix. In the last 10 days, we made a few preparations for our plan in a few cities such as Bas or the royal capital. Only after making sure that we had done all the preparations did we depart to Demonic Forest. Then, 7 days later, we were cutting down the trees in Demonic Forest, forming a circular open space away from the secret base of Windcat. Both Faf and Mayu were excited about this from the beginning to the end. They enjoyed the camping activity. Anna seemed to be worrying about Rose, but she didn't say anything. She just performed her job, babysitting Faf and Mayu. Master, what's this?" Faf showed her hand to me with a sparkling look in her eyes. "That's a cicada." "What about this one?" No. When Anna saw the thing in Faf's hand, she let out a scream. Then, she threw away that thing and hugged Faf as if she were protecting her from it. I grabbed the closest object around me, which happened to be a comb, and threw it at that thing, instantly killing it. "What's the matter, Anna?" Faf, who was being hugged by Anna, looked up at Anna with a puzzled expression. "Faf, that's a scorpion. It's a dangerous animal. You absolutely can't hold it with bare hands since it's poisonous." Faf received a mild scolding from Anna. Naturally, such weak poison wouldn't cause any problem for Faf, but Mayu was another matter altogether. Yup, Faf truly lacks common sense. This is a huge problem. I have to think about a counter plan for this problem as fast as possible. Yes, notice you. Sorry, notice you. Although Anna was still tightly embracing her, I gently patted the dejected Faf head like usual. Well then, it's time for dinner. Help me out with the preparations. Faf's depressed face shone again upon hearing that it was the time for dinner. Yes, notice you. She raised her right fist as her mood went back to normal. Yes. Mimicking Faf, Mayu also raised her right fist in the air. I poured the soup into their bowls while observing their slovely faces. After dinner, Faf and Mayu peacefully slept in my handmade tent. Those two got along like real sisters. I felt relieved seeing that Faf was truly enjoying the camping activity. As I was cleaning the tableware in the nearby river. "Thank you." Anna expressed her gratitude in an ambiguous way while turning her face away from me. "Thanks for what?" "Even though I'm not helping you with anything." "No, Yume. It's about the matter of Rose-sama." "I mean, compared to before, Rose-sama has become livelier nowadays." Anna kept talking despite stumbling with her words of choice. "Is that so? She seems rather haggard though." "That's not what I mean." Anna stood up from her wooden chair as she denied that with her everything. "Pipe down. You're going to wake up Faf and Mayu." My bad." Although she played with her fingers as she sat, her eyes never left me. The tense look on her face was preventing me from all kinds of wild imagination. "You should already know that social status is everything in this kingdom. The same goes for houses of knights like us." Even though we understand Rose-sama's vision, deep inside, we might have already given up on realizing it. "But everything changed after Rose-sama met you." "Is that so?" "Well, Rose's vision is alien to this Amelia kingdom. She might have literally turned everyone into her enemy by the time she charged Fracton for treason. Moreover, both her sister and brother were peas in the pod, whose train of thought was pretty much the same as those shitty nobles. I believe that choosing you will allow Rose-sama to win this crown contest." I raised my right hand to stop Hannah and looked at the bonfire. The flame there formed a human shape. This fire magician was kneeling in front of me, bowing down as he horizontally raised his palm. "We bow before our supreme ruler," he respectfully said. "This fella's name is Ifrit." Yes, it's the evil spirit who had proclaimed to be Spirit King. He has become an extremely obedient fellow after receiving a thorough education from Girimekhala. Girimekhala is the one responsible for the mission in this forest. Thus, he had mobilized all members of his faction. "You may rise." "So, have they made their move already?" "Reporting. They have already mobilized human troops in the lake southwest from this place." "What about their number?" "There are around 1,000 of them." 1,000? Is it still within the range of my expectations? Now we can finally proceed to the next stage of our plan. But, let's gather more information first. Girimekhala, send a part of their force to this place. I'm gonna cross-examine them myself." "As you wish." The austere voice of this man resounded as soon as I gave the order. As per his request, he was also responsible for guarding us. In fact, we're currently camping in Girimekhala's cursed realm. The permit to enter it aside, this is a closed realm, which prevents any leakage of information from inside. The reason my divine eye didn't work properly a while ago was because of us being in this world. Well then, the festival is about to begin. Everyone, prepare a warm welcome for our guests. Upon hearing my remark, the still kneeling Ifrit got inhaled into the bonfire. "Kai." I turned round to see Anna's anxious look. "Don't worry." My plan went really smooth, almost without any hindrance at all. I threw some firewood into the bonfire as I convinced her in a strong tone. Chapter 12, The Treatment for Pitiful Rats. Our supreme ruler, the rats are now heading to this place. 2 hours later, I received a report from Girimekhala that the rats had already entered the cursed world. We are still a bit away from the rats. They arrived much earlier than I expected. It seems Girimekhala was really in high spirits when he received my order. Well, that makes things more convenient for me though. I stood up. "Stop hiding and show yourselves. You've been peeping at us since a while ago, right?" I told the pitiful rats who had surrounded our camp to show themselves. "Who? You're already aware of us, eh?" Then, armed men clad in light armor, led by a baldy covered in scars, showed themselves one by one. Although divine eye couldn't be used in Girimekhala's cursed world, it didn't affect my natural senses. 6 of them were in front of us, 5 to 8 were standing on top of the trees around us, knocking their arrows, ready to shoot me to death. And just as I expected, even though I had a hard time sensing their presence since they were too weak, they at least had the basics properly drilled in them. Every one of them might be what you call a mercenary. First, let's confirm their attitude when they meet someone they deem weaker than them. I stood up from my chair with a frightened expression, acting as if I were trying to protect Anna and the others. "There are only young children in this place. Please spare us." I told them so, bowing my head. "Kai, what a..." Anna was clearly dumbfounded upon seeing my actions, but still, she stopped midway. It seemed she realized my objective. "Nay, whether it's children or the elderly, we're going to kill them all, and we have strict orders to capture all the women. But, of course, we're going to enjoy beauty to the fullest." The bald leader said so with a shrill voice while licking his lips. "Hasn't this guy brought a nice woman with him?" "Boss, you definitely have to share her with us." Feeling the mercenary's gazes on her face, butt, and breasts, Anna showed a displeased expression as she pinched my flank. "Okay, you win girl. Please be patient. I'm going to deal with them." "Sure. You lot can have that woman. Instead, I'm gonna enjoy that duchess. I heard that she's the second, if not the most beautiful woman in this kingdom." "Are you sure about that? That Ketzer especially ordered us to catch her and not make any move on her, right?" "Ha, as if dead soldiers can tell their master about that." "Worry not. No one's going to find out about it. They know that Felis Loto Amelia is hiding somewhere in this forest." It seems the rumor I deliberately spread in the underworld had spread nicely. Then, one of their men peeped into our tents and found the sleeping Fafan Mayu. "Ho, a blonde brat and a silver-haired beast folk girl, eh? You lot, don't tell that Ketzer about these guys. Let's sell them to a slave dealer. Even at the lowest, we can sell them for several $100,000. He let out that vulgar remark. "Kai, Make sure that none of these assholes make it out of this place alive. Anna looked at the mercenaries with an enraged look in her eyes. She was furious to the point that she spat out such remarks with her hand already touching the hilt of her sword. I mean, this lass was dead serious. Well, those poor rats might have managed to make her snap the moment they planned to do unspeakable things to Faf and Mayu, who she cares about like her little sisters. You're right. They might end up getting too excited and coming on their own if we keep them alive any longer. The forest around us had already been filled with a dense smell of death since a while ago, and these idiots were actually getting too excited to notice it. The most peculiar thing about Girimekala's subordinates is that they are extremely loyal to me. Rather, you might even say that they have already turned into fanatics. At this moment, I realized that these idiots were done for, even if I spared their sorry lives. Well, not that I'm planning to spare these pieces of trash who love toying with other people's lives. Well then, I guess I can go all out when extracting information from these pieces of trash. Huh? What kind of nonsense have you two been talking about? A shorty closed up to me, seized my collar, and acted like a boss. The moment he did so, a storm of killing intent exploded from the surrounding forest. Boss. I'm getting a bad feeling about this place. Let's kidnap them and leave this place immediately. Why yeah, you're right. No matter how dull these pieces of trash were, they were bound to notice when exposed to such powerful killing intent. Well, not that Girimekala's subordinates were trying to hide. My bad. You're not gonna get away. I unsheathed Drakiri, injected my mana into it, and made the 5 who were surrounding us evaporate with a lightning strike. The color drained from the Baldy's face as he saw his subordinates suddenly vanish like that. Kill them all. The Baldy howled as he pointed his sword toward me, and yet, the only reply to his words was total silence. Oi! What are you doing? Shoot your arrows, damn it. If you're looking for the idiots who were pointing their arrows toward us, they have already been eliminated. To be exact, we forced them to board the carriage to hell. The presence of the archers around us had long since vanished. To be honest, this was the first time I had seen Girimekala's subordinates get so pissed off that they didn't even bother to hide their killing intent. It seemed the mercenaries wouldn't die a peaceful death. Impossible. The Baldy retreated, trying to escape from the unknown. However, he ended up striking a huge wall. He timidly turned around and screamed at the top of his lungs. Well, that would be a natural reaction if you turned round and saw a giant, bipedal monster with a long nose standing right behind you with an imposing pose. Thank you for the work. I'll cross-examine him now. Take care of Anna and the kids. As you wish. Girimekhala kneeled on the ground and bowed his head. Anna, we're about to enter the next stage. Help me wake Faf and Mayu, and please fold the tent while I'm cross-examining this Baldy. Roger. Anna nodded once, then entered the tent where the 2 kids were sleeping right now. Well, let's not waste our time. I have a lot of questions for you. I seized the Baldy, who kept screaming like a certain strange bird, by the nape of his neck and dragged him into the forest. Chapter 13, Poison Dish, sighed Rosemary. Mining City, the mansion of the Akinashi Territories Lord. I understand your highness's feeling. Just once, I'll set a meeting for your highness to persuade that personage. I made Gus pose in my mind at the words of the blonde, handsome gentleman before me. This is only natural since this blonde, handsome gentleman is none other than Knight Oliver Akinashi himself. Up to this point, he was persistently denying that he knows the one called Duchess Felis. Now I have gotten a chance to persuade Felis Nizuma. Thank you very much, I said while bowing. Please stop, your highness. The one who should do that is me. Anyhow, we really are about to reach the limits of our activity after all. That's why the matter of your highness wanting to help that personage is truly a godsend, Oliver replied with a tired expression. I'm looking forward to our cooperation. I'll make sure to prioritize the reward for Lord Oliver for choosing to trust me. Yes, I'm looking forward to our future cooperation too. I'll personally guide you to negotiate with the Duchess tomorrow. Since things are going to get hectic from tomorrow, please enjoy your rest in my mansion tonight. Yes. Thus, I returned to the room allocated to us with bouncy steps. I was desperately suppressing the smile that was about to bloom on my face. Yay! Now I finally have the chance to recruit the people of Windcat as citizens. I sat on the sofa as soon as we entered the room and spoke with a rather excited voice. Naturally, I was glad that things had gone according to plan, but the main reason for my uplifting feelings was simply that I had finally gotten the chance to meet Felis and Aizamu again. Yes, one of the surprises I heard from Kai before departing to the Akinashi territory was that Felis Nizuma, who had vanished a long time ago, was in fact the leader of Windcat. Kai's secretiveness is something I want. But Felis Nizuma is one of the few royalties who I can trust. Thus, knowing she was alive was enough to make me ecstatic. In contrast to my joyous mood, Zack didn't seem to agree with me. How naive, Esther brutally said without even trying to hide it. Why, my aim is someone whose appearance resembles Felis Nizuma. Once I meet her, I'm sure that ain't the problem. Rather, you did a really great job during the negotiation, Lil Princess. Zack's remark was akin to pouring cold water onto my joyous mood, and he did so while pouring wine into his wooden mug. What's the problem then? The one who drafted this plan is Shifu. Indeed, the pillar supporting this plan is Kai. But I'm the one in charge of the main part of his plan, namely, persuading Lord Oliver, and that's why Kai put me in charge of this part. I know that. I was there when he passed this duty to you. The problem is, where do you think Shifu is right now? Demonic Forest of East End, isn't it? Yes, Kai was currently in Demonic Forest to deal with an emergency Count Ketzer might cause. Yes, and that's the main reason Shifu isn't with us. Our part is for you to persuade that Uncle Oliver. If the plan were that simple, Shifu would be the one staying here while we would have gone away to protect Windcat. After Zack drank the wine, his remark made me recall the uncomfortable feeling that I had felt at the beginning of this plan. That was also my concern at first, but did I just overestimate it? Zack trusted Kai wholeheartedly, and by wholeheartedly, I mean everything, not just in the matters of martial arts, but then, I guess that's the same for me. I mean, I've ended up overestimating every single one of his deeds and remarks. Kai's female butler, Esther, who was reading the book up until now, finally looked at me. Rose, in a sense, you misunderstood our master. That personage is simply abnormal. Even calling him abnormal is an understatement. He's strong, but his train of thought has already deviated from what you're referring to as normal. Even this current development, I'm sure that all of these will eventually develop into something beyond our imagination. She declared so with a bold voice despite the gloomy look on her face. Kai's train of thought has already quit being normal. Well, I guess I had also realized that. I mean, there was no way he could boldly come up with a plan such as recruiting people called chivalrous thieves as citizens in the Amelia Kingdom unless his head had a few screws loose. You can say that, however. I was about to refute Esther's statement, but the room's door opened at that moment along with a knock. Then, a red-haired maid entered the room. The maid respectfully bowed. I brought your meals. She brought in a trolley with her into the room and set plates for us on the table. After that, she introduced herself as Jane, a newly recruited maid. She looked like a gentle girl. Lord Oliver often such acts. He would give a proper, albeit temporary job in his mansion to anyone suffering from poverty and who had no relatives to depend on. Thus, a few women with similar circumstances as Jane were working in this mansion. Thank you very much for your everyday effort. No, I'm just doing my job. I felt like the gentle smile she showed was healing my weary mind. Well then, it's time to eat, Princess. Zack urged me to start eating with a fork in his hand. I shall excuse myself. Jane left the room after bowing to me as if she was in a hurry. Yeah. It was the courtesy in the Amelia Kingdom for the server to take their leave immediately after serving the meal in the guest's room. Well, being able to enter the guest's room was already a feat. As soon as I dismissed this matter and sat in the chair, I saw Zack staring daggers at the room's entrance, from which the maid had just come, with an extremely rugged expression. The next moment, he stood from his chair, grabbed his plate, and threw it out of the window in our room. Zack, what are you doing? Be quiet, and take a look for now. A while later, the small birds perching on the tree's branches stopped moving. They lay flat on the ground after pecking a few mouthfuls of the dish on Zack's plate. "Eh?" I let out a bewildered voice. "These dishes have been spiked with a powerful sleeping drug that will knock you. A human will be knocked out until tomorrow. It doesn't work on us though." Esther's sarcasm felt so far away. I felt a chill running down my spine. I finally realized that I was the only one who had let my guard down after arriving in this mansion. The betrayal of the lord of this mansion felt like 1,000 swords stabbing into my heart. "Do you think that Lord Oliver is the one who ordered this?" After feeling disappointed enough to drop my mood to the depths of hell, I braved myself to ask my 2 companions, who accompanied me on this journey. "Nah. That Uncle Oliver is different from Shifu. He's a good person, through and through. He won't be able to do something like this. By doing that, he'd be risking the lives of the citizens in this city. Honestly, there's no merit for him to do this." My heart warmed a bit upon hearing Zack's reassurance about Lord Oliver's character. Now, I could finally analyze the situation after calming down a bit. It was as Zack had stated. Lord Oliver would gain nothing from doing this. Even if he was forced to do this, he wouldn't do that in his city. So that means, Kai predicted this development too, right? To be exact, Shifu said that something would happen, but he didn't know when. Thus, he appointed Big Sister, who was appraisal, to also accompany you, just to be sure. Now, I started to feel that Kai not coming with me had become more and more unnatural. At this point, I was almost convinced that my job wasn't as simple as trying to convince Lord Oliver. Kukaku. It's too late. There's no going back once Master executes his plan. Just be prepared. Just make sure that you're prepared for a grand finale that's far worse than this situation. And this is not a joke. Esther spoke triumphantly, raising her hands to the sky with an eerie smile on her face. I looked at Zack. By the expression on his face, I judged that he seemed to have the same opinion as Esther. "The dishes have already been spiked by the maid, and you say that an even more haphazard development is waiting for us?" At that moment, Zack placed his index finger on his lips, telling me to be quiet. He said to me, who had shut her mouth, "What are you going to do now? Shall we pretend to be fast asleep?" Doing that might bait the one who devised this stupid farce to appear before us, you know, he whispered. "No. Our dishes might not be the only ones spiked by the culprit. Things will turn into a disaster if other people's dishes have also been spiked with poison. We should inform the people in this mansion immediately." The tips of Zack's lips rose upward. "I knew you were going to say that, Princess." He muttered that remark in a lively and innocent voice. Chapter 14, Devilish Choices, sighed Rosemary. As a result of Esther's appraisal, we learned that the dishes that were about to be served to Lord Oliver contained a delayed poison. My apologies for saying this, but it's a baseless accusation. Lord Oliver frowned. He spoke with an expression as if he didn't believe what we just said. Rather, it looked like we had gained his ire for suddenly dropping an oversized bomb as his guests. That's a lie. Do you really think that we're ungrateful bastards who will mix poison into the food for our master, our benefactor? Yeah, we're not a bunch of ungrateful bastards. The middle-aged cook with a crew cut shouted at us with an enraged expression. The other cooks agreed with him. The employees of this mansion, all of them, had special circumstances that had forced them to leave their city and wander till they had arrived in this city. Since Lord Oliver picked them up during the hardest days in their lives, they respected him like they did their parents. This was the reason for their rage when we said that some of them had put poison into their benefactor's food. Anyhow, all of them, including Lord Oliver, wasn't in the right state to hear our reason. What should I do now? There is no evidence, and we have no idea about the identity of the culprit either. As I pondered this matter, Esther suddenly stepped forward with an eerie smile on her face. The moment I saw that eerie smile on her face, I got a terrible feeling. "Since you have so much confidence that there's no poison, let's test that out by having you eat the dish on that plate." "Wait a minute, Esther." "What are you?" Zack held me back before I could finish. When I turned toward him, he shook his head to the side, signaling me to shut my mouth for now. He was telling me to leave this matter to Esther. Although Kai couldn't tolerate crime, He was quite tolerant of those who lived honest lives. And despite her apathetic appearance, Esther was loyal to only Kai. She at least knew that Kai wouldn't let the people in this mansion die from poisoned food without a reason. Therefore, Esther must have come up with a plan to convince these people. My apologies, Your Highness, but you must know that they are my important family, and I simply cannot doubt my family. Lord Oliver rejected Esther's proposal with a resolute expression. I commend your character for choosing to trust them. But, you know what's gonna happen to your so-called family if you really die after eating that poisoned dish, right? For your information, all the cooks over there would be sent to the gallows, right? Esther spoke as she slowly walked to the front of the table, picking the plate along with the dish. She skillfully turned it around with her right index finger. Then, she asked that question while sending a sidelong glance to Zack. One thing is for sure. It's a capital crime. All the suspects might be executed. And that's only the beginning. Since killing a noble is a capital crime, all members of your families would get executed too. All the employees trembled in fear upon hearing from Zack that their families could get implicated too. That was only natural. After all, if one of them really turned out to be a traitor, then all of them would be sent to the gallows along with their families. I, Esther Roth, declare that the dish on the plate in my right hand contains a powerful poison with a delayed effect. In such a noisy room, Esther made that bold declaration while striding inside. You people claim that none of these dishes are poisoned. Then, everyone in this place has to prove their innocence by eating the dish on this plate. If none of you die, you have proved that we have made a mistake. On the other hand, if there really is a traitor amongst you people, you all might die but your families will be spared. Look, there's no better choice than this for you, right? Everyone exchanged anxious expressions with each other upon hearing Esther's cajolery. Stop trying to make us suspect each other. None of my employees are cowards who put poison into the dish. Lord Oliver stood from his seat as he shouted at Esther with an indignant expression. He seemed furious at Esther's remark. Master, we ain't afraid of this test. We'll take this test to prove our innocence. The middle-aged cook with a crew cut walked toward Esther with an enraged expression. Then, he rudely stabbed the meat dish on the plate and ate it. Look, I'm innocent, right? Indeed, you're not the one who poisoned the dish. The people in the room heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that. Esther herself replied to the cook with an enigmatic smile on her face. Then, the long-haired young cook who stood next to the middle-aged cook with the crew cut ate his portion and sneered at Esther. After that, almost all the employees who were proud of their loyalty to Lord Oliver ate the dish without batting their eyes to prove their innocence. All but one. And that one was none other than the red-haired maid called Jane. Her face had stiffened the moment she scooped the dish with her spoon. Is something the matter, Jane-chan? Why you're not eating the dish? Esther inched closer to Jane, asking that question with an extremely devilish smile on her face. Even if I eat that, there's no proof that it's poisoned. Patriarch Sama, please reconsider this. All the employees raised a murmur upon hearing Jane, who said that with a ghastly pale expression and while sweating like a waterfall. Yeah, I'm against your opinion after all. There's no way I can doubt my Lord Oliver couldn't finish his sentence. Please don't stop them. Master, this is the proof of our loyalty and pride in serving you. Please let them finish this. I agree. Jane, get over with it already. The next one after you is me. The middle-aged cook with the crew cut and the gardener were keen to finish this. And yet, Jane didn't move an inch. Master, Jane was trying to beg Lord Oliver, buying his sympathy. Sorry, Jane. I can't tell them to stop since everyone has agreed to take this test. I promise you that I'll be apologizing again once everyone has taken the test. In the end, Jane spooned the dish and carried it toward her mouth with slightly trembling hands. However, the next moment, she dashed toward the entrance of the room with an agility unbefitting of a mere maid. Do you really think you can escape from me? Aren't you a little bit too confident with your puny ability? A hand easily caught Jane's head from behind and lifted her in the air. Esther slowly increased her grip strength as she turned round and sneered at Lord Oliver. Well, now I need to know why you were trying to escape. Do you happen to hate this dish? Esther brought her face closer to Jane and asked her in a devilish voice that sent a chill running down my spine. Why yeah, I hate that dish. You think I want to eat that garbage dish? Jane's outburst made the middle-aged cook with the crew cut, the head chef, and the other employees enraged. The tips of Esther's lips rose to a seemingly impossible height. Then she forced Jane to sit in the chair. What a picky eater we got here. But yeah, I agree with her. Even we have one or two foods that we dislike. Since that's the case, we shall give you another chance. Ah really? Okay, I'll eat any food as long as it isn't that disgusting dish. Although Jane's face brightly shone as if she had found a ray of hope, that expression turned into despair the moment she saw the thing Esther took from who knows where. The thing Esther placed on the plate was a semicircular, transparent container. Inside that container were countless, small living beings that would invoke physiological disgust in any normal human. We also don't care about your choice. Now, will you eat that dish or my special menu? The choice is yours. Jane, who was trembling like a newborn calf, opened her mouth and said, both eh? It seemed she was about to refuse both of the dishes. However, you would love to eat both of them? Esther butted in before Jane could finish her reply. Then, she pushed the maid further into the abyss of despair. Why your mister? Jane shook her head in refusal. She was on the verge of crying. But, unfortunately, you have no right to refuse. Now you have to choose which one to eat. Esther gave her a final warning. Jane had to eat either the squirming bug inside the container or the poisoned dish with a delayed effect. She was stuck between a wall and a hard place. Yeah, it was truly a devilish choice. No. You have no right to say no. Well, if you don't make your choice before all the sand in this hourglass falls to the bottom, I'm gonna shove both of them into your throat. Esther took out an hourglass from her pocket and placed it on top of the table. No matter how evil she is, there should be a limit to everything. Honestly, just what kind of training Kai used on Esther to distort her personality like this? No. I'm not. Jane tried to plead for mercy with a face messed up by tears and drool. Society is merciless, little girl. It's a dog-eat-dog society. This is the truth. And you are the robbed side. That's why you're trying to rob the others. You know what I mean, right? The tips of Esther's lips rose till her ears. On her face was a sneer displaying which should be impossible for a normal human. Jane, whose eyes were swimming around, chose the plate with the container. Congratulations, your choice is correct. When Esther snapped her fingers, a pair of a man and a woman, whose faces were covered with something like a black mist, appeared in front of us. The man had worn black foreign clothes, while the woman was dressed in something like a coat with a short skirt and black-colored chest plate. The woman proceeded to pin down Jane, who desperately resisted. Then, the man seized Jane's jaw and shoved the bug into her mouth without even batting his eyes. Stop! Jane's bestial wail resounded in the entire mansion, but it was only the opening gong of her nightmarish meal. Chapter 15. Tales woven by a monster. Half of the eyewitnesses vomited on the spot when they saw the nightmarish meal in front of them. As for the other half, they trembled like newborn calves. Several maids turned their faces away from the grotesque spectacle. Even my face had lost all of its colors. The only one unaffected by such a sight was Zack. Anyhow, this event proved that Jane was truly trying to assassinate Lord Oliver. Big sis, do you have the antidote for this poison dish? Zack asked with a mixed look on his face. From the very beginning, there was no poison in this dish. Esther immediately replied with a strangely refreshed look on her face. It's not poisoned? Yes. The dish poisoned by that girl is this one. Another plate suddenly appeared in Esther's left hand. Then, what about the dish they ate? Ah, are you referring to this? Esther placed the dish she had claimed to be poisoned, which was in her right hand, back on the table. Then, she raised the palm of her right hand, and suddenly, another plate appeared on her palm. Seeing that impossible phenomenon, Zack flapped his mouth like a goldfish for a while. Good grief, Big Sis is truly a devil. In the end, Zack managed to praise Esther. Indeed, it's just as you say. Esther lightly accepted Zack's praise. Then, Finished. All of you are finished. More than 500 members of Serpent Blood have already surrounded this city. Not even a bug can escape from them. Jane screamed with a cramped face that was further soiled by tears, drool, and nasal mucus. Serpent Blood? Are you one of their members? The color drained from Lord Oliver's face. Yeah, I'm the scout of Serpent Blood. They'll raid the city if I don't send a signal to them, and kill all of you. Lord Oliver fell to his knees, looking down on the floor with despair. The worst. Then, he fell on his rear as if he had no idea about what to do anymore. Lord Oliver, do you know about them? Yeah, Serpent Blood is one of the top 10 mafias in this Amelia kingdom. Can we beat them? This Akinashi territory is just a mining city. Only a limited number of hunters operate here. We'll lose to those 500 members of Serpent Blood no matter what. The room fell into chaos the moment Lord Oliver said so. What shall we do now? Don't ask me. It was only natural for them to lose their cool when seeing even their calm and collected Lord Oliver unable to do anything about the current situation. We are really in a difficult situation. We're doomed for sure if we only cross our arms and watch from the side without doing anything. We have to move immediately. Serves you right. All of you will die wretched deaths. Jane triumphantly laughed upon seeing Lord Oliver's helpless figure. Seeing that, Zack only shrugged, looking down at Jane as if she were the most pitiful person in the world. Good grief. How unlucky. Truly unlucky. He repeatedly muttered that. It's too late if you want to feel regret now. Men, women, children, babies, youngsters, and oldies, all of you are going to die. Before Jane could finish her triumphant victory declaration, the door suddenly flung open. Armored soldiers hurriedly entered the room. Outside the city, the soldier was trying to say something while pointing with his finger outside, but the words coming out of his mouth were a mess. Lord Oliver. Hearing the shout that surprised even us, Lord Oliver looked at the employees gathered in the room as if wondering whether to repel the invaders or not. Then, he slapped his cheeks with his hands, rose from his chair, and raised his right hand. Calm down. Sure enough, it's impossible for the soldiers of this territory alone to repel the invader. But, Sword Saint Sama is living in the next city. We have to survive until he comes with his reinforcement. He shouted as if to cheer himself too. I agree with Lord Oliver, but Kai, who's camping somewhere in the demonic forest of East End, is closer to us than Lama. Let's stall for the time until Kai comes with his reinforcement. Since demonic forest is closer to Akinashi, Kai should be able to arrive here faster. Moreover, Kai had that giant bird that could cross extremely long distances in mere minutes. If he used that giant bird, he should be able to come from demonic forest to Akinashi territory in mere seconds. In short, our victory was guaranteed as long as we could reach demonic forest. Naturally, we can't abandon Akinashi's defense, too, but Zack and Esther should be able to stall for the time being. In fact, Zack is really powerful. If not for Kai, he would be my first choice as a royal guard. It's the same for Esther. I can guess that she's also quite powerful from the way she moved a while ago, a completely bizarre movement. Although they wouldn't be able to defeat 500 people, they could at least stall for Kai's arrival. Is your royal guard strong enough to defeat 500 strongmen? Lord Oliver asked while looking at me. I had already told him that Kai was a young man who had received Incompetent as his gift. Thus, my remarks about waiting for Kai's reinforcement might have sounded unbelievable to Lord Oliver. Yeah. His Majesty's Royal Guard, Knight Leader Arnold, himself testified that Kai was far more powerful than him. The entire room fell silent. Knight Leader Arnold was well known as the best sword master in the Amelia Kingdom. Thus, it wasn't easy to imagine someone even stronger than him. That was the focus of everyone's attention right now. Even then, it's still impossible. The soldier who had reported the news fell to his knees, hanging his head down while muttering those words. Lord Oliver walked up to that soldier and grabbed him, who had seemingly lost all hope, by his shoulder. What do you mean by impossible? Sure enough, that was something I was also curious about. We can't win even if we call for reinforcement. How can we win when Akinashi is being surrounded by more than 1,000 people? More than 1,000? Serpent Blood should have only around 500 members. The only reason for this happening at such a time was Are you saying that we're currently being surrounded by more than 1,000 enemies? Maybe we can guess Shifu's plan by asking this man. Say, those enemies must be not your run-of-the-mill fellas, right? Did you see anything unusual about them? Spit all of it, no matter how trivial it might be. The soldier pointed toward his forehead with his trembling hand. But, if I'm not wrong, one of those people was holding a flag with a crest that looked like a dragon and a jar. He managed to speak only after much difficulty. Crest of a dragon and a jar? It might be the crest of a dragon coming out of a jar. I have heard about such a crest back in the royal capital. And that should be Q ha 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 ha. He really did it. It's most probably the crest of the Tao family. Zack didn't hold back his laugh as he pressed the palm of his right hand to his face. I suddenly recalled the information about them, which I had heard from the civil officials. The Tao family is one of the biggest underground syndicates in the East and is famous for its strength. Due to their extremely strict entrance examination, every single one of their members is a mighty warrior. They are hailed as one of the kings of the underworld, and their status is a cut above the likes of Serpent blood. So, we're calling the Tao family to win over the Windcat? You must be kidding, right? That's too reckless. I mean, from the perspective of the Tao family, one of the kings of the underworld, Windcat is nothing more than a bunch of rogue thieves, the bottom of the barrel. Using the Tao family to win over Windcat, a bottom-of-the-barrel organization, is simply overkill, and it might even backfire on us. Too late for saying that at this stage, Princess. Yeah, Master is a rare lunatic even amongst the oddballs. After all, Esther said so as if she were giving up. How can it be? How can a powerhouse like the Tao family come so far just to attack a remote place like this? Jane screamed with disbelief on her face. Zack just pricked his ear with his pinky finger, an annoyed look on his face. That's why I said that you guys are truly unlucky. You guys are nothing more than disposable pawns. A group of clowns who dance in accordance with the scenario woven by a monster. Give it up. You guys are simply way too unlucky this time round. His gaze filled with pity. I agree with him. The one who sent you guys to this place is much more sinister than me. He'll make you dance on his palm, suck your bones till they dry, watch your despaired face, and then let you die the most wretched death. Even though she bent forward, placing her hands on her slender waist while looking down on Jane, Esther was smiling ear to ear. Her figure was just like the depiction of the devil who the demon race worshipped in the fairy tale. Jane's eyes opened wide and stared at Esther for a while. She soon broke into tears while hugging herself. Lord Oliver and his other employees, who looked like they had yet to understand the situation, could only look at this spectacle with dumbfounded expressions. I guess we have finished our role here. The only thing left is to watch the ending of the tales woven by the monster from the best position. Thus, the show of the plan to recruit Windcat premiered with Zack's remark as its trigger. Chapter 16, The Big Three's Encirclement. Wasteland in the south of the Akinashi territory. This is really the delivery place of the special grade grimoire, right? The question was asked with a doubtful voice. A brown-skinned girl with a bob haircut, Rin Ruffan, asked that question with a frown on her face. In response, the man clad in black, who knelt beside her, replied, "The grimoire we found in the black market is a genuine special grade grimoire. Moreover, we've heard that the Amelia Kingdom's first princess, Rosemary Loto Amelia, is staying in that city. There are also rumors that the world's largest sorcery society, Lost Forest, and the most fearsome assassination society, Crimson Raven, have also surrounded that city." It was an on-the-spot precise answer. So you're telling me that every one of us, the underworld's big three, went all out, eh? I guess the rumor is true after all. The underworld's big three had gone all out to trace the origins of the said grimoire. This wasn't a competition for a mere grimoire anymore. One might say that this was a battle to decide the true king of the underworld. What shall we do? What shall we do? You already know the answer, right? Kill. We, the Tao family, will kill anyone who dares oppose us. Rin's yell resounded in the wasteland, south of the Akinashi territory. Then, the group of people clad in black clothes started to move. a mountain range, north of the Akinashi territory. This area had become lively with non-stop yells. A man with a tattoo of a snake was fastened in the chair. Every other person was carrying a metal pole with them. Although we're only doing an errand for account of this kingdom, we've unknowingly entered the competition ground of the big three. The one saying that was a blonde man with a tattoo of a crow and the sun on his right cheek, wearing a baggy attire developed by an otherworlder. Obera was looking down on the members of Serpent Blood, who he had already subdued. Kill us. One of the Serpent Blood members asked Obera. What are you talking about? The answer is no. Of course. Obera replied with a voice full of malice. Boss, everything has been prepared. Obera's aide, a man with thick glasses and wearing the same red baggy attire as Obera, reported that they were ready. Well then, this will be the battle to decide the true king of the underworld. There can be only one winner. Do you know who'll be the winner? When Obera placed his hands on his ears, "It's us, the Crimson Raven." A reply came along with the sound of numerous people stomping on the ground. After repeating the same things a few times, Obera continued with his speech. We are the king. And the king has to be merciful. That place can provide only a meager resistance, after all. Then, what about those who have the same smell as us? Obera placed his hands on his ears again. Agonizing death. The people wearing those baggy attires replied with extremely loud voices as if they were trying to tear their throats. Yes, no need to hold back against the same underworld citizens. We'll kill all of them. The group wearing baggy attires then started moving toward the Akinashi territory's city. Near the base of the mountain, east of the Akinashi territory, a group of people wearing pointy hats and green robes overlooked the city from inside the forest. Among them was a girl around the age of 12 to 13. She was the leader of the world's largest sorcery society, the Lost Forest, Alice Rinran Lorelei. Alice was a former royalty of Lorelei, but she had ended up pursuing the taboo arts of eternal youth and longevity and was eventually banished from her motherland. The highest ranked darkness-type grimoire. It might be the legendary, ancient dark magic. Despite her attempts, she failed to suppress her joy. Darkness magic and light magic were sorcery's two highest ranks of magic, otherwise known as divine magic. Not to mention it was the highest grade of dark magic. One might say that obtaining such magic was the dream of all sorcerers. Crimson Raven and the Tau family are also participating in this competition. We absolutely can't lose this war. Use every means available to get the grimoire. Ha! The people in green robes saluted her, then charged toward the Akinashi territory. This was nothing more than the opening act of the nightmarish story woven by a monster. Chapter 17, Desperate Situation. Sighed, Felis. We have confirmed their flags. The ones hunting in the forest are soldiers of Count Ketzer's army. Lucas muttered with a bitter look on his face. What about our evacuation route? They have completely encircled us. It's extremely strict around this place. Most of Windcat's folks are either too old or too young. I don't think we can escape while keeping all of them safe. I know that. But we don't know until we try. If we don't do anything, it will be the end of Windcat. I really want to smash the face of that pigzer, who tramples upon the smiles of his own citizens, to pieces. And worst of all, that pig is doing it just to satisfy his worldly desires. There's another piece of news. My lady. Escaping with all members of Windcat is impossible. This is an absolute truth. It was rather unusual for Lucas to make such a conclusion. When he did so, everything he said would come true. We can't save everyone. Since that's the case, what shall we do then? Did he tell me to choose who will go with me? Felis Sama will stay behind. Please escape with the young ones. An elderly from Windcat said so. That's right. We've lived long enough thanks to you, Felis Sama. We're happy to be able to hold our grandchildren. That's enough for us. An elderly woman added. Don't joke around, as if I can do something like that. If you don't, everyone is going to die, you know. The moment Lucas muttered so, shut up, I shouted at him while seizing his collar. At that moment, Lucas and everyone else fell into silence. My lady, I know. Stay where you are. I unsheathed the long sword hanging on my waist. then ran toward the entrance of the cave. At the entrance of the cave were the blood-stained citizens of Windcat, and trampling over them were the mercenaries hired by that Ketzer. I almost couldn't hold back my anger the moment I saw that scene. "You bastards!" I stamped on the ground while letting out a bestial roar. The scenery around me blurred as I jumped at high speed toward the big mercenary wearing an iron mask that had an opening on the mouth part. That guy was kicking Maya, a black-haired girl who was also a member of Windcat. The sound of metal grazing metal resounded in our vicinity! Exclamation mark. I was shocked since this masked guy could easily deflect my all-out strike. The next second, I jumped back to dodge the slash of his greatsword. I managed to dodge the slash by a hair's breadth, yet my stance crumbled because of the wind pressure from his sword. I stabilized my crumbling stance immediately and got ready to unleash another attack, but "Stop right there!" A triumphant-like shout came from the man with the iron mask. He pointed his greatsword toward Maya's windpipe. I stopped in my place. Upon a glance, I realized that all the other mercenaries were pointing their swords toward the other Windcats. The worst. Now they have hostages. With this, I really have no other choice but to stop moving. "My lady, forget about us. Take the other guys and run from this place." Maya told me to abandon her, and the other hostages immediately did the same. "Oops. You can't escape, Princess San. Now, throw that dangerous weapon in your hand." The man with the iron mask said so as he added more power to the feat he used to trample Maya. Maya's agonizing wail rang out the next second. Stop. I won't escape." The moment I dropped the long sword in my right hand. "Good girl. You're our most important bait after all." The man with the iron mask said so in a satisfied voice. "Bait? What's this man talking about?" "You may come out, Captain Lucas." The yell of the man with the iron mask interrupted my train of thought. When he saw Lucas not coming out of the cave, he smacked his lips and pointed his greatsword toward me. "If you ain't coming out now, I'm gonna kill this princess of yours." "You know that I'm coming to kill you, right?" Even the trees around the caves looked like they trembled at his voice. "Long time no see, Caesar." Then, an old man with a long sword in his right hand, Lucas, came out of the cave. He looked at the man with the iron mask with an expression that sent a chill running down my spine. The man with the iron mask spat on the ground and threw his iron mask. The left side of the face beneath that iron mask was dissolved like batter. "It's throbbing. The face you burned back then is throbbing in pain." He said so in a trembling voice as he scratched his burned left face with his left hand. His expression was showing neither anger nor joy. It was filled with madness. I unintentionally gulped my spit upon seeing that maddening look on his face. "Thank God. It seems I did a really good job baking it. Well done." When Lucas lightly replied to Caesar while pointing his long sword at him, countless thick blood vessels could be seen throbbing on Caesar's face. Then, Caesar glared daggers at the man wearing a navy blue robe and a pointy hat, who was looking at their exchange from the side. "Ruby, this guy is mine." "Don't you dare interrupt our battle." Caesar threatened the man in the navy blue robe to not intervene. "I understand. Our victory has already been guaranteed. After all, do as you like." The man in the navy blue robe chanted a short spell. The ground suddenly moved on its own, forming shackles around me, Maya, and the other Windcat's folks' limbs. "You better not be doing something funny unless you want to see these monkeys get torn from limb to limb." The moment the man in the blue robe finished his second chant, several magic circles appeared on the ground. Black scorpions crept out of every magic circle, heading toward the Windcat's folks and pointing the tip of their tails toward them. This man, he might be the same as me, a summoner, and that pendant with a phoenix carved on its surface is proof that he graduated from Babel's Tower. Since that's the case, I really can't do anything as he knows my ace in the hole. Moreover, his eyes are the same kind of eyes as those of that cold-blooded prime minister. He's the kind of person who would kill anyone without even batting his eyes. They are the eyes of a cruel demon. He isn't joking. He would really kill Windcat's folks the moment I try to summon that child. This is a hopeless situation, but I still have a way out of this predicament. Yes, I am not contracted to just that child. Even amongst the royalties, the number of people who know about that can be counted on one hand. Thus, there's no way that this man knows about that. The only problem when I summon that is the possibility of me dying due to paying for the compensation of using that power. But this isn't the time to hesitate. My family's life is on the line. I have to save them. My family. That will be my, Felis's, last duty. When that happens, I can leave the rest to Lucas. Now I have to find a way to call that unnoticed. I have the advantage since the man in the navy blue robe seems to be focusing on the battle to the death between Lucas and Caesar. I closed my eyes as I started the ceremony, sending my wish to awaken that. Chapter 18, Past Connection, sighed Lucas Gijidoor. After confirming that my master, Felis Loto Amelia, had shut her eyes tight, I, Lucas Gijidoor, felt various emotions jumbled inside me. Relief, pity, regret, and many others mixed into one. I absolutely can't let my lady summon that, because having that grant my lady's wish means that many lives would be lost. It isn't something mortals should use. To be honest, that isn't supposed to be something that can be used by my lady, a mere human. Thus, if my lady's magical power isn't enough, that would demand the mana, life force. Naturally, if her magical power wasn't enough, my lady would offer her life force. But, unknown to my lady, Windcat's folks and I have secretly made a pact with that. Windcat's folks and I would offer a certain amount of our life force to reduce my lady's burden. In that way, we wouldn't kill ourselves. To begin with, we were already cornered, so we had even more reason to make that pact. The problem is our next course of action, but escaping from this place with all Windcat's folks is impossible. Even if we can get out of this place safely, we will turn into fugitives and lose our place in this kingdom. In this case, there's only one way out for my lady. It's to send a messenger to Her Highness Rosemary, who has been declared the feudal lord of East End. The reason Count Ketzer sent mercenaries and his private army to the East End is simply that there has been no formal declaration from Her Highness Rosemary yet. As long as Her Highness Rosemary makes a declaration, the private army of Count Ketzer will have no choice but to retreat from this place. Naturally, if Her Highness Rosemary lost in the crown contest, the governing of this land would go under Count Ketzer. Either way, Windcat is bound to be annihilated. But we would at least have a guarantee of 4 years of peaceful life if we come under Her Highness Rosemary. We're running out of options here. At this point, our only way out is for my lady to ask that to protect this area while I run to Akinashi territory as her messenger. I will meet Her Highness Rosemary and declare our will to help her. In addition, Her Highness Rosemary has to send written messages to the royal capital and Count Ketzer that contain her public declaration about Windcat folks being her citizens. And for that to happen, I have to kill this fucker in front of me first. The man with the hideous burn scar on the left side, Caesar, pointed his great sword toward me and, every single night since the day you burned my face, I always dream of the day when I burn you to death. I pointed my long sword toward him, interrupting him from continuing, then said, "Cut the crap, Caesar. Let's end this farce immediately. Come at me. I'm ready." I spoke in a way that I used to handle rookies in Night Order. "You bastard." And just as I thought, Caesar bellowed in rage at my provocation. Even though it has been a really long time since we met last, this man is as childish as ever. I recalled the past, when we received an order from the government to suppress an uprising in a remote region. At that time, Caesar had massacred countless innocent civilians for no particular reason. Killing innocent civilians for no reason was one of the prohibitions in the army. So I had thoroughly beaten Caesar, who had broken that taboo, in front of all members of the Night Order. I won't make the same mistake this time. Today is the anniversary of your death. I specialize in wearing down my opponent's mind and leading them to a trap with some provocation. I did exactly that in front of Caesar. Caesar brandished his great sword toward the crown of my head with a speed that surpassed common sense, but I dodged it by a hair's breadth. I teased futilely. As soon as Caesar shouted, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my left arm despite having dodged the attack. When I made some distance with Caesar, I saw my left arm and realized that it was riddled with countless bloody holes. I see. Water magic, eh? It seems Caesar had fired countless, super compressed water droplets at a high speed from his sword. This was Captain Gerald's most favored trick back in those days. It's an extremely vicious, sure kill move. I've been polishing this trick for a long time just to kill you. You might even say that I'm more skilled than Gerald in using this. Good grief. And this is all he has after polishing this trick for dozens of years. Truly a hopeless case. Good grief. Do you really think that you can win against me by using another person's trick? I heaved a sigh, flashing a mocking smile. I'm strong. Your left arm is useless now. Victory is mine. This right arm is enough to beat the likes of you. Shut you up. I retreated to avoid Caesar's charge. You cannot escape. He might have been convinced of his victory. Thus, I kicked the soil beneath my feet with my all towards Caesar, who was rushing at me with a joyous expression. I casually swung my long sword towards Caesar, who stumbled to his feet while letting out that stupid voice. He barely managed to catch my blow, but, gaga. Suddenly, a roaring flame exploded from my long sword and burned the upper half of Caesar's body. Then, I slashed again toward the roaring Caesar, who rushed toward me while trying to get rid of the flame that engulfed his body. Caesar just barely blocked that slash with his great sword, but that made the flame burn even brighter, sending hot wind around. Only a fool uses a technique as it is. You'll never get stronger as long as you never try to surpass the original technique. I slowly walked towards Caesar, weight, and slashed at him again, causing the flame to become even bigger than before. Stop. He seemed like he wanted me to spare his life, but it's far too late for that. I kept swinging my sword until Caesar's carbonized corpse fell with a thud. Then, I invoked the flame ring. The flame ring instantly incinerated the scorpions threatening my lady and the wind cat's folks while undoing their bindings. After that, I pointed my sword toward the man in the navy blue robe and with an unshaved face. Ruby, the table has been turned. I declared our victory. The people surrounding our base trembled in fear upon seeing me easily dispatch Caesar, who was supposed to be their strongest fighter. Then, amidst the chaos, good grief, in the end, I have to do this myself. Had I known this was gonna happen, I would have just ignored that muscle brain, whose only merit is his stupidly high pride. Ruby pointed his right hand towards Caesar's corpse while his other hand patted his stubble. Freeze. I'll give you and your soldiers one last chance to leave with your lives intact. I closed in the distance between me and Ruby, then pointed the tip of my sword toward his windpipe and threatened him with a cold voice. As long as a veteran sorcerer like Ruby flees, the rest is easy. Especially those hired mercenaries. They know that an idiotic feudal lord like Ketzer isn't worthy of them risking their life. Me, escape? Are you joking? I decapitated Ruby's neck the moment I felt a chill run down my spine, but a skeleton clad in a vestment appeared right before the sword touched Ruby's skin and stopped my slash. Chills ran down my spine the moment I saw the ominous red light in the skeleton's eyes sockets. At that moment, I retreated in a hurry and stood in front of my lady to protect her. A monster. Maybe due to their survival instincts, the soldiers who had surrounded Windcats gave retreated the moment that skeleton appeared. Demo's Lich. It's my pledge. Take as much life force as you want from those soldiers, and end this farce immediately. Sounds good. The moment that low bass voice resounded in my head, the soldiers fell at once to their knees. Then, that skeleton monster raised his right bone hand. Undead transformation. The moment he spoke those words of power in a cold, soul-freezing voice, countless black lumps appeared in front of his right hand. An indescribable sense of disgust took over me the moment I saw those wriggling black lumps. Kit, protect my lady. I barely managed to shout. We were wrapped in a transparent, light blue membrane. The jet black bone that stretched out from the countless black lumps at an extremely high speed was weathering right in front of our eyes. On the other hand, the poor unprotected soldiers and Caesar's corpses got stabbed by the jet black bone from the black lumps. The skin of all the soldiers and Caesar turned blue. Well then, round 2. Ruby snapped his fingers, and the corpse of the soldiers and Caesar stood as invisible strings were pulling them. As if that wasn't eerie enough, Their bodies swelled up too. Thus, Caesar and the soldiers turned into blue-skinned undead in less than a minute. Kill everyone except that girl. Ruby's order became the trigger for the second round. Chapter 19. Transcendent Beings. Side. Lucas Gijidoor. Caesar's greatsword and my longsword clashed again, scattering sparks under the night sky. I used my flame to attack the undead Caesar again, but he brushed it off like nothing. This is bad. I realized after a few clashes that my longsword wouldn't last any longer. The undead has inherited Caesar's ability, but his strength is far greater than before. The only reason I can trade blows with him is that Kit's barrier is protecting me. If Caesar has become so strong, I have to expect that the other undead soldiers are at least at the same level as him. As if that isn't bad enough, we still have to deal with that black skeleton. Ruby definitely said a while ago that he offered life force to that black skeleton. In short, that black skeleton is the same as that. A transcendent being. A transcendent being was a being outside human reach. In short, we have no choice but to rely on that. Titan, it's a pledge. Awaken from your slumber. The soil suddenly rose, forming the appearance of a boy around 10 years old with his arms crossed. This boy, who had a daring smile on his face, was my lady's trump card, the Earth Spirit King Titan. This spirit was one of the reasons my lady had to leave the Amelia kingdom. It hasn't been that long since the last time, but things seem to have gotten interesting. This fucking spirit. He's enjoying this situation. Honestly, I could barely suppress my rage while pretending in front of this bastard. The real battle is from this point. We wouldn't be able to survive this situation without Titan. We offer our life force. Protect my lady for 1 week. I don't mind, but are you sure about this? That skeleton is strong. I have to put myself at risk to fight that guy. Your compensation isn't enough for even that, you know. The moment I saw Titan speak with that malicious smile as he placed his hands on his waist, I felt as if someone had poured cold water on my head. Be clear, how much do you need? All of your lives, save for my contractor. That means except for my lady, all of us are gonna die. My lady will be alone again if she doesn't save Windcat. I absolutely can't let that happen. My life force, take all of it. That's the limit of what I can offer. No, absolutely no. Even I have a line I should never cross. Yeah. I almost exploded in anger when he said that with an annoying smug on his face. This malicious spirit won't fulfill our wish unless he gets a large amount of human life force. To begin with, this fucking Titan doesn't even need life force to move. That compensation is nothing more than a useless offering for a transcendent being. And yet, Titan keeps demanding this offering at such critical moments, hurting my lady's feelings numerous times and driving her into depths of despair. That's enough, Lucas Sama. We will gladly offer our life to save Princess. When I turned around, I saw all the Windcat's folks, led by the elders, standing behind me. Yeah, we're grateful for what Princess did for us, but now is the time for us to return this debt of gratitude. Yeah, we're happy enough. Strangely, my anger spiked up again after these people said those words with resigned expressions as if they understood the situation. These people don't understand at all. The ones who will go will have an easier time. They wouldn't even have to try to resist and overturn the situation. But they have no idea just how difficult it's for the ones left behind to accept that outcome. I see. That kid might have felt the same when I left him a long time ago. I chewed my lips as I suddenly remembered my son, who I had entrusted to my relatives, abandoning my duty as his parent to follow my lady. At this point, running away is the easier choice. These people didn't need to think so hard and fell into Titan's cajolery. Yet, the result will be that my lady will have failed to save anyone. That would definitely make my lady lose her mind and lose the reason to live. Do I really have the resolution to let my lady carry such a burden? Forget about resolution. Can she even live knowing that the ones who she wanted to protect gave their lives to protect her instead? Titan, is that the only way? Don't make me repeat it. I see. So this is the moment of truth. Shall we offer appropriate compensation to save our master, or challenge the impossible without Titan? After living with my lady and Windcat, I've seen it so many times already, the haggard figure of my lady whenever this kind of situation happens. It's impossible after all. From the very beginning, we weren't going to find salvation by relying on such a malicious spirit. I should have realized this. Maybe I was overlooking the most fundamental thing due to the overwhelming challenge we are facing. Everyone, take your weapons. I screamed till I felt that my throat was about to tear open. Then, I turned toward the undead Caesar and Ruby, who looked on with an amused expression. But, screw the pledge that forces us to offer our own lives. Do you want to have our princess carry the crime of murdering us all? Windcat's folks shuddered, and bitter expressions appeared on their faces. I repeat, take your weapons. Let's show them what we're made of. Windcat's folks just trembled non-stop, unable to move their hands. Yes, this isn't a fairy tale that you often read in the books. It's not like these people, who've never known about battles, would take their weapons just from mere encouragement. I, of all people, should know about this. But why, I wonder? Why do their figures when they look down with the face of someone who has abandoned all hope look truly irritating and sad in my eyes? So, what are you going to do now? Everyone, have you given up? As if, we're Windcat. We will never let you take our family. Felis, Loto, Amelia, Humphrey. It seems that Great Spirit's armor over there won't interfere with this matter. Well, it doesn't matter even if he does. Do it. Caesar and the other undead soldiers moved at Ruby's merciless order. I can somehow manage Caesar, but if they come at once, I'll die. However, I'm Lucas, the first vassal of Felis, Loto, Amelia. I'll struggle till the bitter end. I looked at the slowly approaching undead Caesar and the others and lowered my center of gravity. Then, right before I could jump toward them, a blazing black flame rose right in front of me. The black flame shot forward, enveloping the undead Caesar and the undead soldiers. It instantly turned them into ash. A muscular, red-skinned demonic being clad in a reddish-black flame stood in the center of that purgatory. Who are you? Ruby asked in a shocked voice, clearly flustered. On the other hand, Titan waved his right hand with a carefree expression as if he had met an old acquaintance. Ifrit, such a nice coincidence to meet you here. What are you doing here? You also made a contract with a human, right? Well, it doesn't matter since the smell of death in this forest can supply us with enough nutri. Shut up, you filthy plain area. The flame demonic being looked at Titan as if the latter were nothing more than disgusting filth. Ruby and the black skeleton shuddered when they heard the flame demonic being's disdainful voice. Plain area, me? The flame demonic being didn't even take a second glance at Titan, who looked at him with bloodshot eyes. Instead, he crossed his arms on his chest and took a deep breath. Our supreme ruler is about to arrive. All of you, kneel. Its deafening voice made a hot wind blow through the forest. Ruby's face spasmed when he saw this spectacle. And the black skeleton, Deimos Lich, also staggered for a moment. As for Titan, his enraged expression had vanished, replaced with curiosity, as he looked at Ifrit. Skeleton, are you deaf? I said, kneel. Pillars of fire rained upon Deimos Lich, who was trying to resist while glowering at the flame demonic's being, who was already kneeling, with bloodshot eyes. Gunua. Seeing Deimos Lich still resisting, the flame demonic being approached it, the skeleton let out an agonizing scream as the fire burned its body. Then, the flame demonic being grabbed it by the collar of its vestment. This is the final warning. Kneel. The flame demonic being gave an ultimatum toward Deimos Lich, then threw the whining skeleton to the ground. Thus, Deimos Lich had no choice but to hang its head down as it knelt, trembling in fear. What are you doing, Deimos Lich? Quickly. Those were Ruby's final words. A pillar of black flame descended on him, burning him down till not even his bones were left behind, all in a moment. Honestly, my brain couldn't even catch up with the situation, seeing how easily that villain left the stage. Idiot. I had told you that was my final warning. After spitting to the ground, the flame demonic being looked around with his bright red eyes. His fiery gaze alone was enough to force me to kneel, let alone the Windcat's folks. Even that lump of pride called Titan had no choice but to kneel. It was sweating profusely like a waterfall. I never expected that I would see his pathetic figure so soon. Girimekhala's armor. I've completed the preparations to welcome our supreme ruler. Good job. The flame demonic being bowed once. Then, a gigantic jet black sword descended from the sky. It struck the ground beautifully. Then, other swords fell as well, forming a path of the sword. Beings with grotesque appearances walked on that path. They stopped after they reached the path's end and stood at the end of each side. Lastly, a monster with a long nose and jet black skin walked closer as each of its steps caused a tremor. I could only see that bizarre spectacle with my open eyes. My teeth were rattling non-stop. That's only natural. After all, the smug face of that titan, who loves to act like he owns the place, had turned as pale as chalk. Tears overflowed from his eyes, and his teeth also clattered non-stop. I looked at Damer's Lich at once for confirmation and found out that even though he didn't cry, for obvious reasons, his black bones were clattering non-stop as well. Honestly speaking, Titan is powerful enough to annihilate a part of an army if he rampages around at his full power. Even if he was to fight another being of the same kind as him, it would be only limited in this world, and that Titan is actually trembling in fear. Just what kind of status does this other party have for him to act so humble like this? Whatever it is, they are definitely not something a human can mess with. Just what kind of being we accidentally messed up with. After arriving at the end of the path, the monster with the long nose stopped right in the middle, turned around, and knelt toward the forest. Following suit, all the transcendent beings who had lined up at the sides of the path also knelt at once. Are you kidding me? That monster with the long nose is just doing the opening of a performance? Just what in the hell is happening here? Everyone, bow down to our supreme ruler. Upon hearing the loud, yet the solemn voice of the monster with the long nose, even I unintentionally bowed my head. It was as if that monster's words of power had affected me. A while later, the sound of footsteps approaching from the forest rang out. I gulped. Sweat was dripping from me non-stop as if my sweat glands were broken. In this situation, I even forgot about the matter of our survival. Raise your heads. Upon hearing the solemn voice of the monster with the long nose, all of us raised our heads at once. Then, I saw a black-haired youth. Good day, everyone from Windcat. The black-haired young man greeted us. Later on, I was told that this was a destined encounter that had been pre-planned. Chapter 20, Persuasion to the Point of Coercion. We went deeper into the demonic forest after I extracted what I needed to know from the captured soldiers and mercenaries. They gave me a few pieces of information. One of those pieces of information was the news about a famous summoner, Ruby, participating in the siege. From the information I got about Ruby, he didn't seem to be the type who would be moved by money or authority. So I assumed the reason must be Felis. He might have wanted to acquire the possession of Felis's contracted spirit. If I'm not wrong, Felis's contracted spirit has never been revealed to the public. But according to Mugina's information, Felis is rumored to be contracted with the Spirit King, and that must be the reason she had to leave the Amelia kingdom. And since even an information broker knew about it, I wasn't too surprised upon finding out that Ruby the summoner knew that too. Thus, I decided to use that information and that idiot called Ruby to prepare a trap to see the true face of Felis and Windcat. As for what that trap was, it was actually the barrier created by Girimekhala's cursed realm. Only us, Ruby, and his people were allowed to enter the barrier, and just like that, the stupid clown had played the drama in accordance with my script. As a gift for doing a good job in playing his role of a clown, I planned to honor Ruby-kun with being the test subject for several revolutionary torture methods, but before that could happen, he ended up getting burned to a crisp by the self-proclaimed maggot, Ifrit-kun. Well, that was just a trivial matter though, and just like that, for the sake of performance and dramatization, I suppressed my embarrassment and walked along the impromptu sword path prepared by Girimekhala. By the way, Anna, Faf, and Mayu are currently house-sitting in another cursed realm of Girimekhala. Well, I asked Anna to take Faf and Mayu for a walk around the forest in the cursed realm to kill some time. Anyhow, no one can infiltrate the cursed realm without Girimekhala's permission. So, I can do my job with fewer worries. The lead actress is asleep. Wake her up. I need to talk to her. I spoke while looking at Girimekhala. Yes. Girimekhala nodded and clapped his hands. Munya. The moment she woke up, the seemingly 15-year-old girl whose blonde hair was bundled to one side vigilantly looked at her surroundings. This person's name is Felis Loto Amelia. Despite her youthful appearance, the Duchess is 30 years old. Good grief. No matter how youthful a woman can look, there should be a limit to everything. I've heard that she's the holder of another joke-like gift called a taiko, which no one knows about. My name is Kai Heineman, and I'm the temporary royal guard of Rosemary. Loto Amelia. I came here to make a deal with you people. Everyone seemed to be relaxed after my introduction. Are you really Kai Heineman? The tall and lanky white-haired old man with a beard asked without hesitation. His name is Lucas Gijidoor. He's the ex-captain of the Knight Order of the Sorcery Kingdom and the father of the strongest hunter, Isaac Gijidoor. Yes, my name is Kai Heineman. My apologies for putting you people through this test. The only one who passed this test is you, Lucas Gijidoor. As for the rest, well, they failed to get the passing mark. We failed, you say? Girimekhala's subordinates shot glances at Felis the moment she raised her voice in protest. That wannabe evil spirit who looked like a boy shrieked in fear. Yes, the reason being your choice. It was the worst possible choice. Every one of you had planned to offer your life force and make that evil spirit fight for you, right? Well, the fact that they were willingly offering their own lives, even if it was toward this malicious evil spirit, was enough for me to accept them though. The evil spirit, you say? He's the spirit king of Earth. Titan, you know? This fellow is a spirit king? The evil spirit called Titan trembled non-stop upon receiving my gaze. It seems he didn't even put up a resistance. Good grief. How can a spirit king of the earth end up trembling non-stop as he kneels toward me, a human? Even the wannabe spirit king, Ifrit, now self-proclaimed maggot, had more guts than this boy over there. Really now, things will get troublesome if all of those malicious, yet cowardly evil spirits start to call themselves spirit kings. Why yeah, just what in the world? Forget about it. I can't even follow this anymore. Felis looked at Titan for an answer, yet she only ended up confused at the sight of the latter shrinking in fear as his line of sight matched mine. Well, let's put that trivial matter aside. I won't accept loser dogs who abandoned their duty and responsibilities to Rose's subordinate. Thus, here's my offer for you guys. First, gentlemen from Windcat, there are still around 900 people left among Count Ketzer's personnel. Show me how you're going to repel them. Naturally, I forbid you from borrowing Felis's and Lucas Stono's strength. That's impossible. A black-haired girl, along with other Windcat's folks, shouted in protest. What should I do now? They seem to be severely lacking in self-confidence. These people's loser dog mentality is the worst. Kai Heineman. All of them lack combat experience. You cannot force them to fight those 900 people as it is. I heaved a sigh upon hearing Felis's reasoning. If you refuse, then we're going to withdraw from this place. Since that evil spirit over there is gonna lend a hand to you people, I guess he can pretty much curb stomp those soldiers, as if Rose is gonna permit such. Ha! Are you misunderstanding something here? I'm Rose's temporary royal guard, not even her subordinate. Why should I need her permission to do this? I again heaved a sigh upon seeing Felis glaring daggers at me while pouting. Then, I added, now, listen to me. I'm the one to decide whether it's possible or not. You only have two choices. Will you accept my help and prove that you're capable of achieving the goal with your own hands, or die a dog's death after giving your life force to that evil spirit over there? The choice is yours. They had two choices to decide their fates. But Felis Sama and Lucas Sama are the only ones who can fight amongst you. I've told you, right? It's not about possible or impossible. Are you going to do it or are you not? A black-haired girl stood up first among the people whose heads were already hung down in despair. She glared daggers at me as if I were her parents' enemy. These monsters are following you because you're strong, right? I won't deny that. According to my analysis, my strength is supposed to be at the top of this world. Then, repelling those soldiers should be a simple matter for you. Correct. Even if I'm incompetent, I won't lose against those mobs outside this cursed realm. That's the result of my training, after all. Then why are you not doing that? This is just bullying. You seem to misunderstand me. Let me tell you in an easier way to understand. I have no duty or responsibility to save you guys. I'm not one of those kind and soft-hearted heroes from Legends, and there's no reason for me to eliminate the pieces of trash outside. I carefully explained the matter to her. Although the black-haired girl looked like she was about to cry, she just sat back, crossed her arms, and looked away from me. The other folks also exchanged glances, but that was all. None of them dared to speak again. Don't proceed with the conversation at your convenience. As if I'm going to allow my people to fight like this, Felis approached me with an angry expression, grabbed my collar, and looked into my eyes. Listen here. The kind of people I hate the most are those who give up on their lives with something like self-sacrifice, which sounds nice to the ears. Even if the situation is dire, don't give up on victory till the moment of your last breath. This is the first and most important sense of value that I cultivated in that dungeon. It's similar to tragedies or difficulties that all people in this world feel. Only those who never give up can achieve their goal. Naturally, nothing is smooth sailing in this world. But the true loser is the one who gives up. Those lazy bones are not worthy of receiving my help. Good grief. Seeing the current Felis made me remember the unpleasant memory of my weak self who easily gave up on everything just because I was labeled as incompetent. I grabbed Felis's hand, and then threw her down. Felis landed on her rear and was seemingly about to voice a complaint. But, my lady, Kaidono is right in this regard. Lucas, what are? Let's trust Kaidono for now. We'll get the chance to talk later. Lucas stopped Felis from trying to say whatever she wanted to say as if he wanted me to proceed with the talk. People who know their predicament truly are helpful in these situations. Felis, you're going to save Akinashi? Me? Save Akinashi? She asked with a puzzled look on her face as her pretty eyebrows arched. Well, one will usually have the opposite reaction though. Yes. Akinashi is under attack from more than 1,000 thieves. Their number surpasses that of the soldiers surrounding you guys. The situation over there is worse than here. Now, you can feel at ease knowing that you'll have an even harder time than your people. No way. Why are there so many? After seeing Felis chew her thumb in frustration, I looked down on that evil spirit called Titan, who stood behind her. Oi, evil spirit. Why yes. To be honest, the only end of an evil spirit who I find committing such atrocities is death. But, let me give you a chance to repent. It's not like I don't have a way to use this evil spirit. Maybe I should put him in a boot camp like his acquaintance, Ifrit. From this point on, you have to pledge eternal, absolute obedience to Felis, and then, show me that you can pass this test along with Felis. And just like Ifrit, after this, I shall put him into Girimekhala's boot camp to train his rotten guts. Titan stiffened, at loss for words. Oi, evil spirit, our supreme ruler is talking to you. Give your answer. One of the top brasses of Girimekhala's faction shouted at him. Why yes sir. Titan stood as he gave his answer. Next is that skeleton, but this one seems to be rather wise. Well, let's entrust both of them to Girimekhala. I looked at Windcat's folks, Lucas, and Felis. Then, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. Don't worry, the worst you can get is death. That's why let's enjoy this festival. I gave an encouragement that wouldn't reduce their worries. Chapter 21, Crimson Raven vs Battaman. Obra's team was composed of only hand-picked elites. They infiltrated Akinashi from the small hill at the foot of the northern mountain range. A closely packed forest grew between the small hill and the mansion of Akinashi's lord, hindering large-scale movements. Therefore, Obra had chosen 30 veteran elites to go with him. They were taking the closest path to the mansion of Akinashi's lord, a straight line. Obra and the others knew that no one in Akinashi could stop them, Crimson Raven, and that was why they chose the closest, direct route. They ran like the wind in that thicket, which blocked even the moonlight. Obra suddenly stopped and signaled to his subordinates with his right hand to stop too. He had felt a presence ahead of them. Crimson Raven was aware that they were playing the role of villains, but even villains had their pride. They prided on the fact that they never harmed non-resisting people who lived on the surface, despite their infamy as an assassination organization. Ever since the founding of their organization, No one among them had broken this absolute rule. Thus, all they were going to do to the owner of the one walking toward their position as if they were taking a stroll was stun them without killing. However, their expectations were overturned in the worst possible form. The first person to let out a shocked exclamation was one of the upper echelons. No one blamed that person since what had appeared before them was a monster in the form of a bipedal locust formation. Crane wing. All of them moved at once upon Oberah's order, trapping the locust in a V-shaped formation. The monster, the Battaman, made a beckoning gesture toward Oberah and the others as if it were telling them to come at once. How dare you? They felt enraged at that weak-looking monster underestimating them. All of them glared at it. You lowly monster, you're gonna regret this. Oberah's bestial roar became the gong of the beginning of the battle. Monster. The Battaman turned out to be on par with Oberah. To be exact, on par with all members of Crimson Raven, including Oberah. If only physical abilities were the basis, the monster was slightly inferior to Oberah. However, the monster was overwhelmingly skilled in martial arts, the combat skill that should be exclusive to humankind. The reason Oberah's and others' limbs were still intact was simply that the other party never showed killing intent. It was as if Oberah and the others were lowly insects that locust-headed monster didn't even deem worthy of killing. Damn it. Oberah trembled as he cursed due to rage and humiliation. We aren't even being considered as warriors by this monster. Like how can we endure such humiliation? Let's show this fellow our guts. Oberah and his team couldn't accept such humiliation. They realized that their physical strength was pretty much equal, meaning Oberah could kill the monster as long as he could land a clean hit. That was it. The other party's martial arts mastery was overwhelmingly superior, so landing a clean hit was almost impossible for Oberah. Oberah took a stance with his sword in his hands as he lowered his center of gravity. His subordinates also prepared themselves. Jesse. In response, the Battaman pulled back its right arm and leg while keeping its left fist in front. This was the first time this monster had shown a proper martial arts stance. This was the stance of a master who had trained their martial arts for an extremely long period of years. When Oberah saw that stance, he just laughed. Only a handful of people could reach that realm of mastery even among first-class experts. So, it felt like a joke when he realized that the locust-headed monster before him had already reached that realm. Be careful. This fellow is far more powerful than us. Oberah focused all his nerves before making the next attack. This was Oberah's ace in the hole and the only way to land a fatal wound on the monster before them. Charge E. At that signal, half of Oberah's subordinates shot forth fireballs or fire pillars toward the Battaman's face. The blazing flame illuminated the area as if it were turning the dark night into day. This was followed by the other half of Oberah's subordinates charging toward the Battaman to stab it. Shadow clone, shadow leap. The Battaman easily knocked the subordinates charging at it. Too slow. Using that momentary pause after the attacks, a shadow jumped by using the shadows of the knocked subordinates and arrived right behind the Battaman. Haze. Then, he swung the longsword in his right hand, which was covered in flames, toward the crown of the Battaman's head. Googie. Even if the other party had twisted its body, trying to dodge the slash, the longsword in Oberah's left hand sliced horizontally. However, the monster dodged the horizontal slash too. Damn it. Move like a normal monster, will ya? Despite cursing inwardly, Oberah used Shadow Leap again to move behind the Battaman, whose stance had crumbled. Checkmate. He turned around as he slashed toward the head of the Battaman. However, the Battaman managed to block that slash with its right arm. The longsword severed the Battaman's right hand, heading toward its head. Suddenly, the Battaman's figure blurred for a moment. Oberah's line of sight instantly distorted. It turned around so fast and only stopped after his back struck a large tree. What just happened? When Oberah forced his battered body to stand up and look at the Battaman, he saw the monster standing in its place, looking at its severed right hand with a dumbfounded-like expression on its locust face. No way. It took him just a moment to understand the reason he got blasted away. The Battaman had unleashed a pressure incomparable to before Oberah severed its right hand. The current Battaman was clearly far more powerful than Oberah and his team, as if it had transformed into a completely different creature. The arm equipped with the ability restriction bracelet got severed. It seems you guys are quite skilled indeed. Suddenly, a giant figure walked toward them from the dark forest. Obera squinted to observe the newcomer. Isn't this a good lesson for you, too? A cornered rat will bite the cat. You underestimating the weak and not going all out from the very beginning is the reason for your defeat. The owner of that voice who appeared under the moonlight was a human-shaped monster with the head of a lion and donned in combat armor. Just a glance at that figure was enough to drive Obera into the deepest abyss of despair. This was only natural since the monster with the lion head unleashed an overwhelming majesty of a strong man, which couldn't even be compared to the Battaman, who Obera thought was invincible. Carve this defeat into your chest. Now, go back to heal your wounds. Kishi. The Battaman performed something like a salute to the lionman, then touched its severed right arm with its other arm. A while later, its severed right arm grew back at the speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, countless other Battamans appeared one after another as if they were ridiculing Obera and the others. Hi! Obera's subordinates screamed. Congratulations! You people passed the test. You're qualified to participate in the festival my lord is about to hold. Your lord? Festival? Yeah. This part is the plan of my supreme lord. Sorry, but you have no right to refuse. The plan is written in this invitation. Take a look. The lionman turned around after throwing a sealed letter toward Obera, then stopped for a moment. Godspeed to you guys. After he said that, his figure melted into the darkness of the forest. The Battaman's presence also vanished along with the lionman. Boss. One of the top brasses ran toward Obera with a worried expression. They no longer had their previous bearing of a warrior. In the first place, they were not even worthy of being considered enemies by the other party. In reality, Obera wanted to leave this land as soon as possible, too. However, that lionman had said that they had no right to refuse the invitation. Obera knew that if they tried to escape, his group would get erased until not even records about them would be left in this world. Thus, they had no choice but to play along with the so-called plan. All kinds of repulsive imagination passed in his head as he thought about what kind of festival awaited them. After all, the one who invited them was such an otherworldly being. Still, Obera at least saw a chance to survive by participating in the said festival. Will definitely survive. After squeezing his throat to say those words, Obera opened the sealed invitation and began reading its content. Chapter 22, The Tau Family vs. Neo-Cerberus Unit, a residential area in the southern part of Akinashi. Why have such atrocious monsters shown up right in the center of the city? The leader of the Tau family, whose black hair was bundled together to both sides of her head, Rinrin Ruffan, kept asking the same question again and again. When she turned around, she saw a three-headed dog running toward her. The heads of the three-headed dog were firing blue flames, ice, and tornado, each. They even had black lightning as a bonus. This was the first time in her life Rinrin had met such an atrocious monster. She could still understand if they had met these three-headed dogs in an unexplored ruin or a den of monsters. However, the place where these three-headed dogs had shown up was right in the middle of Akinashi. As if that wasn't strange enough, the lighting in the houses around them had yet to be switched off. This meant that the people in Akinashi were still alive. Does that mean these three-headed dogs are watchdogs prepared to overwhelm us, the Tau family? Like hell it is. Rather, using such atrocious monsters as watchdogs sounds like a foolish idea. But, seeing the reality before her, Rinrin Ruffan could only think that the citizens of Akinashi were strong enough to at least tame those three-headed dogs. No wonder this place has been assigned as the transaction place for the Grimoire. She regretted that she didn't plan more carefully. A rumor about the transaction of a legendary class Grimoire in a remote city had suddenly spread out of nowhere, as if they had agreed before. The three kings of the underworld had ended up arriving in this very city, the city where Princess Rosemary was planning to stay for a long time. Rinrin realized just how ridiculous was the situation that led to their current predicament. The calm judgment of the three kings of the underworld had been impaired due to the bait called a legendary class Grimoire. Then, Rinrin and the others, who had been successfully baited into this city, were forced to participate in this sinister play. Who's the culprit behind this plan? Is it that princess of the Amelia kingdom, Rosemary Loto Amelia? No. As if a mere princess like her can use such otherworldly monsters. Leader, everyone is almost at their limit. That was only natural since the three-headed dogs had been chasing them for almost 3 hours. The Tao family's members, who took pride in their stamina, had reached their limits. Formation. We're going all out. Rinrin stopped, wiped her sweat, and unsheathed the blue blade strapped on her waist, pointing the tip of the blade toward the three-headed dog. Seeing her point her sword toward the monster, all of Rinrin's subordinates nodded, and just like that, tens of dogs surrounded them. Okay, that's enough. This is the order of our supreme ruler. A little black swan flew around them as it shouted that. At that moment, among the three-headed dogs, a black puppy came forward and walked toward the Tao family with a scroll letter in its mouth. It threw that scroll letter toward the Tao family. When Rinrin caught the scroll, the figures of the monster dogs vanished like an illusion. What the hell is that? The absurd change of situation left Rinrin dumbfounded for a while. Leader. After snapping back to reality at the calling of her subordinates, Rinrin opened the scroll letter with trembling hands. Written inside was, Chapter 23, Lost Forest vs. Silver Fox Squad, Mountain and Forest Region west of Akinashi. What a blunder. We have been caught in such an obvious trap. The leader of the Sorcery Association Lost Forest, Alice Rinrin Lorelei, couldn't help but contemplate again and again the grievous mistake she had made to come to the forest, which turned out to be a den of otherworldly monsters. At this point, she couldn't help but realize that the rumor about that grimoire was nothing more than bait to lure them into this trap. Someone, possibly an extremely powerful transcendent being, might have been the one who spread that rumor. Alice was almost convinced that this transcendent being might be an assassin from her homeland. Since when did Lorelei, Elven capital, gain a magic circle that enables them to make a contract with such powerful transcendent beings? The reason she knew she was facing a transcendent being was that she had met one before. Thus she knew that transcendent beings were beyond common sense. And the powerful transcendent being before them might be the most powerful one in a long history of the elves. No, something doesn't feel right. The transcendent beings before them were abnormal. And seeing their number, Alice guessed that some sort of mutant had been born in the elf tribe, which explained why they could have a contract with many transcendent beings. If that were truly the case, the power balance in this world would change in a single night. Alice Sama was surrounded. Upon hearing the report from one of her veteran subordinates, Alice gritted her teeth, as she refused the temptation to just sit and cry. No holding back. We're going to charge forward with our everything, she shouted to raise her subordinates' morale despite it seeming impossible. Okay, you guys passed the test. At that moment, a beautiful voice that came from the forest shook their eardrums. Then, silver-haired foxes came out of the forest. Standing in their center was a woman with 9 tails behind her. Her skin was as white as pristine snow. Her glossy, silky silver hair grew until it reached her knees. Given her beautiful appearance along with moonlight shining over her, it looked as if a goddess descended on this world, truly an ephemeral spectacle. Passed? This was a test for you by my dear hubby. And right now, you people have gained the qualification to become a hero. She arrived in front of Alice and gave a scroll to her. What is this? Written in there is an imperial edict. Do your best to play your role, as per that script. After she said so, her presence vanished as if she never existed in that place. That female transcendent being's voice convinced Alice that the other party had nothing to do with her homeland. Rather, one could say that being able to make a contract with a transcendent being of that level was the greatest fortune in one's entire life. In these situations, the reverse would happen. The contractor would become the servant of the transcendent being due to the overwhelming difference between the two sides. Thus, it was impossible for the elves to get the attention of such a high-level transcendent being. Since the other party wasn't an assassin from her motherland, Alice had a chance to survive this situation. Thus, Alice untied the string that fastened the scroll and read its content. Chapter 24, Tales Woven by a Monster, Side, Serpent Blood LeaderSnake, the Akinashi Territory. Damn it, all. I never heard that the big three are here too. They had been chased around for an entire night in this devilish city. As if that wasn't bad enough, the ones chasing after them were Crimson Raven, the Tau family, and the Lost Forest, the big three of the underworld. The big three were absolute kings who ruled the underworld. The difference between them and Serpent Blood, a mere mafia in the Amelia kingdom, was like that between heaven and earth. Thus, it made him wonder why these three mighty underworld organizations had stooped as low as to hunt down weak organizations like their Serpent Blood. Most of his comrades had been either arrested or killed. Only 10 odd were left, including himself. Suddenly, numerous fire pillars rose to heaven, and their pursuers stopped. Finally, he felt that he had been released from the nightmare. But, he had no idea that their nightmares had just begun. We don't have any choice but to keep going on. The Tau family appeared from the blocked passage behind them to prevent any escapes. Thus, they had no choice but to move forward. Had I known this would happen, I wouldn't have accepted the commission from that pigzer. For the nth time today, Snake cursed his decision of accepting the commission. This city, Akinashi, was a reward given to Kotetsu Akinashi, the otherworlder who had defeated the evil dragon that had wreaked havoc and brought the Amelia kingdom to the brink of destruction. At least, that was what they said in the papers. However, if that were the case, the city should have long been plundered by the greedy nobles in the central region. And yet, the city had stood safe for the last 300 years. It was one of the Amelia kingdom's 7 wonders spread in the underworld. A terrifying secret lay in this city that made even the greedy nobles of the Amelia kingdom, who did things as they pleased, hesitate. Snake had guessed that the 3 kings of the underworld might be pursuing that secret too. Are you fucking kidding me? As if I'm gonna die in this place for that fucking pig. He couldn't accept that. Snake had just been a starving orphan in the Amelia kingdom. Yet, he had become the boss of one of the kingdom's 10 biggest mafias. He was a man with real abilities. He did everything to survive, even if he had to drink muddy water, do dirty jobs that even he didn't want to, or bow his head down even if disliked that. After having reached his current position experiencing countless hardships, he refused to return to that miserable past. I will survive. They arrived in a plaza after coming out of the alley. Haha. I see. This is my final resting place, eh? The big 3 had already lined up in that plaza. The first group was one with the mark of jar and snake, the second had the mark of the sun and a crow, and the last had the marks of withered 3 and moon. This was more than enough evidence to convince him that these were the underworld's big 3. Comparing them with Serpent Blood was like comparing the kings of giants with a normal human. We have lost. That's a fact. Ain't gonna care what happens to me. That's why after I die, please spare my subordinates. The first thing Snake said when facing ultimate despair was words he had abandoned a long time ago. Sorry, but we're not the ones who can decide that. A tall, lanky, and blonde man wearing a baggy attire said so while looking at a certain place with a stiff expression. The other members of the big 3 also looked at the center of the plaza instead of Snake and his subordinates. Over there was a giant man with a lion head and a gorgeous beast woman with 9 tails. Both of them were kneeling in front of a black-haired youth who carried a black puppy. You guys finally arrived. The black-haired youth said so as he looked in the direction of the main street while patting the black puppy in his embrace. Soon, a blonde girl with traces of childishness on her face entered the plaza, heavily breathing as if she had just been running as fast as possible. What are you trying to do? What am I trying to do? Akinashi isn't under attack at all. You're just too slow. It ended already. Look, the 3 over there are Crimson Raven, the Tau family, and the Lost Forest, and the ones isolated over there are Serpent Blood. The blonde girl's face twitched when she saw the people gathered in the plaza. You're not a decent person, after all, she screamed as if to let out her frustration. Well, since all the actors and actresses have gathered in this place, it's time to start the real festival. Festival? What festival? Are you telling this mistress to fight them? The black-haired youth shrugged, then squinted as he looked at Snake and his subordinates and the members of the big 3 behind them. Nay, there's nothing interesting about a battle between greenhorns. Even more so against those who have lost their fighting spirits. He said so as if it was a matter of fact. Ha ha ha, what in the hell is that? The expression of every person from the big three stiffened just by looking at the black-haired youth. It was as if they had seen the end of the world. Snake felt it was strange that the kings of the underworld could make such faces. Well, apparently, no one from Serpent blood has received the explanation about the rules of the festival yet. In my original arrangement, you people were supposed to die wretched deaths and become the human pillars of this festival along with that Ketzer, who has already entered the countdown of his life. But, I've changed my mind after hearing what you said. The black-haired youth paused for a few seconds. And do your best to survive this festival. After that, reveal all the evil deeds committed by that pig in the public along with evidence. After you have done all that, I'll guarantee your subordinates' safety. He listed those requirements with a solemn expression. Nemia, how's the evacuation of the citizens? Every breath in this area has been transferred into my domain. That lizard won't be able to catch even a glimpse of their shadows. And what about the giant lizard in question? I'm doing my best to wake that lizard from its slumber. I'm holding back properly so that I won't kill it by accident. I'm so amazing, right? The jet-black puppy in the youth's embrace said so while puffing its chest. I see. Good job on holding back, Fen. The black-haired youth brushed the head of the jet-black puppy with a smile on his face. Wait a minute, what were you talking about just now? Why am I getting only bad feelings about this? The blonde girl shouted at the black-haired youth. The youth gave the puppy to the silver-haired beast folk woman on his side, then turned to the blonde girl. Raising his hands to the sky, he let out an extremely sinister, demon king-like smile, like the ones in a fairy tale, and shouted, "Ladies, the death match between humankind and the giant lizard that has been sleeping in this land is about to begin." Even Snake could feel the atmosphere trembling as the youth raised his voice. At that moment, the summit of the mountain that was used as a mine exploded, and a black silhouette came out. Giant Liza. Are you referring to the legendary evil dragon that has been sleeping here for 300 years? The color drained from the blonde girl's face as she asked the black-haired youth in a shrill voice. Who, as expected of royalty, you lot do know about the existence of that giant lizard, eh? Correct. Now, our special guest has made its entrance to the festival. Are you insane? That thing is a mindless being that will slaughter everything once it's awakened. Correct. That giant lizard's favorite dish is freshly baked meat belonging to women and children. Its hobby is destroying cities. The music it loves the most is the chorus of agonizing humans. In short, that shitty lizard is humankind's enemy. Don't hold back. Use everything in your arsenal. Show no mercy. Listen. The problem is. Now let the festival begin. Kai. My pleasure. When the silver-haired beast woman raised her right hand, numerous light spheres appeared around her, heading toward the monster trying to crawl down from the mountain summit. Well then, Godspeed to you all. The black-haired youth and all the other otherworldly beings vanished from the plaza, leaving behind those words. That fucking madman. Even a joke has a limit. You knew. The black silhouette's face twitched as it heard the blonde girl's scream, which was filled with complicated emotions like irritation and madness. Then, it spread its giant wings. Its roar reverberated in the entirety of Akinashi. The legendary evil dragon that had been sleeping for 300 years had finally awakened. The tale woven by a monster had finally headed toward its climax. Chapter 25, Start of the Subjugation of the Evil Dragon Deboa. After I persuaded, nearly coerced, Windcat and Felis to play a part in my plan, Felis finally headed toward Akinashi along with Titan. Although, she was obviously reluctant to do so. Naturally, the pig's army, who had surrounded this place, consisted of only small fries. Breaking through their encirclement with that evil spirit's power shouldn't be that difficult. Just in case, I had that evil spirit called Titan or whatever he was become Girimekhala's subordinate so that if he wanted to betray us, we would immediately know that. If he did so, I would show him what a true hell really was. After finishing that matter, we proceeded with the reinforcement plan of Windcat's folks. They were under attack right now, so martial arts aside, we didn't even have the time to teach them magic, like Zack had learned. The goal I had set for Windcat's folks was them gaining their freedom with their own hands. The only problem in this was that they were powerless civilians. Thus, I decided to use some underhanded techniques. To be exact, I was going to let the Subjugation picture books residents give their blessing to Windcat's folks. It seemed that divine protection from a superior being allowed the weaker being it blessed to become a part of the former's strength. Thus, Windcat's folks were limited with the part of the strength of the Subjugation picture books residents. Nevertheless, it was only a part of the power. It would never surpass the original owner of the power. As the Subjugation picture books residents are weaker than me, they wouldn't be able to beat a true strong man. Though most of the people who had surrounded this place were weak, for us that is, I needed a proper plan to let Windcat's folks put up a good fight. Thus, I set up the first condition for Windcat's folks to clear a test prepared for them, namely forcing the army to withdraw and preventing a head-on collision. Any more help from me would only render this test meaningless. Instead, I would provide them with tactical training, emergency treatment, and base and provision to prevent the worst possible situation. I entrusted the rest, such as self-defense training, to Girimekhala, then headed to Akinashi territory. The test I had imposed on Felis was the evil dragon Subjugation. This was another old story about an otherworlder, which I had heard from that information broker, Mugina. 300 years ago, by some ill fate, an otherworlder called Katetsu Akinashi had been left stranded in this world. Despite struggling with so many things like different cultures, different common sense, etc., Katetsu had saved the Amelia kingdom from several dangerous situations with his special power. And the gravest of them all was the invasion of the evil dragon, Deboa. In a certain way, Deboa was also a visitor from another world, like Katetsu. One day, it had suddenly appeared in the eastern part of the Amelia kingdom, burning towns and demanding that the kingdom offer it 500 young women and 500 young children every year. Naturally, the government of the Amelia kingdom at that time had refused to pay such an offering. Thus, they had formed a subjugation squad. Katetsu had refused to join the subjugation squad since he had a lover in this world, but after the government had threatened him that they would choose his lover if he refused, he had finally agreed to join the subjugation squad. Nevertheless, the evil dragon had been way too powerful for them. The squad was easily defeated and consequently, the evil dragon's retaliation killed Katetsu's lover. Consumed by hatred, Katetsu sealed the sleeping Deboa with a seal that borrowed the power of the sun god, Skull. However, the bloodline of Katetsu Akinashi had to continue in the territory to maintain the seal. For this reason, despite its abundance of mining sites, no one had dared to touch the Akinashi territory for the last 300 years. The story about Katetsu subjugating Deboa was a lie the Amelia Kingdom's government had spread to prevent any chaos. Well, no one would be able to sleep in peace at night every time they remembered a country-destroying monster was sleeping on the summit of a mountain rich in mineral resources. From a ruler's point of view, appointing the Akinashi house as the ruler of that plot of the land was also the most obvious choice. But that myth was frightening. Therefore, I had decided to check the truth after hearing about this from Mugina. I quickly found the seal located in the small shrine built at the summit of the mountain. Inside the shrine was a barrier where a giant lizard lay asleep. Since Wolfkin were the monsters most skilled about barriers, I ordered Fenrir and Fenskins to slip into the barrier and use Satri's mind reading to read the thoughts of the lizard inside, and that giant lizard, Deboa, turned out to be nothing more than an evil, man-eating giant lizard. Although the Deboa described in the Amelia Kingdom's literature was a mighty dragon, Deboa was a far cry from that easy Dungeons Dragons and became member of the Subjugation picture book. I mean, even the weakest spirit, Satiri, could literally insta-kill that Deboa in one punch. The dragons were truly enraged upon finding this and refused to call a being so weak to the point that even Satri with the weakest amongst us physical strength could insta-kill it as a dragon. So we decided to call it a lizard instead. Yeah, I decided to play along with them to prevent them from causing another ruckus like the one they had done to Girimekhala's faction. As a result of this finding, the dragons started competing with Girimekhala's faction during this festival. Those dragons were fundamentally loyal to Faf and me, but they seemed to be proud creatures by nature. Thus, I gave them the task to bestow their blessings on Windcat's folks to satisfy their pride and prevent them from going on strike again. If I play it right, we could gain enormous profits from butchering this hopeless giant lizard. Currently, we are watching the battle between the giant lizard and humanity from inside Nemia's realm. In fact, we have stored the entire Akinashi territory in this special realm, which has allowed us to see the fight from various angles. Yup, a desperate fight is worth watching only when both sides are equal in power and experience. Big Sicily's leading the three kings of the underworld to subjugate the evil dragon Deboa. That's the core of Kai's current plan, is it? Rose asked a trivial question in a trembling voice as we looked up at Felis and the others battle against Deboa. Yup. That giant lizard will become the greatest toy that will give us a whole lot of profit. Rejoice. We can finally put to full use of that lazy giant lizard. Toy? That evil dragon Deboa, who almost brought ruin to this kingdom. Not ruined from my perspective. It must have been an exaggeration. Even Arnold can single-handedly kill that lizard. It looked menacing. I'll give you that. However, in my opinion, any hunter above the B rank can easily win against that lizard, pretty much unscathed. Myth is nothing more than myth, after all. Kai, can you subjugate Deboa? Looking at her expression, it seems she really thinks that the giant lizard is a strong and menacing existence. Well, it's big, can breathe fire, and as much as I hate it, it does look like a dragon. Thus, Rose's reaction is only natural as she is an amateur when it comes to combat. Don't worry about it. I'll cancel the festival if things get really dangerous. Fen? Yeah, I can kill it without any problem. The fluffy little wolf, who was resting in Kyuubi's embrace, Fen, said so as he showed his small paw. Fen seems to be quite frustrated since he rarely gets the chance to go out and play nowadays, and that giant lizard happened to be just the right toy for him. I see. Since Fen-chan can dispose of the Deboa, Rose was pondering something after hearing Fen's reply when the lord of this territory, Oliver Akinashi, approached us with an enraged expression. Stop kidding around. That's the evil dragon Deboa. It's a powerful evil dragon that not even the Hirokatetsu could defeat. Sealing it was the only option. Are you trying to bring back that nightmarish monster into this land? He yelled as if he wanted to push me. In response to Oliver's action, Nemia's eyebrows twitched aside. Even Kyuubi was literally sharpening her claws. Wait, stop. I quickly raised my right hand to stop them before they butchered Oliver. Indeed, I know what you want to say since I have also read that exaggerated legend about this giant lizard. Do you know why I made Felis and the others fight that lizard? To get amnesty for Windcat's folks and to clear them of their crimes by defeating the evil dragon, right? Zack butted in from the side. Exactly. And add the three underworld kings in that too. If we had recruited them as Rose's subordinates as they are right now, it would have only caused future problems. Thus, why don't we spread their names as the heroes who have subjugated the evil dragon? Yup, Shifu is the only one who can come up with such a plan, after all. Is that so? I mean, anyone with enough knowledge will naturally come up with this plan, you know. And the fact that you say all this as if it's natural makes you more and more abnormal. Zack shook his head as he replied with an expression containing both exhaustion and dumbfoundedness. Why you guys? Don't tell me, Oliver said as if he was squeezing his throat. Worry not. That earth lump-like worm is dominating the battle. Unless there's an unexpected interruption, victory will definitely go to Miss Felis. Esther declared that despite yawning due to boredom. I agree with her. It isn't just an empty statement. This whole time, Titan had gone all out and managed to overpower that giant lizard. Contrary to my expectations, the giant lizard could barely show its power, thanks to the superb combination of the three kings of the underworld. However, in my opinion, Titan can kill the giant lizard by himself. The reason for that might lay in the black clay Titan had prepared. The space distorted when it appeared, and the place it grazed turned into sand. Darkness and destruction were Girimekhala's traits, so Titan's power might have been upgraded after he became Girimekhala's kin. That was why Felis and the others' victory was guaranteed as long as there were no irregularities during the battle. It seems Big Sis 2 is right on the money. When I looked up, the screen was projecting the scene where the three kings of the underworld and serpent blood were attacking the giant lizard, which let out a bestial roar. This lizard was unable to move at all due to the numerous black earth spikes growing from the ground that had pierced its body. Chapter 26, Subjugation of Evil Dragon. Deboa, Side, Titan. Carrying Felis on my shoulder, I dodged the relentless tail sweeps and fire breaths of that idiotic lizard, Evil Dragon Deboa. Then, I unleashed the black soil of destruction toward its soft, unprotected abdomen. Deboa wailed non-stop as it vomited a rain of blood. "You fucking worm, how dare you spit at me!" An earthen spear of destruction manifested in the air, rushing toward the open jaw of Deboa, who kept wailing resentfully. The black earthen spear of destruction pierced even Deboa's fire breath and penetrated its huge lower jaw, destroying it in the process. Now it won't let out that annoying scream anymore. Suddenly, a strange flash of light appeared in the eyes of Deboa, who had lost its lower jaw. The next second, countless black spheres appeared in the air, rushing toward me. I jumped in the air in an attempt to dodge the incoming attacks while clicking my tongue, but the black spheres could track my movement. So I conjured a black earthen shield that was already enhanced with the power of destruction to block the incoming black spheres. But, too slow, that didn't make it in time. A few of the black spheres slipped in my defense and attacked us. However, a transparent, pale blue membrane of light suddenly appeared in front of us, stopping the black spheres. It's our turn. The people clad in black clothes, led by the brown-skinned girl whose black hair was bundled like a dumpling, made a gesture with their hands. This transparent, pale blue membrane seemed to have been conjured by them. However, it was a human technique after all. The black spheres could easily tear through it. But that momentary pause gave me the chance to readjust my shield. Thus, by the time the spheres got past the membrane, they struck my shield and vanished. Moreover, I shot down the remaining black spheres in the air with my black spear of destruction. How frightening. Those people might have already made a plan to cooperate with us to defeat Deboa. At first, the little girl freeloading on my back had whined non-stop, but she seemed to have gotten used to this right now. She had already stopped whining and was giving a concrete order to ensure our victory. Yeah, I also realized that personage had ordered us to work together with those humans. Going against that personage's order was truly the pinnacle of idiocy. The me from before would have felt nauseated just at the thought of working together with these weak humans, but the current me doesn't have such feelings at all. The reason I pledged absolute loyalty to this girl, Felis, is the order of that personage, who rules those transcendents. I know that they only needed a single moment to erase my existence from this world had I dared refuse that personage's order. But, even when I have to live in such a situation, I can't help but feel delighted. Moreover, too overwhelming. So this is what it means to submit under that personage. My body was brimming with power. And then, this destruction trait, just becoming the kin of that personage's subordinate, had allowed me to become far more powerful than before. Rather, it was as if I was reborn. If it were the previous me, I would have had no choice but to escape from a fight with this otherworldly dragon. And yet, the current me didn't feel a single threat from this so-called evil dragon. Surely, the black spheres were enough to critically injure the current titan if he fought by himself. Oi, human. This is an order from that personage. Show no mercy. Trample that giant lizard under your foot. I shouted at the humans looking up on the ground. I have already felt the wrath of that personage once before. There will be no future left for me unless I regain that personage's goodwill with my own hands. I conjured a lot of sand and formed jet black stakes. Bogoj. Deboa was trying to charge toward me, its eyes filled with indignant rage. But vine of spirit tree. Countless vines were conjured from a magic circle, unleashed by the group clad in green robes. The vines filled the place where Deboa was heading and trapped the dragon. At the same time, countless bird-shaped flames rained down upon Deboa, sending its body crashing to the ground. These humans seem more useful than I expected. This is the end. I pointed my middle finger and index finger to the ground. Conjuring countless jet black stumps in a single moment, I fired them toward the fallen Deboa, making the monster suffer another wave of pain. Charge e. The moment the blonde, slim man in a baggy attire swung down his long sword while shouting at the top of his lungs, all the humans rushed toward Deboa. Chapter 27, Girimekhala Boot Camp 1. What is the so-called beginning? As per Kai Heineman's order, Coercion, Felis Sama departed toward Akinashi along with Titan. Left behind were me and the entire Windcats folks, who soon entered a seemingly endless wasteland with a warped sky. Following that, we got surrounded by many Transcendents. More than dozens of them had embarked onto the path of the sword. Those Transcendents were looking at us as if they were appraising us. Yes, we looked like frogs being stared at by a snake. I mean, even that black skeleton Transcendent, Deimos Lich, trembled non-stop like a newborn calf. Thus, I was convinced that every single one of the Transcendents surrounding us was far more powerful than the likes of Titan. At that moment, "What are you going to do to us?" the black-haired girl, Mayor, asked in a shrill voice. Her question was directed at the monster with a long nose who stood there as if he was leading the Transcendents. She didn't get an answer from him. Instead, the other party turned around. "Let's give them our blessings and train them. This is the divine providence of our great supreme ruler. Understand? This is an exchange. This is divine providence. Our duty is to fulfill the divine will of our great supreme ruler." He was delivering that speech with bloodshot eyes as he spread his arms, and the air trembled as he spoke. "We know that even without you telling us in such a loud voice." A seven-headed golden dragon who led many dragons knitted his eyebrows and replied in an annoyed voice, "We don't really mind, but look, there are around only 80 of them who will give their divine protection. Judging by their appearances, they might only be able to have one divine protection, right? And since it's our supreme ruler's order, we're not going to back down from this, right?" The air tensed the moment a tall man with an angular forehead and an intimidating look on his face finished his words. Deimos Lich's bones crackled even louder. "Understood. Let's decide with a lottery. No one has a problem with this, right? Ha! In the end, it came to luck, eh? Well, we used the same method tens of thousands of years ago when we were rubbing each other." The man with an intimidating face and an angular forehead yawned and drank liquor from the gourd in his right hand. "Girimekhala, what are our supreme ruler's instructions about the kind of power that should be given to them?" the seven-headed golden dragon asked with a curious expression. "For now, I guess it's just enough for them to annihilate the human who surrounded my cursed realm." The monster with a long nose, Girimekhala, immediately replied. "Human? Why did he ask us to give these people divine protection just to annihilate those weaklings? Are those humans outside that powerful?" Girimekhala shook his head as if to answer the seven-headed golden dragon. "They are weak," he replied with short but precise words. What he's trying to do then?" Girimekhala's face warped like a mad fiend the moment he heard the seven-headed golden dragon ask that. "The answer is simple, right, Ladon? Our Supreme Master wants these people to trample upon those humans outside, all of them with overwhelming might, and make them suffer and regret forever for their foolish act of pointing their blades toward our great Supreme Ruler. Moreover, divine protection isn't a big deal. It was cheap." He spread his arms as he gave such a fervent speech. A moment of silence followed Girimekhala's speech, and then cheers erupted. "Indeed, even if the enemies are worms, we won't hold back. We'll crush them with our full power. As expected of our great supreme ruler. As expected of our great master. That's what makes us follow him." "Sound good. Let's train them thoroughly too." Even with such a strange atmosphere, Girimekhala didn't seem to care about the matter and just gave a satisfied look. "Well then, Norn, it's your turn." All of them then lowered their gazes toward their side. The place where a white-haired little girl, whose appearance resembled a girl in her early teens, stood in silence. This is no Chan's realm. The flow of time in this place is 5,000 times that of outside." The Transcendent looked delighted at the white-haired girl's explanation. "I got a terrible premonition that I couldn't explain, but it was as if millions of maggots were crawling on my skin." "What are we going to do?" I tried to ask. Or rather, I had no choice but to ask in such a situation. Girimekhala revealed a smirk and turned around to face the Transcendents behind him. I have received divine order from our Supreme Ruler to supervise your training. You lot have no objection in this regard, right? He asked as if he wanted to get the acknowledgement from the other Transcendents. It can't be helped. It's Supreme Ruler Sama's order after all. Since that's the case, let me get a bit of the time. Just like what we experienced before, we have to make sure first that there's no problem with them even if they have received our divine protection. The Transcendents nodded at once, then dispersed after heaving a sigh. After all the other Transcendents disappeared, Girimekhala turned around toward us. The moment his three eyes locked on us. My name is Girimekhala. The monster's loud voice made the air tremble. Let me tell you that right at this moment, you lots are maggots. We hate your rotten guts from the bottom of our hearts. I'm gonna crush that sissy personality like a rotten fruit until nothing of it remains. Your sorrow and hatred are my greatest joy. Thus, the torture in the name of training had finally started with those devilish remarks. Chapter 28, Girimekhala Boot Camp 2. I wondered how long it had been since this hell began. He had made us carry luggage and run while booing us. The worst part about this training was that time flowed differently in this space. In short, no matter how many years we spent here, we wouldn't feel hungry or sleepy. It was an evil place where only pain and fatigue existed. The only solace for us was that the day and night cycle in this space was normal. The training could only be described as hard and painful even for me, who had spent a majority of my time in the army. For Windcat's folks, it was simply a hell. Every one of them was weeping as they ran in the first several months. Then, at the end of that hellish marathon, we received a power called Divine Protection. It was only after that we received the real training, namely combat training. The Transcendents thoroughly beat up everyone with a stick, forcing them to escape from a rain of fireballs. As a result, everyone mastered Divine Protection and gained the basics of close combat and hand-to-hand combat. Although we lived in that nightmare every day, when the night came, we would listen to the great exploit of the existence called Kai Heineman. That was one of the few times we could relax our minds. Such days repeated over and over until I forgot the passage of time. Everyone, assemble. At Girimekhala's yell, all the Windcat's folks, who were in the middle of training, stopped at once. They formed beautiful ranks. Hear me out. You lot have been oppressed up until now, am I right? The air and ground beneath their feet shook as Windcat's folks raised their voices. You all are maggots with no values. You don't even have the right to live in this world. Windcat's folks replied with a loud voice and a steady gaze. But, from today onward, all of you are the subordinates of the great Supreme Ruler. Do you know what this means? Some people started to cry. Then, as subordinates of the Supreme Ruler, it's only natural for you to pay back the humiliation you received from your enemies thousands of times over. Understand? Girimekhala screamed. Yes, sir. All of us saluted at once. Those scum that came here to oppress you lot have already been waiting outside. What are you going to do to them? Kill, 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 kill. A gentle youth who previously couldn't even hurt a bug released killing intent as he shouted. Where's the destination of those pieces of trash amongst the scumbags who dare to spit on the great Supreme Ruler? Hell, 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 hell. A young girl who looked the best with a gentle smile on her face replied with bloodshot eyes and a maniacal grin. Good. Now let me ask you again. What are you going to do to them? Kill. The beautiful chorus of the declaration of kill by Windcat's folks reverberated in the entire forest. Their voice became louder and louder. You're free. No one will stop you anymore. Now, go and show those pieces of trash who's the boss. Hearing that, the Windcat's folks let out bestial roars. This change marked the moment when newly minted and extremely dangerous fanatics had been unleashed in this world. Chapter 29, Windcat's folks Trampling. Demonic Forest. The territorial army of Count Ketzer had gained total control over the forest with its overwhelming number. This army was composed of soldiers with terrible personalities or lowly mercenaries hired with a lot of money. Although mobilizing a lot of people as fast as possible was quite hard, They showed an extremely high aptitude for guerrilla-like tactics inside the forest. Thus, there were no doubts about their success in gaining total control over a settlement that was even smaller than a village in a quick sweep. Therefore, when dozens of men and women of all ages, which the army assumed to be the people belonging to Windcat, appeared in front of them in a formation, the soldiers assumed that the other party was about to surrender. "All of you have saved us from the trouble of searching for you guys. Let's enjoy the young women, and kill the rest," the soldiers replied with creepy smiles upon hearing the bandit-like order from their captain. Weapon in hand, the soldiers approached Windcat's folks as if they were enjoying the moment. The latter's expression turned into fear. However, the old man with a long, white beard, who stood in the front, raised his right hand without even changing his expression. "Trample them down under our foot," he shouted in a deep voice. The next moment, the bodies of the soldiers approaching Windcat's folks got blown in the air. That voice soon turned into a shout as the limbs of the soldiers who were blown away got pulverized. This was the beginning of the trampling section. "There you are." The voice of a young girl filled with ecstasy was getting closer by the moment. Don't come." The veteran soldiers were screaming like madmen as they slashed toward the blonde girl who approached them from the dark gap between the trees. Soon, the soldiers' bodies got encased in ice along with their weapons. The ground beneath the girl's feet became frozen with every step she took. "Is that all?" "All I did was just freeze them over though." "Shouldn't you at least tear away your frozen limbs to attack me? You useless piece of shit." The moment she approached them, all the veteran soldiers had already lost their fighting spirits. Thus, she could only grab their frozen collars to vent her anger. "Forgive us." The blonde girl clicked her tongue upon hearing the soldier begging for his life. She threw him to the ground. The soldier's despaired wail resounded in the forest as his limbs broke upon impact with the ground. The girl's figure then vanished into the darkness of the forest after sending a last, scornful look toward the soldier section. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, all. How did this happen? The bald mercenary leader, who trembled non-stop, asked that question to himself for the nth time today. It was supposed to be an easy win, or rather, a one-sided hunt by the army, and yet, the one being hunted down right now was the subjugation army of Count Ketzer. "Captain, the retreat path has been sealed." "I know that, damn it." The leader slowly lost his composure, but the encirclement was getting narrower and narrower. His subordinates had been hunted down, one by one a while ago. By now, only a few of them were left. "Impossible. Like hell can we win against those monsters? Had I known this, I would have never stepped into this den of those devils." Finally, one of his subordinates dropped his sword, his teeth clattering non-stop. The limbs of that subordinate moved on their own as if they had gotten tied up by something. No. The subordinate was dragged into the darkness of the forest without even being able to finish his scream. Among the sound of clattering teeth, a boy of tender rage walked out of the dark of the forest with his hands in his pockets. "It's just a bra." The soldier who just heaved a sigh suddenly found that all his limbs hung in the air. He then found his body thrown up, his scream resounding in the night sky. "You should try to attack me if you have such a leeway to scream in pain. You weak F times." The soldiers rose in the air as the boy cursed with his enraged voice. The next moment, despaired screams of the soldiers resounded in the night forest section. At a glance, he looked like an oily middle-aged man whose belly was exposed to the air, and that very same middle-aged man was covered in a red-colored membrane. He ran at a high speed in the forest, blowing Count Ketzer's soldiers in the air with a single blow. The soldiers who got blown in the air ended up twitching like a dead frog after they fell back to the ground. Maybe because he still couldn't believe what had just happened, he grabbed the head of a nearby soldier who stayed outside of the attack range of the first blow and slammed it on the ground. The impact of that slam created a small crater. White vapor came out of the middle-aged man's mouth as he exhaled a breath, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the next target. All the soldiers finally snapped back to reality upon seeing that nightmarish spectacle. However, at that moment, the middle-aged man had already closed in and grabbed the heads of two soldiers. The poor soldiers were thrown into the air, one after another, and then twitched like dead frogs as they fell back to the ground. The middle-aged man closed in very quickly and stopped right in front of a soldier who was trying to escape and grabbed his head with his hands. Jai. With that scream as the BGM, the middle-aged man's knee landed straight on that soldier's face. The middle-aged man then crouched and ran back to the darkness of the forest, searching for more prey. Bright spheres flew at high speed, illuminating the dark forest. Each of those bright spheres mercilessly hit on the noses, ears, legs, or arms of Count Ketzer's soldiers who participated in this operation. Look, targets, enemies, everywhere. No matter where you look, there's not even a need to look for them. It's hit no matter which direction I'm firing at. A rain of blood painted the night sky. In the middle of such pandemonium was a blond boy who looked like he couldn't even hurt a bug, firing his magic while laughing maniacally. It was an omnidirectional attack. The soldiers who desperately tried to escape could only crouch down in fear whenever that boy came toward them. That was definitely something that could be described as a devil's parade in the fairy tale section. Stay away, you monster! Veteran soldiers screamed in fear as they fired arrows or fireballs toward the black-haired girl with a bob cut who had appeared from the darkness of the forest. However, the arrows were burned by a black flame and reduced to fly ash. As for the fireball, it popped when it hit the black-haired girl. No way. The blonde captain's teeth clattered non-stop when he saw such an unbelievable spectacle. The next moment, his limbs burst into flames, charred till they became charcoal. The captain's wails echoed in the forest, suffering from the pain of his charred limbs. Like grease oil poured into the gears, he regained the clarity of his mind when a white mist covered his field of vision. And finally, the captain, who should be the strongest in his team, had finally realized his sorry state, writhing like a worm on the ground. No! Sparks appeared before the soldiers trying to escape. These sparks transformed into a black firewall that surrounded them. It charred their arms in less than a second. Please spare you. The black-haired girl with a bob cut approached the captain, who had lost his limbs, and was begging for his life with tears and mucus smearing his face. We surrender, please, spare our lives. The girl approached the captain who was desperately begging for his life. Spare your lives? What did your lord do when my father and mother begged him to spare their lives? What did you do to my powerless father back then? Aren't you the bastard who just laughed at him as you burned him alive? The black-haired girl seized the captain by his collar and shouted right on his face. After shoving away the captain, who started to cry like a girl, the black-haired girl looked at him, trembling in rage. However, she bit her lips and ran back into the darkness of the forest. It seems your worries haven't come true, Lucas. Indeed. Two men appeared soundlessly, sending glances toward the soldiers who heaved a sigh of relief for barely escaping death. Is there a need to impose the don't kill anyone who has lost their fighting spirit rule? Personally, I think it'll be faster to kill all of them. Yeah, they need such a rule so that they can stay as they are instead of someone drunk on their newfound strength. The so-called warrior's pride by Supreme Ruler Sama, is it? No, I think it's the opposite. These people aren't warriors, nor did they receive proper training as one. That's why some stopgap must be there to stop them from killing non-resisting people. One of them, the Flame Magician, grimaced. Yup, I really can't understand after all. He heaved a sigh as he said so with a dejected look on his face. Ha. In the end, this is akin to my stunted chivalry. Different from that personage. I failed. Indeed, the one who understands the great supreme ruler the best is us after all. The Flame Magician clenched his right fist, and when Lucas opened his mouth, well, it's about the time for the cleanup. They walked toward the territorial army that was rolling around on the ground. My bad. Your end was decided long ago. All of you will die by our hand. Lucas's eyes turned black as he sneered at the soldiers. Then, a sinister, jet-black horror enveloped him. The incapacitated territorial army raised despaired screams upon witnessing a form that couldn't be called human. Their despaired wails echoed in the entire forest. Chapter 30, Complete Defeat. Sighed. Muda Ito. Southwest of Demonic Forest, Demon Lake of Sarasso, the headquarters of Count Ketzer's army. We have received several messenger birds. All of them are asking permission to withdraw. We have also lost contact with several teams. They keep receiving such baffling reports. Just what in the world is happening here? The commander of the territorial army, Muda Ito, shouted and struck the table with his fist. According to the information they had, Windcat's folks were composed of the relatives of the people who had committed treason toward the Amelia kingdom and who didn't have a place to live in most parts of the kingdom. In short, they were like illegal citizens. Business aside, their lives had been ruined after the big-shot nobles had targeted them. The dispatched soldiers didn't need reinforcement to subjugate Windcat's folks. Muda Ito pondered the matter. Have they by any chance asked the Great Spirit to make his move? He then asked a wild-looking youth who wore a blue robe and was drinking liquor in the corner of his tent. The name of this young man was Onyx. He was the big brother of Ruby and was an overclass mage. Onyx and his brother, Ruby, had been hired after they received a mysterious piece of information about Duchess Felis being in a contract with a Great Spirit. Since Count Ketzer had paid a huge sum of money to hire them, it would be extremely troublesome if the siblings ended up doing nothing. Impossible. How can you say that? The spirit contracted to Duchess Felis should be quite powerful, right? Maybe, but Ruby is participating in the subjugation squad. The Great Spirit should have asked quite a hefty price if they were to fight Ruby's Deimos Lich, which meant that they would have no choice but to offer the entire life force of Windcat's folks. Since that's the case, if Duchess Felis offered the life force of all of Windcat's folks to force the Great Spirit to make his move and won, even if it managed to beat Deimos Lich, it should already be close to running out of gas. It won't be able to beat 1,000 soldiers in this forest. Then how can you explain the current situation? We have already lost half of our soldiers. Maybe the reason for this situation lies in the former commander of Cassel's Mage Knight. Worry not, no human can win against Deimos Lich. It should be about time for us to receive good news from Ruby and Co. But, quit with your yapping. If the worst happens, I'm going to be their opponent. You got no problem with that, right? Onyx was a summoner. In terms of ability, he was an overclass summoner contracted to several legendary beings. He alone was enough to annihilate the entire territorial army in Demonic Forest. Understood. Muda Ito turned around toward the messenger. No one shall withdraw. Anyone withdrawing from battle will be considered a deserter. And don't ever think that they'll be able to work for the army again. Deserters shall be executed. Thus, the commander gave such an order. A while after that, no more reports entered the HQ. Any contact from any squad? Not yet. But they didn't ask for reinforcements after that, so they might have suppressed Windcat's folks. I see. Well, that's natural. Although he was slightly puzzled by the reason Count Ketzer went so far just to annihilate a community composed of nothing but small fries. The commander stopped thinking about it since it wasn't his part to think about this matter. His tension finally loosened after he realized this. However, as he heaved a sigh of relief and poured liquor into his glass, a soldier suddenly tumbled into the tent, his teeth rattling non-stop as he pointed outside the tent. The color had drained from the soldier's face, and he had a hard time speaking. What's the matter? Tell us quickly. Muda Ito didn't doubt his victory a little bit. All that was left was secretly bringing Duchess Felis to Count Ketzer. Then, he could kiss goodbye to this boring job. Onyx, who had been enjoying his liquor until now, smacked his lips and stood up from his chair. He walked out of the tent. We have been surrounded, he muttered with an annoyed look on his face. Huh? You mean a surprise attack? What about the soldiers stationed around this place? Who knows? There have been no reports about them leaving their posts until now. Muda Ito's aide shook his hands while replying. Have they left their posts to plunder Windcat's folks? Well, yeah, they are no different from wild animals once we let loose of their reins. Could it be that the other party used that to surround us? Ha! This is why I hate such a mishmash army that has been put together in a hurry. Muda Ito couldn't help but curse his undisciplined subordinates. Onyx, can you kill those thieves? He decided to dispatch Onyx to solve the predicament. Okay, but you have to pay more since there are a few of them. No problem. He had no choice but to pay more to escape from their current predicament. The moment he stood from his wooden chair, the tent got torn into pieces. When confusedly looked around, dozens of people appeared around them as the moonlight shone over them. What the? They're supposed to be amateurs. Young women aside, this group also had old men and children in the mix, and none of them looked strong. Part of that was because most of them had never even held a sword in their entire lives. Although he had to raise his vigilance against the magic that they used to tear his tent to shreds, his side still had a trump card called Onyx. And there was no way Onyx would lose against these amateurs, despite feeling something was amiss since he should have arranged many skilled mages around his tent. Mudaito wondered whether those mages did their job properly or not. After all, they had allowed such amateurs to slip into the vicinity of his tent. How can they allow these amateurs to get this close to the HQ? He shouted at the guard soldiers who were trembling non-stop since a while ago, but then his eyes went wide. Phooey. Hi, these people are monsters. Naturally. The soldier who had witnessed the event started crying. He then laughed with tears and drool staining his face as if he was losing his mind. Monster? These? Onyx squinted, looking at the people who had surrounded the tent. An old man walking with a cane then came forward. You have been surrounded by us, Windcat's folks. You have two choices. Surrender obediently and expose all of the Count's evil deeds, or else enjoy a journey to hell. He told them to surrender obediently. Surrender to amateurs like you? Onyx asked in a low voice as he took out his knife. But the threat apparently couldn't even scare the children who had never experienced battle. All of them just stood in silence, waiting for Mudaito's reply. Don't get cocky, amateurs. Oi, armored dragon. Wake up. Onyx snapped his fingers, looking irritated at Windcat's folks' fearless attitude. Then, a giant lizard manifested in front of him. It had no wings, but a sharp mouth and black luster scales. Its appearance was unique to a dragon. As the strongest species, dragons were harder to control than spirits, but their strength alone was enough to turn the table. At that moment, Mudaito was convinced of his side's victory. You have prepared the compensation, right? I'm not going to work for free even if the opponents are just small fries, you know? The wingless, armored dragon looked around, gazing at Windcat's folks with a bored look on its face. He looked at Mudaito and his subordinates, before asking that question as it turned to look at Onyx. Yeah, there's a huge amount of life force over there. I'll give you 8 for now. It should be enough to kill the likes of them, right? Enough. Contract established. The armored dragon opened its mouth as if it were sucking something. At that moment, Mudaito's aides fell one after another. Oi, can't be helped. Armored dragon is a big eater after all. Now, prepare yourself. The price of your stupidity is death. It was equal compensation a summoner had to offer to their summoned beast, namely life force. Mudaito didn't care even if he had to sacrifice his aides, as long as it could ensure his safety. You understand? I'll leave this matter to you. The moment Mudaito nodded. You actually sacrificed your comrades? The old man asked with a devilish look on his face. Comrades? They were just disposable pawns. And those pawns have fulfilled their role, right? Onyx scornfully asked while turning to Mudaito as if he were making fools out of the old man from Windcat's side. Yeah, they should be happy that they died as the sacrifices needed to turn the tide of this battle. Happy, eh? So you fellas are that kind of people, eh? I'm glad to hear that. Since I don't have to show mercy against such kind of trash, you think you can defeat this guy? Dream on. Onyx's face distorted as he spoke. Then, armored dragon, kill them all. He ordered the wingless dragon to attack Windcat's folks. I know already. It's a contract. After all, I want to enjoy human mana less flesh every once in a while, too. Well, the meat of this old human seems to be tough and unappetizing though. The armored dragon walked toward the old man as it said so. It was as if the dragon were taking its time to enjoy the dreaded expression on the old man's face. The dragon was causing the ground to quake due to its sheer weight. Old man, let me. The old man stopped the black-haired girl with a bob cut with his cane. I'm alone enough for this lizard, the white-haired old man muttered as he looked at the approaching armored dragon. The next moment, his eyes became dyed in golden color as his body underwent a dramatic change. The old man's body swelled up several times its original size. Golden scales appeared on his skin, sharp claws and fangs grew out from his limbs, and a pair of wings appeared from his back. He transformed into a member of the strongest species in a mere moment. The armored dragon could only look up dumbfoundedly with its mouth half open at the golden dragon, who was tens of times bigger than it. Impossible. The same could be said for Onyx. The moment that golden dragon made its appearance, his face became devoid of color. Suddenly, a pillar of fire rushed out of the golden dragon's mouth and covered his entire field of view. When his eyesight returned, the area around the tent had already transformed into a scorching ground. Such a thing. Mudaito fell on his rear upon witnessing such unreasonable power. That was only natural since the demon lake of Shiraso, which happened to be right behind the army HQ, had evaporated with not even a speck of water left. In place of the lake was now a giant, scorching crater. Onyx could only tremble non-stop in front of such irrational power. And then, Jihai. Maybe because it had lost its fighting spirit after the opening attack, the armored dragon escaped at its top speed. Unfortunately, you think I'm going to let you off? The eyes of the golden dragon, who spoke in a low voice, shone for a moment. Then, the huge body of the armored dragon stiffened. I should have told you, right? There's no mercy for you guys. I'll make sure that you'll pay the ultimate price for every single cruelty you have committed until now. The golden dragon then looked up at the starry sky, which could be seen very clearly after he transformed part of the forest. Then, he unleashed a roar that shook the forest. The air shook and turned into a ravaging storm with that roar. Inside that raging storm, Mudaito's fat body was no different from a weightless leaf. It rolled around in that chaos, knocking one uprooted tree after another until finally, the back of his head hit something. His consciousness fell into darkness. Chapter 31.1, An Unidentified Dragon from the World Boundary. The attacks kept raining down on Deboa, who was pinned down under the earth stakes. The giant sword of destruction that Titan was preparing was finally completed. It decapitated Deboa, ending the giant lizard's pitiful life. Did we win? The Lord of Akinashi territory, Oliver Akinashi, quietly muttered as if he were asking himself, yeah, now rejoice. It's Felis and Godot's and humankind's victory. I raised my arms as I shouted. Then came the cheers from the citizens of Akinashi like a tidal wave. Katetsu Akinashi's dearest wish has been achieved. Oliver fell to his knees, tears overflowing from his eyes as he said that with a smile. If that legend was correct, the thing Katetsu Akinashi wanted the most was to kill the one who had killed his lover, the evil dragon, lizard, Deboa. I could imagine how vexed that man must have been seeing the target of his revenge sleeping quietly while he was powerless to do anything to it. Thus, if I believe that story, the subjugation of Deboa should be the dearest wish of all citizens of the Akinashi territory. Most of all, they had also borne the responsibility of guarding the seal of a monster that would bear its fangs toward them when the seal weakened. Thus, their wish to be freed from the burden imposed on them since their birth was far greater than any normal person outside the Akinashi territory could imagine. Everything went according to Kai's plan, right? Rose, who stood beside me, asked with her eyes half open. I received a message from Girimekhala just a while ago, which informed me that Windcat's folks had crushed Count Ketzer's territorial army and captured their general, Mudaito. The plan went well to the point that it became boring. No, we're not done yet. There was still the matter of forcefully exposing the idiots who planned this farce, until East End, which was under Rose's management, was on track. There was still a chance that someone outside of the crown contest would interfere with her. Moreover, Count Ketzer was a plain hindrance. I had to arrange a plan to make him disappear. Well then, let's go and appraise the situation. We might have to compromise with the Akinashi house, but the reward should be enough to fund our activities. We could use the exaggerated legend about Deboa, the evil dragon that ruined the kingdom. As the banner for our activities, the subjugation reward aside, everything from Deboa's scales, claws, and fangs, to its entrails would sell for huge amounts of money. So this must be what you mean by greatest profit, right? Rose heaved a deep sigh, and her line of sight returned to Deboa. Master, something big is coming by using that giant lizard as an intermediary. At that moment, Esther cut in with her usual flat voice as if that wasn't a big deal. The next moment, Deboa's corpse shone with a bright red light as a three-dimensional magic circle appeared with the dragon as its center. I recognize the letters written in that magic circle. If I'm not wrong, it's a letter from an ancient divine language in a fairy tale. Nemea, evacuate Felis and go into your realm. Yes, what are you going to do, my lord? Deal with that. That guy might be a little bit too much for you guys. Just focus on protecting everyone inside your realm for now. Your wish is my command. Nemea placed his right fist on his chest as he gave me a salute. Seeing that, I turned around and entrusted Fen to Kyubi. After that, I left Nemea's realm and descended to the ground. Deboa's blood evaporated, forming a sphere in the air. Maybe this is the incarnation they mentioned in the book. Anyhow, it was an outlier skill that allowed its user to create a living body by using the entrails of a living creature meeting the requirement. Then, the user would move their soul from the spirit world to their new body. In short, we got a guest from another world. There was a high possibility that the guest might be strong. At this rate, the first thing to happen after that outlier skill finished its work would be a battle. And then, you seem to be happy at this, master? When I turned around upon hearing such an unusual tone in her voice, I saw Esther frowning and glaring at me, something she had never done before. Happy? It's your imagination. I just feel that this fellow is going to be troublesome. Then can you explain that face, which makes it seem like you're looking forward to a picnic? Looking forward to this, eh? When I tried to touch my face, I realized that Esther was right. The tips of my lips were raised, forming a huge childlike grin on my face. Sure enough, no matter how you looked at it, I did look like I was enjoying this situation. Seriously, do I crave a fight against strong beings so much that it's showing on my face? And now that I've regained my youth memories, I do remember that I wasn't this kind of battle junkie back then. It seems this personality of mine got suppressed after I pretty much abandoned the notion of finding someone stronger than me in this world. But upon finding the possibility of a being outside of this world, the personality re-emerged. Well, I guess there's no need to risk my safety in this place. As expected, you really haven't realized it after all. Master, you somehow remind me of my former lord. No matter how much you try to behave normally, it won't change the essence of your personality. How cruel. Maybe because she was ignoring my reply, Esther looked at me with an extremely sad look on her face. He went mad since his dearest wish didn't come true. She said so with a melancholic expression. What are you? I was about to ask her to explain, but, Master, please do as you like. Esther interrupted me, placing her right hand on her chest as she bowed. Then, she retreated into Nemea's realm. Something was amiss about her, but the eve of my battle with the incarnated being was around the corner. Since I have no target comparison to measure my strength in this world, this visitor from another world should be able to provide some enlightenment to me. That was how it was supposed to be, and yet, seriously, my right hand touched only the hilt of Mora's aim. Looks like Esther was right on the money. Maybe, I really do wish for this useless battle to the death. Well, I still have to kill this guest anyway. Doing that might be able to provide me with a hint of the place of my strength in this world. Yeah, this isn't a useless conflict at all. The sphere with white and red spots slowly formed the giant creature. And as if it were acting in concert, the creature's magical power increased in amount density. The being that incarnated with the giant lizard as a medium was a three-headed lizard. Size-wise, this being easily surpassed Deboa. It was almost as big as the mountain. It had 3 pairs of wings and 3 heads with sharp fangs growing out of their mouths. Appearance-wise, it resembled a dragon. The strangest part about the 3-headed lizard was that each of its heads wore a giant military cap from another world. Is this the world of men? Since my incarnation appeared from the corpse of my kin, That means that the game has started. Can I regard it that way? The ultra-sized lizard asked puzzling questions with its uselessly huge body. Whatever. Damn it. Chapter 31.2, An Unidentified Dragon from the World Boundary. My name is Azadahaka. As per the Covenant, I shall commit the ultimate atrocities in this world of men. I shall burn your fields, your cities, and every country of every race. I shall trample your dignity under my foot, and bring down absolute despair upon and ruin to all races. For that is, another one of that. Well, whatever. I have no interest whatsoever in your reckless proclamations that you can never achieve. In the first place, can you even defeat me? I mean, this guy is just a bigger lizard than the previous one. It would be another matter if this fellow's true strength was restricted right now, but the chance of that happening was approaching imaginary numbers. Why do I always end up encountering such idiots lately? Previously, I arrived too late and the strong one who had defeated Arnold had already left. And what I get now is this fucking giant lizard, whose only merit is its size. This has become more and more annoying. Us, defeating you? Are you serious? From its shaken voice, this lizard seemed to feel like it had just been humiliated. Well, not that I'm interested in this reptile's psychology. I don't care about what this giant lizard feels right now even one bit. Yeah. From my perspective, you're just a small fry boasting its weak strength. We are weak small fry. Heaving a sigh, I kicked the ground and instantly closed the distance between the giant lizard and me. Then, I brandished Morasame, severed one of the lizard's 3 heads that kept speaking nonsense, and returned to my original position. Look, you can't even react to my simple slash. The giant lizard, Azadahaka, finally reacted and unleashed a deafening roar. As expected, repulsive, too repulsive. This fellow's entire being is getting on my nerves. Just how selfish this lizard can be. Seeing this guy made me recall the feeling of resentment that I hadn't felt for a really long time. How dare you lowly creature. A bright red liquid incessantly rained down from this fella's severed neck. Then, from the blood or pieces of meat of the severed head appeared lizards of various sizes. These lizards, whose number reached a few hundred, bared their fangs toward me. Besides, a new head regenerated from the severed neck as if it had never been severed before. Eat that insect till nothing is left of him. The army of lizards that were filling the ground rushed toward me. Commandment Sword Art. 1 Sword Style First Form. Deadline. The lizards immediately popped up. The next moment, dozens of demi-dragons, whose number surpassed the one that I killed, appeared from their flesh and blood. It's futile. My kin will be born from the severed parts. Looks like this giant lizard called Azadahaka could reproduce its offshoots from its flesh and blood. Useless struggle. Did this idiot really think it can beat me with size and numbers alone? That was so ridiculous that I wanted to cry due to this creature's sheer idiocy. I mean, the monsters in that easy dungeon, which had the same abilities as them, were at the bottom of the barrel. Such an ability was so common that I had gotten bored of it. I could easily kill this fellow with my polished swordcraft. I mean, I had nothing to do but polish my swordcraft for hundreds of thousands of years. After all, I took Morasame and held it by its sheath in my left hand. My right hand was touching its hilt as I closed my eyes and lowered my stance. A dome-shaped membrane spread out from my body, covering that idiotic giant lizard entirely. That idiot had yet to realize that it was already in my realm. I gripped the hilt of Morasame with my right hand and loaded my magical power into it amid the sound of the distorted air. My crimson magical power started to leak from Morasame, spun, then formed a vortex. What's the matter? Give up aura. Neo Commandment Sword Art. 1 Sword Style. 6th Form. 0. I muttered the words of power, targeting the idiotic clown, which didn't even realize that it was already in my realm. Morasame's blade swung at Godspeed. The first thing to vanish was sound. Then it was color, dyeing the world in pure white. Everything had vanished in this pure white world, and then, the sound returned, followed by color, till finally, the world came back to life. Along with a tornado-like blast that mowed down everything and the deafening roar that shook my eardrums. A concentric, circle-shaped hole formed in the meadows north of Akinashi. I stood right before the bottomless hole my sword dart had created. Floating right above that hole was the only head left of that giant, three-headed lizard. Hey, it seems you finally become a little bit smarter. Maybe it was some escape mechanism like how a lizard detaches its tail. Nevertheless, what happened just now? What are you doing to us? Far from having recovered, the creature's form had already lost its previous grandeur. Right now, it was no different from the other dying lizards. Simple. I just unleashed the slash filled with my compressed magical power. Living beings aside, magical power dwelt in inanimate objects, too. In short, magical power acted like the blueprint of existence itself. And by nature, strong magical power naturally would erase weak magical power. And this sixth form, Zero, was a skill I had created by utilizing the fundamental nature of magical power to the fullest. This form allows me to unleash innumerable slashes of my compressed magical power as long as my mana allows that within my realm. In short, it's a long-range deadline filled to the brim with my compressed magical power. It can invalidate miracles caused by my opponent's magical power. Moreover, the firepower of this skill has been raised to its utmost limit due to the loaded magical power, shaving the ground, and leaving behind a huge hole as a result, making it a slightly troublesome skill. Impossible. This great me is, still trying to escape from reality before your eyes. Your idiocy is incurable indeed. I shrugged, then pointed the blade of Mora's aim at that incurable, idiotic lizard head. What are you trying to do to us? Why bother asking? I have to literally cut you down till you die. Of course. Weren't you the one who said that you're going to trample our dignity under your foot and bring upon absolute despair on us, right? Since that's the case, you have to be prepared to experience that yourself, right? Now, it was the time to finish off this fella who annoyed me. Stoof. No way. Blame yourself for being such an eyesore for me. Help. Thus, I began the dismantling process with that despaired wail of that giant lizard called Ez or whatever it was as the cue. Chapter 32, Transient Aftertaste of Victory, sighed Rosemary. Akinashi's citizens, the three kings of the underworld, and even Kai's subordinates could only look absent-mindedly at the gruesome trampling act being projected in the air. Is that three-headed dragon stronger than Deboa? It was a dragon much bigger than Deboa, and its blood and flesh could give birth to new evil creatures. Thus, from a common-sense point of view, it was natural for me to have such a guess as I had seen how big Felis and Co. had defeated Deboa. But then, the battle between Kai and that giant dragon got over way too quickly. Or rather, you couldn't even call that a battle. It was akin to a giant trampling an ant under his foot. Even an inexperienced person like me could see that a hopeless gap of strength lay between Kai and that dragon. Yeah, and I'm not just referring to the main body. All those lizards formed from that giant lizard's flesh and blood can kill Deboa with a flick of their fingers. In this situation, where everyone was in awe of that scene, Esther was the only one to reply to me with a look as if she had expected this situation. Those dragons are stronger than Deboa. I realized that a cramped smile had made its way to my face at this very moment. Deboa was widely known as an evil dragon who could single-handedly destroy a country. Did Kai just slay no, thousands of Deboa-class monsters in a single hit? He just showed a strength that was outside of the human realm. Rose, just who in the world is that person? I also want to know about that. Only now did I realize that maybe I only know the human called Kai Heineman on a superficial level, as if a lowly human like you can understand our master, who is a mystery to even us. Esther said that as she pointed her thumb finger at Nemia and the others and Zack, who was still mesmerized by the scene of Kai's battle. Upon seeing the spectacle on the screen, even Nemia, who seemed to know a part of Kai's secret, Kaiubai, and the others were drenched in cold sweats as they stood still like unmoving dolls. Among them, the puppy in Kaiubai's arms, Fen, was the only one to look at Kai's battle with gleaming eyes as if he were a child seeing his hero fight in front of him. Regardless of his will, this world is already revolving around him. And, Esther seemed to be hesitating for a moment, but it seems the slaughter has ended. I have to proceed to the next part of the plan. After confirming that Kai had truly defeated the three-headed dragon, Esther turned around and vanished. Big sis Felis, I have something to tell you after this. It's the plan concocted by that devil over there, right? Honestly, it sent a chill down my spine. She might be telling the truth. Big sis Felis wrapped her arms around her as she looked up at the scene that showed the figure of Kai returning his sword to its sheath. I finally understand the meaning behind the remarks of Zach Dono and the others. Lord Oliver interrupted our conversation with a helpless, yet refreshed look on his face. The citizens were also looking at us with mixed looks, ranging between expectation and anxiety. Maybe I could use this situation to our advantage. Lord Oliver, in the name of this Rosemary Loto Amelia, I look forward to your cooperation with my territory in East End. With a gesture befitting that of royalty, I straightened my back and placed my left hand on my waist. It was a gesture asking for cooperation. In response, Lord Oliver knelt in front of me. We, the Akinashi House, pledge our allegiance to Her Highness Rosemary. He declared so with a loud and clear voice. Lord Oliver had officially joined me as an ally. But, even if the Akinashi House pledged their allegiance toward me, it didn't mean that I would become the lord of their territory. It just meant that they supported me in this crown contest. Nevertheless, I managed to gain the first support from a territory lord. This was a huge first step to realizing my goal. The citizens of Akinashi territory let out deafening cheers upon hearing their lord's declaration. I clenched my right fist, feeling the joy of this transient victory. Chapter 33. An extremely unbelievable report, sighed Edward Loto Amelia. The Amelia Kingdom, First Conference Room. What? Can you repeat what you said just now? The King of the Amelia Kingdom, Edward Loto Amelia, unexpectedly asked the intelligence officer to repeat their report. Count Ketzer's attempt to attack the Akinashi territory, where Her Highness Rosemary is staying, by hiring Serpent blood has been thwarted by the three kings of the underworld. Ain't that ho? Cough. I mean the part after that. Edward couldn't help but strike at the armrest of his throne to show his irritation to Grass, who tried to repeat their report for the second time. Duchess Felis worked together with the three kings of the underworld, the Tau family, Lost Forest, and Crimson Raven, and subjugated the revived evil dragon Deboa. Although an unidentified dragon from another world then appeared from Deboa's corpse, Her Highness Rosemary's royal guard, Kai Heineman, slaughtered this dragon as if he were trampling on a malolly bug. After that, Duchess Felis, who represented Windcat's folks, and all the leaders of the three kings of the underworld pledged their allegiance to Her Highness Rosemary. That news was akin to a storm blowing into the frozen conference room. Rather than getting shocked, most people in the conference room were filled with confusion. They had no idea whether the reputable Grass, who was known for almost hateful accuracy, was joking when reporting this matter. No one in that room had any idea. But the current Edward had no such leeway to worry about his vassals. Thus, when he kept his silence, "You're all too noisy. Be quiet." A tall, black-haired man, the Amelia Kingdom's Prime Minister Johannes Roosevelt, who was standing beside the king from the very beginning, raised his voice to control the situation. Even though his voice wasn't that loud, everyone in the room could hear it. They immediately turned silent. "Grass, I believe in you. At least until a moment ago. Now let me ask you for the last time, is that information credible?" The one who had sent Grass to Akinashi territory was none other than Edward himself. The reason was to escort Rose. Rose was a political enemy of the high-ranking nobles of the Amelia Kingdom, who overfollowed tradition. The high-ranking nobles hated Rose enough to have even someone of Fracton status sell her to the Empire. Thus, it wasn't just Grass. Rose's escorts were also standing by near Akinashi. In fact, the best option was to send Arnold to escort Rose, but unfortunately, Arnold was currently attending an anti-demon race conference in the neutral city Babel as Edward's representative. Thus, Edward had no choice but to entrust Rose's protection to the kingdom's strongest force, Saint King Sorcery Knight Order. Kai Heineman was far more powerful than Geralt. Thus, he had assumed Kai Heineman could at least buy some time till the reinforcements from Saint King Sorcery Knight Order could arrive. And yet, The emergency turned out to be a literal over-the-top national crisis. Yes, I swear upon the God in heaven that my report contains no falsehood. Grass didn't even try to lie. Reportant falsehood was the biggest taboo for an intelligence officer. Otherwise, he wouldn't do that kind of job filled with danger. What do you think about this situation, Your Highness? Do you think such a feat is possible? Your Majesty, this is no longer the matter of possible or impossible. It has already happened. But this is the revival of the legendary evil dragon that has been sealed for 300 years, you know, and of all the time. It just happened to take place when that tomboy daughter of mine happened to stay in Akinashi, as if I can take that as a mere coincidence. Yes, that's why this was most likely the plan of Rosemary's faction. You mean they planned to revive the evil dragon that almost destroyed this kingdom in the past from the very beginning? The only ones who can become citizens of East End are the people of Windcat. But they are famous thieves who pillage Count Xar's house for their food and wealth. If they wanted to be pardoned, Count Xar's house had to commit a felony toward the kingdom, or Her Highness Felis had to gain an achievement big enough to cancel the charge they have committed until now. Look, it's exactly what happened this time, right? Surely, by attempting to assassinate Rose, Ketzer had pretty much committed a felony toward the kingdom. Not to mention that the kingdom had long since been aware of the crimes he had committed in his own territory. Once the government used that as a charge against him, not even someone of his status could protect himself. As if the charge alone wasn't enough, the achievement of subjugating the legendary evil dragon alone was enough to free Felis and the Windcat's people from their crimes and overthrow the Xar house and send them to the gallows. But that was only possible if Felis and co. managed to defeat the evil dragon. Normally, such a plan should have failed. Doesn't seem like a plan made by a sane person, because even that legendary evil dragon is nothing more than a slightly bigger lizard for the one who made that plan, Kai Heineman. Yes, he might be slightly disrespectful, but his skill to draft such a bold, dangerous, yet rewarding plan for Her Highness Rose and the ability to accomplish that plan is enough proof of his caliber. I know that. We're talking about the legendary evil dragon that almost drove this kingdom to its destruction in the past, you know? No sane person will draft a dangerous plan that involves such a dangerous creature, not to mention that he involved the three kings of the underworld in that operation too. Your Majesty, this is simply the difference between his recognition and your recognition. The three kings of the underworld aren't bound by the limit of a race like many other humanitarian organizations. But they can't subjugate the evil dragon Deboa by themselves. They're akin to freebies from a street stall that happen to have caught Kai Heineman's attention. But their allegiance to Her Highness Rose guarantees enough manpower for Her Highness Rose to manage her own territory. That's their only value to Kai Heineman, so the key player of this plan is none other than Felis's Titan. But that spirit isn't a reliable force. Could it be that Felis has finally understood how to use Titan properly? One of the four great elemental spirits, the Spirit King of the Earth, Titan. Despite his tremendous power, he needed a large amount of life force from many humans to use his power. A long time ago, due to the intense power struggle in the kingdom, a maid who was a childhood friend of Felis ended up in a comatose state for many days after she gave her life force to Titan to protect Felis. Ever since that incident, Felis had become extremely reluctant to use Titan's power. Thus, no one had ever expected that Kai Heineman could force Titan to work for Felis for free. He looked at Grass. This is just my personal opinion, but I don't think Felis Sama can control an unbridled horse like Titan without outside interference. It was a shocking remark. The report also mentions that Kai Heineman might be a summoner, too. Does that mean he offered great compensation in order to let Felis unleash Titan power? An equal compensation was indispensable to use a higher-ranking existence's power. This was the absolute truth for all summoners. No, that's wrong. How should I say? Rather than offering compensation, it's more like no compensation, you say. Don't beat around the bush and just tell us already. An old man wearing a navy blue robe, the chief of the court of sorcerers, ended up losing his usual composure and pressed Grass to answer. The normally gentle-looking old man wasn't the kind of person who would scold others for this matter. That showed just how important the contents of the report, which involved summoning arts, were and how essential it was for the sorcerer. It looked like Titan was frightened of Kai Heineman, as if a bomb had exploded in the throne room. That piece of information set the room abuzz. How ridiculous. I can still understand if the Spirit King liked him, and yet, frightened of a mere human on top of that. Upon hearing the chief of the court of sorcerers shouting like that, that's something you can say since you have never seen the one called Kai Heineman made his move in person. That is no longer a human. Anyone who was there and saw that scene will naturally understand why Titan is so frightened of that. Grass's outburst, which was filled with his raw emotions, was enough to cause another hustle and bustle in the throne room. But all of it was shut down with a single glance from the Prime Minister. We have strayed from the topic. What are you going to do, Your Majesty? Johannes forcefully changed the topic. Any evidence of the subjugation of the evil dragon? The body has already vanished since it was used as a medium for divine possession, but fortunately, Deboa was decapitated before that happened, and its head didn't get used as a medium. There was no doubt left if there was clear evidence of the subjugation. Since that's the case, let's show that head and recognize the achievement of those who fought Deboa. Does that mean you're going to recognize the three kings of the underworld and Windcat as official citizens of East End? Yes. They subjugated the disastrous evil dragon, after all, and that's just one of the rewards. One could say that allowing the three kings of the underworld, whose power rivaled a part of an army division, was a huge windfall for the Amelia kingdom. Originally, such an event could flip the kingdom upside down, but the uproar could be avoided with their achievements in the subjugation of the evil dragon Deboa. Edward could only marvel at Kai Heineman's brilliant countermeasure. But, is there any evidence about Ketzer's attempt to kill Rose? Even if the people employed by Xar have confessed about this matter, punishing him is going to be difficult if he insists that he's not involved in this matter, you know. Regarding that matter, we have received a secret message from Kai Heineman. Johannes was the one who replied instead of Grass as he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it over to Edward. Contrary to his usual expressionless face, Johannes now wore an extremely malicious smile as he handed the letter to Edward. Seeing that, Edward couldn't help but wonder what was written in the letter that was enough to make his monster in human skin Prime Minister, who was famous for his mind of steel, show such a sinister smile. Going by his experience, Edward guessed that the things written in that letter were an extremely malicious plan that could ruin the target. Damn it, like hell I want to see that kind of malicious plan. By now, Edward had already been convinced. Both Johannes and Kai Heineman were the same kind of people, those who enjoyed such malicious schemes more than 3 meals a day. Edward resolved his heart as he broke the seal, then scanned the content of the letter. Is this true? Edward unconsciously asked Johannes while doing his best to suppress the boiling hot rage that almost drove him to the point of madness. In the letter that Kai Heineman sent me containing the details of this matter, he wished for your majesty to confirm it by yourself. Understood. Edward understood that he had to confirm that with his own eyes to prevent any mishaps. A mere count. How dare he plot against royalty? I guess it's about the time I taught Ketzer of his position. Edward tried his best to suppress the rage in his heart. Johannes, tell Kai Heineman that I'll play along in his little game. Yes, your majesty. Johannes replied while placing his right hand on his chest and bowing respectfully. This might be the first time in the Amelia kingdom's long history where a mere count dared to plot against a royalty to such a point. Fine then. If the content of this letter is true, then the real culprit must be hiding in the dark. If other princes or princesses are involved in this matter, then all of them would receive severe punishment for their crimes. Okay, calm down now. Confirming the truth comes first. Fortunately, only Edward's close aide was in the throne room right now, so outsiders had no idea about this situation. But this didn't mean that it wouldn't leak outside. Thus, he desperately suppressed his rage and acted like usual to prevent any traitors amongst his aide from suspecting his behavior. After he somehow regained his composure, Edward looked at Johannes, who stood by his side. Well then, time to do our daily duties. And so, the government's affairs resumed along with Johannes's command. Chapter 34, Ridiculous End. A certain mansion in Xar territory's royal capital. I see. You've captured the 2 targets, eh? So, what about cleaning up the aftermath? We replaced them with burnt corpses. Her Highness Rosemary's subordinates have already spread wanted posters for Serpent Blood, who were responsible for the attack in Akinashi territory. Moreover, Lord Oliver Akinashi also died of the raid on Serpent Blood. Now the Kinashi family will be crushed due to them not being able to protect Her Highness Rosemary. Yeah, that's it. I can feel at ease then. Location-wise, the Akinashi territory was inside Count Xar's territory. So, if Akinashi House falls, the territory will without a doubt be added to Count Xar's fiefdom, and that decision would be finalized when the achievement of elimination of Serpent Blood, who killed Rosemary and captured the Wind Cat, is added to the Count's achievements. What about Serpent Blood's disposal? Please rest assured. Following your instruction, after eliminating Wind Cat in Demonic Forest and reorganizing, every single one of them was killed on the spot. The truth has already been buried in the forest. With this tactic, he got the achievement of slaying a murderer of royalty, and got his hand on Akinashi territory. What about the contracted spirit of Duchess Felis? Both Titan and Kid were plundered by Onyx siblings. Her Highness Felis is only a frail and powerless woman right now. Everything went according to my plan. So where's the 2 of Rono, the 2 slaves right now? To him, they were no longer Rosemary and Felis, and had become his slaves, so there was no need for him to use honorifics on them. They've been waiting for you in the next room. I see. I guess it's time to shower them with love. Well then, what should I do to them? Simple torture isn't interesting. So let's have a fill of their youthful bodies first. Nothing would beat the despaired look on their beautiful faces. He walked in a hurry towards the room where the 2 women were bound, with an undisguised, excited look on his face. In the inner side of the room, beside the window, 2 beautiful women were bound to chairs. The pink-haired girl clad in pure white dress, Rosemary, and the youthful, blonde-haired girl, Felis. Both are considered the 2 most beautiful women in Amelia Kingdom. Great. This is the best. Every day, he dreamed of when he would be able to trample the 2 princesses under his foot. But dream alone wasn't enough to excite him to this extent. When he was about to run toward the 2 slaves to lick their body, the 2 suddenly stood up from their chairs. You can't escape from me, Rose, Felis. I'll love you both so much, to the point that you can't stand anymore. He sidestepped, trying to corner them. Nay, we've no intention to escape. Though he felt something was amiss upon hearing Rosemary's rude remark unbefitting of a princess. Her beautiful face, snow-white skin, and beautiful voice was the same as the one that always appeared in his dream. Thus, he ignored the doubt in his mind. That's quite nice resolution. I'm your master. After your futile attempt, you've to call me Ketzer-sama. He declared so to the 2 slaves. Are you insane? The one you're trying to assault are royalties, you know? Upon hearing the man, Felis spoke with trembling voice. Former royalty. From today onward, you're my slaves. Nothing more than livestock. He declared so, as if asserting his current dominant status over the 2. So, what are you going to do to the 2 of us? Upon hearing Rosemary's slightly peculiar question, he decided to declare his future plan for the 2 slaves. Naturally, I'll enjoy every nook and cranny of your pure, innocent, beautiful and young bodies. After I've my fill, you 2 will become my playthings. Your playthings? What I love the most is seeing the despaired face of a woman as I rape them. And then cutting of their fingers and limbs, one by one. Okay, that's enough. I understand just what kind of trash you are. That bastard Kai Heineman, just what in the hell is he trying to show me? Isn't he basically asking me to get rid of this pig for Rose's sake? Rosemary's voice suddenly interrupted Ketzer's speech as she cursed someone. But, I guess we have to thank him for this event. Thanks to him, Her Highness Rose and Felis-sama didn't have to meet this filthy pig. Felis also stood up from the chair, clasping a long sword in her right hand as she glared at Ketzer, as if the latter was her lifelong enemy. A.S. sword. Ketzer then realized that Rosemary and Felis' wrists, which should have been tied to the armrest of the chair with metal chains, were now free, and the lock around Felis' hand vanished into thin air, and was replaced with a long sword. Rosemary sent a sidelong glance toward the awfully dumbfounded Ketzer, who was looking at Felis with his eyes half open. "Gerald, you don't want this pig to meet Felis, right?" she asked a completely incoherent question. Ketzer had never learned or trained in martial arts. He had no way to counter even a martial artist. "Greenhorn's soldiers, restrict these two slaves immediately!" Ketzer shouted at the top of his lungs, calling for his soldiers, and yet the one who came into the room was the mysterious group wearing brown mantles. The group wearing brown mantles blocked the entrance of the room, preventing Ketzer from escaping as all of them glared at Ketzer with an enraged look on their faces. "Who are you people? Do you know who I am? I'm the lord of this territory, Ketzer." Upon hearing Ketzer speak in desperation, "I know." "Right, Gerald," Rosemary replied with sinister smile on her face. Felis' figure blurred for a moment. The next moment, Ketzer felt something like heated iron rod descending from above, which was then followed by pain. When Ketzer saw his right hand, the place where the searing pain came from, he saw red liquid gushing out like fountain. Gijidoor! Ketzer writhed in pain like a pig about to be slaughtered, holding on to the wound on his arm as someone grabbed his hair. When his head was forcefully yanked up, he saw the figure of Felis crumbling down, replaced with the figure of a man with long sideburn. He was the one who grabbed Ketzer by his hair and glared at the latter like an enraged demon. "Oi, don't kill him." Naturally, I almost blow my top when I hear what he tried to do. A swift and painless death is too comfortable for this disgusting pig who dared to concoct such plan against Her Highness Rose and Felis Sama. "I won't be satisfied till I put him into series of most painful tortures." "I think you don't have to hold back on this occasion." That remark rendered the blonde-haired man with long sideburns speechless. He then raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The other men then threw the brown mantle they wore on their body, revealing the pure white armor beneath. A crest was engraved on the chest part of that particular armor. It was the crest of royal family. In short, they were royal guard under direct control of the king. No way. And the only one who could mobilize royal guard was none other than the king himself. His first assumption was, Rosemary begged King Edward to mobilize royal guards. Could it be that the king was long since aware of my plan? That should be impossible with all the preparation I made beforehand. Such situation should be impossible. Thus, he wondered, for what reason did Rosemary mobilize the royal guard? Rosemary sneered at him as the count fell into doubt, bewilderment and impatience. "This ring is specially borrowed from Kai Heineman. By wearing this, one can change their figure, voice, even their presence. Now take a look." The next moment, Rosemary's figure was replaced with a handsome, middle-aged man overflowing with wild aura who was blonde hair growing like a mane. No way. It was the figure that every noble in the kingdom knew about. Ketzer raised a desperate wail upon seeing the man's figure, as if trying to escape from reality, and then, the sneer of the man turned into the expression of an enraged beast. "As a brother and a father, I absolutely cannot tolerate your transgression which knew no bound. Worry not, I shall make you regret that you were ever born in this world before I send you to the worst possible death." The guilty raised a scream filled with indignation and resentment. The royal knights ignored the wailing Ketzer, apprehended him, and dragged him out of the room in the most humiliating way. Chapter 35, The Reason for Duchess' Escape from Royal Capital. After seeing the end of the festival, I spared no time and headed back to the demonic forest to reunite with Anna, who was babysitting Faf and Mayu. Sure enough, Faf was suffering from withdrawal symptoms due to my absence, and her mood took a nosedive. Thus, I had to pat her head till she was satisfied, and carry her back to Akinashi territory, by riding on Phoenix after she got her fill of Master's element and fell asleep. 2 weeks have gone by since that festival. I flew toward the royal capital with Phoenix right after the subjugation of Deboa. I received a contact from the Prime Minister of Amelia Kingdom, Johannes Roosevelt, and handed over the item I previously mentioned to him. Since that black-bellied Prime Minister was truly interested in the said item, my plan went rather smoothly. The first step was the elimination of the hindrance called Ketzer. The plan to make the king witnessing the trashiness of Ketzer went without a hitch. That idiotic pig exposed his own malicious intentions right in front of the king and got arrested as a result. After such revelation, it was only natural for him to receive the worst part of the punishment, the torture. He was then executed after all of his wicked deeds were revealed to the public. Naturally, no way would the king spare Ketzer house from receiving punishment as well. Moreover, he didn't stop with just that, but also crushed all corrupt government officials and wealthy merchants in Ketzer territory. In the end, the vast Xar territory was handed over to the Lord of Akinashi territory, Oliver Akinashi, for his cooperation during the subjugation of the evil dragon Deboa. Thus, I got rid of troublesome trash that might create unnecessary trouble in future. Well, that was only one of Rose's enemies though, or should I say that she is surrounded by enemies from all sides. Getting rid of Ketzer alone wasn't enough to make her feel relieved. The second step was turning Wind Cat's folks and 3 kings of Underworld into citizens of the territory governed by Rose, and that was approved easily thanks to their merits in subjugating Deboa. The important factor that made the king to approve of the Wind Cat people might be because he wished for Felis to return to the main stage. It seems he flexed his authority in this matter. In short, one might even say that the king had been personally rigging the crown contest for the Wind Cats, who were sheltered by Felis. And what surprised me the most was the approval for the citizenship of 3 kings of Underworld. I mean, they're rowdy fellas who called themselves as the Underworld's royalty, and not every one of them was a native of Amelia Kingdom. Thus, I expected the government to reject the request for citizenship of East End since their merits in subjugating the evil dragon were likely far from enough to gain the government's approval. In the end, all backup plans that I had prepared for such situation had to be scrapped. The third step was the treatment of the surviving members of Serpent Blood. Those fellas followed my instructions properly and exposed Ketzer's wicked deed in an official court. Additionally, in regard to their merits in subjugating Deboa, they were spared from execution and only sentenced to work to manage the development of Western region. As long as they did their job properly, they would receive proper salary, varying with region, and have total freedom at the end of the 15th year sentence. It was an extremely benevolent punishment considering the crimes they had committed. The fourth step was regarding the giant hole that suddenly appeared beside Akinashi territory. Anyhow, according to the messenger dispatched from the royal capital, the formal negotiation with Amelia Kingdom would be held in Akinashi territory. Thus, I thought that I had to do something about that hole before the appointed date, but the hole was filled up in just few hours with the help of the Earth attribute monster in Subjugation picture book. However, my original plan was for Felis to use Titan's power to fill the hole with soil, but she returned to Wind Cat's secret hideout as soon as she had the chance since she was worried about her people. Even considering her escape drama, it appeared she really tried to get away this time, but Felis was an indispensable asset for the incoming negotiation with the kingdom. Naturally, I didn't have any intention to keep playing along with the selfishness of that spoiled princess. Thus, after various considerations, we decided to bring her back by force. A white-haired gentleman entered Akinashi Lord's mansion carrying a huge sack on his back. "Sorry for the trouble, Lucas-san." "Please sir, your wish is our command." The white-haired gentleman, Lucas, then gently placed the rampaging sack from his back on the floor, and bowed with his right hand on his left chest. Soon, the gazes of all figures present in the room shifted to Lucas. A human figure leapt out from the said sack. "Lucas, you! How dare you to put me in a sack?" "I almost die from the SHOA?" the person shouted vehemently for a while before realizing that she was the center of attention. "Your seat is over here, big sis Felis." Rose pointed toward the chair prepared for Felis with a smile on her face, not allowing the latter to refuse. This was something that I realized recently, but Rose shows a whole-faced smile when her stress level reaches the cap. The version of Rose in front of me was from right before she exploded from stress. Thus, Faf and Mayu didn't dare to go near Rose whenever she showed such a smile. "Why yes ma'am." Felis obediently sat in the chair opposite to Rose. "Long time no see, big sis Felis." "Seriously, stop showing that kind of smile that would make children cry." I mean, Faf had already been clinging to me, while Mayu was hiding behind Anna, occasionally peeking at Rose. Long time no see." Felis stared at the figure standing behind Rose, sweating profusely. The ones who stood behind Rose was a blue-haired maid with braided hair and a man clad in armor with sideburns and long blonde hair. The man showed a strained smile on his face. "I've met with that man once before, if I'm not mistaken. His name was Gerald, the leader of the kingdom's royal knights. It seems he had a deep connection with Felis in the past. There are so many things that I want to ask you, but first, let's start with hearing your side of the story, Big Sis Felis." The depth of Rose's scary smile had increased. To be honest, that smile was scary enough to send a chill running down even my spine. Felis' current mental state was like an open book right now. "I mean, if I stay in the royal capital," Felis kept murmuring, staring at the floor. And just as I expected, Rose's hand chop descended on her head soon enough. "I think you owe us an explanation before you make such excuse." I tried to send a lifeline to save her, since I realized that Rose's mood would only worsen if Felis kept making excuses. Felis kept playing with her hands, hesitating, but didn't answer. "I'm sorry." Long story short, she ended up with bowing her head. And then, she explained the reason why she suddenly left the royal capital and joined Windcat. At that time, when the war against demon race intensified, Felis discovered that part of Amelia Kingdom's upper echelon made a plan for her to use Titan's power during the war by sacrificing citizens. Thus, she made a plan to escape from the royal capital after gaining the cooperation from several people in the kingdom, and Lucas had just recently withdrawn himself from the Mage Knight division. It seems she decided to execute her plan after she was ambushed by Amelia Kingdom's government in the royal capital. After that, they hid themselves in East End and decided to look after the Windcat's folks after witnessing the cruelty befell upon the latter. Led by those two, the group then moved into the cave that became their hiding place until recently, though their community led a peaceful life in the beginning. The two of them who witnessed the extreme inhuman conduct in Xar territory finally lost their patience and initiated their resistance plan. So it was done on impulse, without any proper planning? Such a simple-minded girl. They repeated their acts at random, and survived until now in this world filled with strong people. From normal standard, their sheer dumb luck simply had me baffled. "Humphrey," Felis replied, facing me with a sulking look on her face. Contrary to her frail-looking appearance that looked like it would break upon touch, she might be a cheeky girl with nerves of steel. "I'm really glad that you're all right, Felis Sama." The maid with braided, blue-colored hair hugged Felis' petite body as she spoke with a trembling voice. Sorry, maybe this blue-haired maid was the very same person who was put in a comatose state after she paid the price to allow the Titan to use his strength and save Felis from the thieves who ambushed her." The knight leader with sideburns was also looking at the two with a tender look on his face. It seemed there was a deep connection between the three of them. "Well, not that I'm interested in that. I shall not poke my nose where it doesn't belong. We're going to the hideout of Windcat in East End early in the morning, and we might have to live in the mountain after that. Get ample rest for tomorrow." After saying that to Felis and co., I left the Akinashi mansion along with Faf and co. Chapter 36, Another Batch of Fanatics. Early morning the next day, we departed from Akinashi and headed to the hideout of Windcat's folks. Naturally, the knight with long sideburn, Gerald, and the blue-haired maid with braided hair bid their farewell in Akinashi. I was cornered by those two until right before our departure. They requested me, almost to the point of threatening, to take care of their beloved Felis Sama. I mean, they literally asked me with bloodshot eyes. Upon arriving in the Windcat hideout, we witnessed all of Windcat's folks kneeling. After observing Girimekhala, who was nodding in satisfaction to the current scene, I knew that they're not kneeling to Rose, but me. "We've been waiting for you, our reverence lord." The white-haired old man in the middle bowed respectfully. His attitude reminded me of Girimekhala. Seeing how Felis acted like she was used to this treatment, I guess these fellows behaved in a similar manner since very beginning. Yes, even without my interference. That bastard Girimekhala, how dare he brainwash these people who were already fanatics, into even more zealous and stronger fanatics. What I want isn't another batch of fanatics. I just want normal citizens. If he couldn't even do that, he shouldn't have taken the job. I glared at Girimekhala, but he closed his eyes in ignorance, nodding with a satisfied look on his face upon seeing the old man's attitude. Kai, what did you do to them this time? Upon hearing their devoted words, Rose asked me such a sentence with a complicated look that oscillated between surprise and resign. About that, should've, just showing the path that they have to take, that's all. I swear. For some reason, it sounds like I'm trying to make an excuse. Rose squinted her eyes as she stared at me and observed the Windcat's folks. Soon, she heaved a deep sigh. Maybe it really can't be helped. It's Kai after all. Rose shook her head as she muttered that shrewd remark. Yup. You'll be exhausting yourself if you keep getting surprised by what Shifu did. Zack, who walked towards us while slowly sipping a mysterious liquid from a container in his hand, hurled that remark. I heard from Nemia that the liquid was a special medicine to strengthen muscles. The moment Nemia heard that I took in Zack as my disciple, he started giving Zack an intense martial arts training session so that Zack's strength would reach appropriate level to be called my disciple. Those two muscle brains truly had the same kind of personality. It didn't take a long time for Zack to be completely absorbed in the training given by Nemia. Well then, follow me. Led by the white-haired old man, the representatives followed after us. What is your real identity? Crimson Raven's top, who wore baggy attire and round glasses, Obra, asked in a low voice as he sent a glance toward Girimekhala's surrounding and the members of his faction. I've introduced myself to you, right? My name is Kai Heineman, former eldest son of Heineman family who was just kicked out from his house a while ago. And by the way, I'm currently working as temp, royal guard of that shorty over there. Shorty? I ignored a certain response from the shorty princess who seemed to have received a shock upon accidentally hearing my remark. I continued with a smile on my face. By the way, you won't get anything even if you try to gather more information about me. I gave my honest answer to Obra. Nah, I won't overstep my boundaries. Rose seems to be hesitating while looking at Obra, and the said person insisted that he's a human. No one here going to believe that though. Good grief, what's with that nonsense explanation? This shorty Rose seems to be vexed by my treatment. What a petty girl. Yep. Basically, Shifu is the only one who regarded himself as a human, right? I agree. Or rather, it's literally the limit of idiocy to treat this genuine monster the same way as those of lower races. Human. Astu agreed with Zack while still reading the book in his hand. Master is master, notice you. Unichan is Unichan. Faf and Mayu joined the fray as they raised their right hands. So you really aren't a human. Oberon nodded in agreement with those fellas. No matter how much I thought about it, it is a misunderstanding on their part. If you're not a human, then what are you? This time, the girl with the pointy hat, the leader of Lost Forest, Alice Rinran Lorelei, asked in a timid voice. I am a human. Look. Even this girl ended up believing the nonsense that you're spouting. When I glared at those people, they averted their gaze from mine. Good grief, these fuckers. Chapter 37.1, East End Development Meeting. I think you've pretty much already guessed about this, but let me clear it up. From this point on, you guys are going to live as the citizens of East End, which is governed by Rosemary. That's why finding a new hiding place is the least of your worries. Thank you very much. The old man, who was the representative of Windcat, stood from his seat, straightened his back, and bowed deeply as he expressed his gratitude to the entire Windcat. The other representatives from Windcat followed after him. I thought that everyone would be bewildered, unable to believe their current situation, but they seemed to be pretty chill. Rather, what is this emotion that I feel from these fellas? Aren't their eyes far too steady and firm? First, about the defense of this place. Crimson Raven, I'll leave the defenses of this place to you guys. Lord, please allow this insolent, disrespectful fool to interrupt your speech. Suddenly, an old man with brown-colored cropped hair interrupted my statement. Is something the matter? We don't need the protection from the likes of such weak and unknown humans. Please leave the defense to us. Weak. Obara stood from his seat the moment he heard that remark. "Shut up, you few," censored. The brown-haired old man with crop cut spouted such an intense remark, that shouldn't be said by any good kid, with an indignant voice. Soon, a human-shaped smoke appeared and grabbed Deboa by the nape of his neck, and slammed his face down on the table. That seemed like the divine protection from one of the members of the Subjugation picture book. "Enough. They're citizens of East End too. You aren't allowed to fight." "Yes." "My apologies for the discourtesy." The old man straightened his back immediately, with his heels touching, and bowed towards me upon my reminder. "These guys, until just 2 weeks ago, they were feeble-minded fellas who didn't even want to fight for themselves and lost their will to fight even before the battle. I mean, isn't their transformation a little bit too much? Complete inside out. Now, every one of them had this scary look in their eyes. That Girimekhala, just what kind of training did he give to these people to transform them into this? Sorry. It seems we went a little overboard with their training." Lucas revealed a strained smile on his face while Felis wore a perplexed look on her face as she groaned with a stifled voice. "Where's my innocent and kind families? Are you serious? I mean, do we really need to protect a city in which a monster who can clip our wings easily lives in?" "I can't deny that. I guess I received the report about your combat from Nemea. You guys barely managed to come out as victor thanks to your combat tactic and battle sense that comes with years of training and experience. It's the reason why I choose you guys to do this job." "Nemea, train them until you feel they're ready to do their job." "I mean, it'll turn into magic remodeling containing mysterious techniques if I leave this to Girimekhala again." I think leaving this matter to him would only make things more troublesome in various ways. In short, he might create another batch of fanatics. Some people who had already trodden the point of no return. "As you wish. Let's start immediately." The lion beastman, Nemea, gave a bow and then seized Deboa by the nape of his neck, dragging the latter out with him. Deboa's subordinates followed from behind like calves about to be sold. "Next is our funds. As all of you may know, we can't do anything without ample funds. Saving money is much easier than gathering it. The total number of the citizen is 2,000, and that's including the 3 kings of the underworld. Naturally, there's a cost for maintenance and daily meals. Do you have any idea regarding this situation?" Rose rubbed her chin as she asked for my opinion with a meek look on her face. "Well, about that, Tao family, this is the medicine that I developed. Can you sell this?" I placed a jar containing red liquid in front of the girl with tanned skin with black hair bundled into a bun, Rinrinrufan, which startled her. "Developed? What is this?" "Low-grade potion. Amongst the books that I found in that easy dungeon, a lot of them described the method to create magical equipment. Aside from the fountain that gushed out elixir infinitely, Panacea was the exclusive skill that couldn't be affected by any person aside from me. Thus, I, who was in dire need of an alternate way to heal my wounds, started countless experiments during my free time in that dungeon. Finally, I secured a few other methods to heal myself during the emergency. The main ingredient for that potion was a grass called tool grass. Moreover, this grass mainly grew en masse in an area rich with mana as it naturally grew by absorbing mana in the air. Thus the mana concentration in its parts was high upon maturation. In this regard, the concentration of mana in this demonic forest was simply abnormal. I could think of various reasons that might cause this situation, but that was a trivial matter compared to the fact that we could literally get the endless supply of superior grade Tulu grass for free. There's nothing to waste from the Tulu grass since everyone could literally make advanced grade potion as long as they followed the manufacturing step properly. Low-grade potion? I guess letting her see the effects was the fastest way to explain this particular item. I sent a side glance to Rinrin, whose beautiful eyebrows frowned as she demanded more explanation. I pulled more rasame from its sheath, loaded my mana into it and made a shallow cut on my finger. The next thing I did was scoop the red liquid from the jar with the ladle and gulp the liquid. As if time was rewound, the cut on my finger healed at a visible rate. Though Rinrin could only stare dumbfoundedly upon seeing the healing process of the cut on my finger, she took out a knife from her waist with a swift movement, cut her finger after a slight hesitation, then took the ladle from my hand and drank the remaining red liquid in the ladle at once. And similarly, The cut on her finger healed at a rapid pace. Beads of sweat started to appear on Rinrin's healthy tan skin the moment she tried the effect of the potion herself. Are you surprised since the potion is so sweet and tasty? Yes, the taste of a normal potion is so horrible. And that's already common sense that the potion's taste is horrible. But this potion of mine is sweet and tasty. With this evolved potion of mine, from those noisy ones to children who hate bitter medicine, none of them could resist its tempter. I don't care about the taste. Upon hearing Rinrin blatantly denying the fruits of my research as she stared at the pot of potion with bloodshot eyes, I see. Even though it was the point that I spent so much time to improve its taste, my shoulders dropped in dejection. Actually, the most troublesome part was changing the taste of the potion that was so horrible to the point that no one wanted to drink it. I mean, the book about the method to make a potion never said anything about its taste. Naturally, a potion of intermediate grade or above could show its effect just by sprinkling it over the wound, but, in my personal opinion, drinking it would maximize its effect. What is this? Rinrin seized my collar and asked as she shook my upper body. Rinrin's subordinates raised a scream upon being exposed by the storm of killing intent from Girimekhala, who got pissed off by Rinrin's actions. The eyes of a giant monster with a long nose had already been killed with killing intent. In a normal situation, she would have trembled in fear at this point. But the current Rinrin had already forgotten about the situation around her. Okay, calm down. Answer me. What is this? Upon seeing that Rinrin was too excited to notice the current situation, I quickly raised my right hand, signaling Girimekhala, who was enraged, to stop him from killing Rinrin. I've told you that this is potion, the sweet version. After releasing my collar, she walked back to her seat and grabbed the pot of potion with her hands. Chapter 37.2 East End Development Meeting. My question is, what is potion? You don't know about potion? Have you never seen one before? In that dungeon for the week, potions were one of the trash items that gathered dust in my item box from early stages of first floor. There were also enough books to fill several hundred bookstores, though it became a common item from the current me. Now that she mentioned it, I realized that I also never heard about the item called potion prior to entering the dungeon. Potion is an item with healing effect. Esther's explanation concluded the uproar caused by Rinrin in just a moment. Well, as expected. Yup. Zack and Esther nodded in unison, while Rose heaved a sigh. And here I thought that the reason why the old me had no idea about this potion was simply because it was precious. But as it turned out, this item never existed in this world before. That's why they couldn't hide their shock. Be quiet in the presence of our great lord. Girimekhala's roar shook the air, made everyone, except Esther, stiffen at once. The only sound remaining was the sound of Esther sipping my special blend black tea, and it felt surreal. So Rinrin, can this potion be released in the general market? Forget about general market. Even I have no idea how high the price we should set for this item right now. Seeing her helpless expression, I knew that she wasn't lying. I see. Even though this potion can potentially become our biggest source of income. Come to think of it, with the existence of healer, this item was a literal junk, so it might be dirt cheap item. How long it take to make this potion? The manufacturing process of this low-grade potion is really simple. With division of labor composed of 300 people, you should be able to procure around 500 potion in 1 week, and double that number once the workers are used to the manufacturing process. But, since intermediate and advanced grade potion had a more complex manufacturing process, it might take 1 full month to procure dozens portion. I have yet to develop its mass production plan. F500s, in 1 week. Rinrin's aide raised a groan. Leave the transaction and manufacture of this potion to our Tao family. Huh? But, didn't you say that we can't sell this item to general public? Master, she only said that we absolutely cannot sell this to the general public. If we carelessly let this item that has healing effect out in general market, it will most likely become the trigger for a war because each nation would plunder each other for the stock of this potion. And you don't want that to happen, right? Upon hearing Luca's remark, It's exactly as he said. Rinrin nodded in agreement. Plundering nations? This low-grade potion, it can only heal scratches, you know, and this will lessen the burden for healer. The healer can focus on seriously ill or critically injured patient. This item is just that useful. Lifestyle aside, it can literally reform the tactics used during war itself. The girl with pointy hat, Alice, clenched her fists as she explained with excited look on her face. Reformation of the war and lifestyle, eh? This is low-grade potion, you know. But I guess they were right about the fact that taking help from a healer is the most efficient way for healing someone. And the existence of this potion that could replace them for minor cases would definitely cause a huge chaos. I could literally picture the spectacle of the idiots who are blinded by their greed rushing to plunder this land. I guess this item was unsuited to become our main source of income. Rinrin, you may take 15% of the profit we get from selling this potion if it sells well. Ah, really? Yeah. The ingredients were Tulu grass, literally grass, water, and small amount of alcohol. We could literally procure grass and water for free, and alcohol could be purchased in bulk for cheap price from cheap liquor. Except for labor cost, there was no other additional cost for the ingredients. So we still profit a lot even if I gave them 15% of the profit. Alice too, let me to handle the matter of potion too. Upon seeing Alice nominating herself in excitement, nope, I've another job for you and your group. If I'm not wrong, the elves in Lost Forest are skillful at magic, right? Yeah, I think we're much better than human race. Let's skip the chit-chat then. I want you guys to build the city by using these. I took out several dozen grimoire from my item box. Are these grimoire? Alice stood from her chair and walked with unsteady steps toward the grimoires that I placed on the table. Yes. This is grimoire related to earth and wood. I've gathered the one that can be contracted with few people. Every single one of them is advanced grade magic. It should be enough for you to finish your job. According to the strength of the manifestation of miracles, otherwise known as magic, magic is divided into 6 grades from weakest to strongest: beginner grade, intermediate grade, advanced grade, supreme grade, legend grade, and lastly, mythical grade. By the way, my Herculean strength, panacea, magic clad, and divine eye were originally supreme grade of attribute-less magic, but after repeated improvement and modification in the long years I used them, I later noticed an additional, revised, beside their name until they upgraded to mythical grade. And the one I gave to them this time was only fraction of mountains of advanced grade grimoires that I owned. Anyhow, since the incompetent me wouldn't be able to contract the grimoires, it just useless junk in my item box. Alice stared silently towards the grimoires with sparkling eyes. I want your group to build the city in accordance to my blueprint. I'll even give extra bonus once you completed the construction. First, most of the income from potion will be given to you. I want the grimoires, you and the grimoire ranked above these. That will be the payment. She stood in front of me as she raised her voice till she reached a height unthinkable for small girl like her. Sure, it's deal. I did have collection of supreme grade grimoire which could be contracted with several people. Let's use this chance to take them out. I had tens of thousands of those supreme grade grimoire after all. Losing few hundreds were cheap price. Yeah. When Alice started to do a strange dance with bitter smile on her face. Well then, I'll explain the concrete development plan of the city. Clean up and listen close. My plan was about to begin. Chapter 38, Ultimatum, Amelia Kingdom, Duke Ignister's mansion. The members of the faction gathered in a luxurious guest room. The matter regarding my elder sister has failed, you say? A handsome, blonde-haired youth wearing luxurious red clothes asked with modest face. Yes. Ketzer was punished with death penalty for his assassination attempt towards Her Highness Rosemary. His territory, Xar, has also been transferred to the Akinati House. Are you kidding me? Xar House has pledged their allegiance to His Highness Gilbert. Thus, in accordance to the tradition, the right to the territory should belong to us. It seems to be a special reward granted to them for their cooperation in subjugating Deboa. The room was instantly filled with various voices resembling a bunch of insects in a cage. They defeated that evil dragon. That legendary evil dragon that even the hero had to risk his life to subdue. I received the report from the central government that Her Highness, Duchess Felis, subjugated Deboa using the Titan. Felis Sama, whose whereabouts were unknown, did that. Upon seeing the old nobles showing distant look on their faces, the ones present in the room started getting convinced. If that's true, then this news must be credible. She's using the legendary Spirit King after all. Oh right. How about we use this chance to pull the Duchess to join His Highness Gilbert's faction? I agree. With the addition of Spirit King, we will definitely gain an advantage in this crown contest. What do you think, Duke Ignister? Upon hearing Prince Gilbert's question, the creepy smile on Duke Silpo Ignister's angular face vanished. After subjugation of the evil dragon, Her Highness Duchess Felis pledged her allegiance to Her Highness Rosemary. My big sister again. Why it always her? Why does that woman always get what I want? Prince Gilbert's face showed deep sorrow as he said those words. I received a letter from His Excellency, the Prime Minister, regarding this matter. Everyone in the room held their breath upon seeing the letter in Duke Ignister's hand, as if the temperature in the room dropped below 0 degrees. Even Prince Gilbert gulped his saliva in anticipation upon hearing about the letter. I'll read it aloud. The Duke ordered to read the letter, his voice trembling. Duke Silpo Ignister nodded lightly as he unsealed the letter and started reading. Your Highness Prince Gilbert and all his backers, good day to you all. First, let me to praise you for your frantic effort in this crown contest. However, do remember that there is a limit to everything. I sincerely hope that you won't try to break the rules of the crown contest again. Amelia Kingdom's Prime Minister, Johannes Roosevelt, was the only figure in the entire kingdom that none of the nobles dared to offend. This had already become one of the few unwritten laws in Amelia Kingdom. Among the nobles, it was clearly stated in the letter that this was Johannes' ultimatum for Gilbert's faction. Johannes was a just and upright man who always stood up to his words. If he said that he will purge someone, not even the next king of Amelia Kingdom could stop him. Damn it. Now we cannot use a direct approach again. Gilbert stood from his chair, walked to the window, and cursed as he kicked the wall. After venting his anger, he took few deep breaths to calm himself, and then moved his gaze to Silpo. Whatever. How's our cooperation with the Hero Party? We received advice regarding territory management from Hero Sama. Implementing it in the Westland can undoubtedly boost its revenue. So it's doing all right. Anyhow, my elder sister won't have that much citizens in her territory. Even the royal guard is that leftover incompetent, who can't change anything no matter how many of such are bundled together. The biggest factor to win this contest is the development of our territory. Since that's the case, victory is ours. Yes, as long as there's no unseen factors, the one who win the crown contest is surely you, Prince Gilbert. That's why you've to endure this situation for now. I know. Once I become a king, I'll return this humiliation to that woman many times over. Gilbert, whose eyes glowed with fury and humiliation, muttered as if to remind himself. Chapter 39. Conduct of Absolute Evil. A round table in a seemingly endless gigantic space. The floor and the vast expanding sky overhead were dyed in blood-red color. There were 6 seats placed around the table, prepared for 6 transcendents. Is the news about the annihilation of the son of Hanbi, Pazuzu, and Angra's aide, as a Dahaka true? Upon hearing the question of clown-like man, yes, the report did say so. Hanbi, a monster with the head of a ferocious tiger, nodded with crossed arms. Oi-io, what's with this series of losses in less than 10 years? The red-skinned fierce god with 3 faces muttered so in amusement while shrugging. Yeah, Major Pazuzu aside, the being who defeated that Vice Admiral as a Dahaka is definitely a huge threat, right? Upon hearing the question of the handsome youth with long red hair and conspicuous canines, well, he was a semi-immortal dragon after all. Even this mistress found his power really annoying. A beauty with a pair of black wings and long horns growing from her forehead threw her seemingly appropriate opinion while trimming her nails. So Angra, this report is coming from that useless 3-headed dragon subordinate of yours, right? The fierce god with 3 faces asked the youth with red geometric patterns painted on his skin. In response, The youth crossed his arms with a sulking look on his face. Angra. Well, I mean, even I haven't figured out anything about the attacker. That fella is in absolute fear. It is as if he was beaten to instill absolute fear. Absolute fear? Just what in the hell can overwhelm that Azidahaka to that point? The clown asked with a frown on his face. But, just as I said, I have no idea about it. Finally, Angra couldn't hold his irritation anymore and shouted at the clown as he turned his face away. The clown didn't get perturbed by the outburst and only stared at the red sky with crossed arms. Are you trying to say that they were beaten by the heavenly army? This will be end of story if that god is the one who subjugated that useless dragon. Following someone's rule is not my thing. Let me go against him next. The fierce, red-skinned three-headed god stood from his chair as he cracked his neck. This idiot. It doesn't really matter if we lose small fry like Pazuzu, but you think we can just intervene with a set game board? The beauty with black wings chided the three-faced god with a surprised look on her face. Well, we've an interesting piece in the game board, right? I don't think it's impossible for Azura to enter the world boundary. The clown pondered, who stared at the sky till just a moment ago joined the conversation. Who? Is that even possible? The red-skinned fierce god, Azura, didn't even bother to hide the expectant look on his face as he asked the clown. Yeah, if things go well, it should be possible for all of us to enter the world boundary. The handsome youth with long red hair and protruded canines whistled upon hearing the possibility. Ain't that interesting? How will you do that? Azura brought himself closer. Well, the method is, the clown's face formed a sneer. It was an extremely malicious sneer, like an evil god depicted in the legends. Chapter 40, A Lifetime Goal, sighed Obera, the bipedal monster with a lion head, who brought me along with my subordinates from Crimson Raven. Nemea led us to enter a realm with a huge grassland. Nemea stood in front of us all and declared in a domineering voice, a protector can't be weaker than the one they're protecting. That's why you people are going to undergo special training here. Don't worry. We're currently inside an independent realm called Norn's Domain. Here, time flowing differently, that's why you don't have to worry too much about the time spent and just focus on your training to become stronger. He declared, sending chills running down my spine. Flow of time? Training? I have no idea what are you talking about. Unfortunately, Nemea ignored the question, expressing culmination of our confusion. I said it's training. But you humans are the weakest amongst intelligent races. Your body aside, your mind with exception of some amongst your race, most of you are going to die if we do this for more than 150 years. After 80 years, you'll start to develop a completely different personality. In short, the longest you can stay in this realm while keeping your original personality intact is no more than 80 years. For efficiency's sake, I've to use the fastest method to allow you to learn real combat as soon as possible. Nemea rambled on about the seemingly extremely dangerous training with a proud look on his face. That's why I told you I have no idea. As if to interrupt my objection, Nemea drummed his fists on his broad chest as a smirk formed on his face. The next moment, we were struck by a wind blast. This is the imperial decree from my lord. I've to accomplish it at all cost. I'll be troubled if you people have a hard time against skinny lizards like Deboa. Nemea's eyes were bloodshot, as if he turned into a mad beast. Oh shit. My sense of crisis, that had been sharpened until now, rang alarms like crazy. I instinctively realized that the current Nemea was bad news. Please wait a minute, foul feeder. Come. And just as expected, Nemea's voice echoed throughout the grassland before I had the chance to speak. Suddenly, a small white rat appeared in front of us. Caillou. When the white rat raised a cry, Nemea pointed his index finger towards us. Foul feeder, go play with these fellas. Make sure to hold back as much as possible since these fellas' body are way too weak. Just make sure that you don't accidentally kill them. Caillou. The white rat raised its right hand amidst adorable cries. Nemea nodded a few times, satisfied with the white rat's reply, and to us, who still had no idea what was happening, he soon explained, "This is your first training. You've to land a strike on this foul feeder, and don't hold back since the lost parts of your body will be regenerated. This rat doesn't seem to be able to buy. I couldn't finish my remark due to the severe pain transmitted from my spinal cord. Much to my surprise, when I looked at the source of the pain, I found out that my entire right arm was missing as fresh blood spurted like crazy from the open wound. Don't let its appearance fool you. This foul feeder is God's kin, our loyal servant. Even a single one of them can literally annihilate the entire human race. In short, the first thing you've to do is transcend beyond humankind. That's your first assignment. Our despaired screams became the gong that started this hellish training. Literally. Section. I've had no idea how many months had elapsed since the start of our training. That white rat was powerful. Or rather, the word powerful might be an understatement. The current me could confidently claim that the white rat was an overwhelmingly powerful existence that could single-handedly kill the likes of Deboa, who we had a hard time against. That's why it was only natural that we got beaten to pulp without even being able to resist the rat's onslaught. And every time we got injured, the wound would be restored to normal by a mysterious slime. Our body got eaten, healed, then eaten again during training. It was an endless spiral of madness. Just what kind of human could endure this kind of abuse? But then again, as we lived our life in that kind of environment, we started to get used to fear. Nowadays, as we sat around a bonfire, drank liquor, given to us during our break, my subordinate's topic of conversation was, "Man, my shoulder got bitten off today. It's right leg in my case. That rat is so damn fast." Fast aside, the time it took for a bite is also so damn fast. Look, I got a literal wind hole on my abdomen. Such heavy conversation was being carried out way too normally as we enjoyed ale, as if we just finished a job. At this moment, I realized that all of us, the Crimson Crow, had changed deep inside. More time passed. We finally managed to land a hit on Foul Feeder's limb. Strangely enough, I didn't feel happy or delighted. I just felt that this long moment had ended. And for some reason, both me and my subordinates felt a sense of emptiness, like what we felt after a festival ended. Nemia then observed us who sat on the ground, exhausted, and then squinted his eyes with a satisfied look on his face. "Good job. With this, all of you have finally broken through your human limits. It should be something worth celebrating for a human, right? And you reached your goal quicker than my expectations. With this, we can finally start the real training." If it was the old us who heard that, we would definitely raise a despaired wail. "The real training? You mean, this isn't the end of our training?" I unconsciously questioned. "The end of your training? What a foolish thought. All you did until now is just the minor adjustment to prepare your body to withstand the training. The real training is just about to begin." Nemia's remark felt like a blessing on our dried and empty heart. It turned out that Ratkin was nothing more than an appetizer. The goal, the main course, that we had to reach might be in the inviolable realm that none of the humans, demons, dragonettes, dragons, mythical beasts, monsters, or any other races in this world ever managed to attain. That's why, since that's the case, how much stronger can we become? I couldn't hold back from asking the question that suddenly popped up in my mind. "That depends on you. Your rivals are already few steps ahead of you." "Well, those fellas might be a little bit special amongst your race though. They had gotten ahead of us, eh?" "That's what makes things even more interesting," I snapped out and ended up smiling wryly upon realizing my messed up train of thought. "And what will be waiting for us after we reach that point? It's been decided, right? Become sword and shield of our supreme ruler, and you people have been given such honor by my lord. You should have realized just how honorable that position is and how lucky you are, right? Became the sword and shield of the supreme ruler, eh?" The supreme ruler here must refer to none other than the monster revered by these abnormal beings, Nemia and co. Kai Heineman. We didn't feel sleepy in this realm. Therefore, except for a short rest provided to heal our mental fatigue, we tried to hunt that monster of a rat all the time without having any spare time to think about other things, aside from fighting. But now I had some leeway to think about this matter after we accomplished that mission. I recalled the first question I had in my mind when we were brought into this realm. "Just who in the world is that man?" Normally speaking, since he was the leader of Nemea and Go, the first and most natural answer was there's no way that he is a human, was what I felt, at least right until we undergo this baptism. In fact, Nemea and Go might also think this way because it was normal for them to think that a human wouldn't be able to reach such heights. That's why Nemea might have regarded Kai Heineman as the same kind of otherworldly being as them. And yet, Kai Heineman has clearly stated at that time that he is a human. Yes, Kai Heineman replied without a shred of hesitation when I asked him that question. No, that's too absurd. Kai Heineman was a human. Like hell I could believe that was what the old me might feel. But, my instinct had told me that Kai Heineman didn't lie to me when he said that I was a villain, a scoundrel who grew up in slums. I had gotten used to the life of cheating since a tender age, living my life at the sword's edge. Thus, I developed a skill to see through lies, and upon recalling Kai Heineman's gestures, small movements, and remarks at that time, I knew that the other party wasn't lying. Ha 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 ha. Thus, I couldn't suppress a passionate laugh from leaking out of my mouth. I see now. Nemea would definitely murder me if he could read my current thoughts. Nevertheless, I believe that I came up with the most accurate answer. Ha 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 ha. To think that such absurd thing exists. Yeah, I might look like a madman right now. I mean, that's just how charming you are. To think that I was the only one. WHO realized the reality about a human. WHO surpassed all those transcendents with his own human body. If Kai Heineman was something along the line of gods or devil, I might not feel this kind of reverence that turned my world upside down. But, Kai Heineman was a human, that small, weakest race with a huge handicap placed upon them since their birth. Nevertheless, that person crossed that barrier, and became the strongest existence in this world. Moreover, Kai-sama, you're the best. This was a yearning that brought me to tears. Yes, this is not a joke, as if I'm going to let go of the honor to become the spear of that personage against those otherworldly beings. I had no idea how long it would take us. But, I'll definitely become the sharpest spear for that personage. We must become one for our lord. Nemea-san, start the next training immediately. For the first time in my life, my voice was full of devotion. Chapter 41, Daily Life. In Windcat's village, sighed Mayu. I woke up along with the chirps of the small birds outside the windows. I raised my torso from the fluffy bed, squinting my eyes at the sunlight entering through gaps between curtains. The one who slept beside me was Faf-chan, but I can't eat anymore, notice you. She turned over, sleep-talking with a blissful face. We were in Kai Heineman's room. Nowadays, I've been sleeping with Faf-chan and Kai Heineman. Naturally, the busy Kai Heineman had always been waking up before us, and by the time I woke up, he was already gone. Anna Heineman entered the room and opened the curtains. Rise and shine, Faf. Mayu, wash your face below. It's time for breakfast. She woke us with a gentle voice and bright smile on her face. I love Anna Heineman. She has always been kind and caring sister for me and Faf-chan. Yes, let's go, Faf-chan. I pulled on Faf-chan, who was still yawning and rubbing her eyes, on our way to draw water. Reaching there, cold water came out just with a twist of a knob. It wasn't groundwater, but seemed to be drawn from the nearby river. Kai Heineman said that this method would be used in every house in the near future, wearing a really weird smile on his face. I don't know about complicated things, he said, but it felt really amazing when I saw Rose Heineman and Felis Heineman at a loss for words upon hearing his claims. When we climbed to the first floor, everyone had already taken their seat. Master. Even Faf-chan, who was half asleep till a moment ago, showed a bright smile upon seeing Kai Heineman sitting in the dining chair. She ran towards him and buried her face in his abdomen. Faf-chan really loves Kai Heineman. You could see them together most of the time, and Faf-chan would start to show an abnormal level of anxiety whenever Kai Heineman was absent for a long time. I understand her feelings, since I was forcefully separated from my dear mother, father, and Heineman. That's why I understand that Kai Heineman was an irreplaceable existence for Faf-chan. Just like my family was to me, I sat beside Faf-chan, Anna-Anichan and Kai-Obayanichan. Nine-tailed fox beast woman came from the kitchen, wearing an apron. They carried the dishes in their hands. Meals are ready. It's perfect. After Kai-Obayanichan and Anna-Anichan placed the dishes on the table, "What, master, look. There's my favorite hamburger." Fen-chan, a wolf puppy who sat on Kai-Obayanichan's head, spoke with gleaming eyes as his tail swayed non-stop. "Yeah, meat dish is Fen's favorite after all." "Yes, I love meat," he happily declared so as he raised one of his paws. Fen-chan's loveliness is a foul play. After confirming that Kai-Obayanichan and Anna-Anichan, who cooked the breakfast, had taken their seat, Rosemary and Anna-Anichan joined their hands together as they started praying to God. I also followed them. Nevertheless, Kai-Obayanichan was brushing Fen-chan who sat on his lap. Faf-chan's eyes was locking on the dishes, her feet swinging non-stop under the table. Kai-Obayanichan added more food on Kai-Obayanichan's plate. Zak-Onichan was stretching his back without trying to hide his huge yawn, as Anichan was ignoring everything and focused solely on the book in her hand. Everyone was really carefree. "Well, let's start the meal." After we ended the prayer, the breakfast started with Rosemary-chan's words. Morning was the time for studying and training. The one who taught me during study sessions was Anichan, a little walking dictionary. Despite looking unwilling to do the job, she still did it properly. After study, it was the time for training. The training was something that I separately asked from Kai-Obayanichan to add. I had already run away twice from humans. That's why this time it was my turn to become strong enough to protect my parents, who protected me and Anichan back then. That was Mayu's new goal, and just like usual, I learnt attributeless type strengthening magic from Kai-Obayanichan. According to him, this magic seems to be the most suitable magic for me. From the very beginning, Mayu and the other from Beastman race had poor compatibility with magic compared to human race and Delvan race. But, according to Kai-Obayanichan, it seems we were extremely compatible with attributeless magic in contrast to our poor compatibility with attribute magic. And since there was no suitable magic for us until now, the Beastman race had developed a severe inferiority complex toward the other races due to their difference in compatibility with attribute magic. That's why, even though Kai-Obayanichan said that Mayu was really talented in mastering strengthening magic, Mayu felt itchy hearing that. After magic training, the next one was combat training. Repeat. Your center of gravity is off. I received warning from Nemiya-sensei. Yes. I'm making the full use of the muscles in my body and making a punching motion with my fists. But that simple motion alone created storm-like blast that shaved the ground in front of me. Naturally, this wasn't my own power. The origin behind this power was my best friend, Faf-chan. According to Kai-Obayanichan, Faf-chan had unknowingly granted hers divine protection thingy to Mayu. Kai-Obayanichan seems to be extremely surprised by the change in Mayu since the divine protection granted to Mayu seems to be different from the one others received. Anyhow, the current Mayu could literally change the terrain just by making this kind of motion. Thus, the training place was changed to a mysterious place called No-chan's Realm. The funny-sounding name aside, Mayu could get enough training in this place since the time here was flowed really slowly. After receiving training from Nemiya-sensei until Mayu was exhausted, Mayu returned to Neo City Kitkai. This city in which Felis Anichan's family lived was a unique city, in various aspects. It was a city filled with gorgeous and elaborate buildings that Mayu had never seen before, and paved roads. There was even a water fountain and a park for every season. The one who built all of these were the people who wore pointy hats and green-colored robe led by Alice-chan. Alice-chan and co. were remodeling the village using magic, as if it was their own limbs, with a wide grin on their faces. The city was built in the middle of the desolate mountain, filled with people. Seeing such a city right in the middle of the forest gave a feeling of incongruity. And an even crazier was, "Instructor, we just finished today's schedule." Several men standing in a row straightened their backs, giving a salute to Long-Nosed. "I mean to Girimekhala Ojizn." "Good job." "That'll be it for today. Each of you may rest." After Girimekhala Ojizn replied with loud voice and satisfied look on his face, The villagers returned a salute and returned to their residences. Basically, all the villagers of this village were more or less the same. They moved briskly, and spoke with loud and clear voice. Above all, they changed into completely different people when it came to Kai Heineman. Especially the fact that they prayed every day in front of Kai Heineman's house along with Girimekhala and Co. I'm sure that Kai Heineman was a godlike existence for these villagers. Though Kai Heineman had been telling them to stop that, he gave up in front of their persistence and let them do as they pleased. Despite having such a side of them, they were fundamentally good people who would brush my head with smile on their faces, or share the fruit or nuts that they harvested. That's why I love the people in this village too. From the other side of the main road heading toward Kai Heineman's house, I saw Faf-chan running toward me with Fen-chan latched on top of her hair. Mayu, let's go to play Notice You, let's go. Fen-chan spoke following Faf-chan as he raised his small paw. It became our routine, the three of us, 2 girls and 1 puppy, to go out and explore the forest after finishing our training. Yes, let's go, Mayu replied so as she ran toward Faf-chan and Fen-chan. By the time we returned from the surrounding forest, the village grew lively. What's happening? Notice You? When Faf-chan was asking, the auntie near us replied, Faf-sama, it seems there's a celebration since Shuten-duji-sama made new liquor. She replied with gentle smile on her face. Celebration? Yay, it's party time. Notice You? Faf-chan spun around joyfully. They might prepare meat too. I love hamburger. Fen-chan, attached on Faf-chan's head, also jumped in joy. Mayu felt her lips loosen too. And then, if only my family were here to enjoy this party too. At the same time, I really wished that she could reunite with their family as soon as possible, but I didn't have to worry about that anymore, because Kai Heineman had told me that he would go with me to find my parent after he is finished with his business. That's why, I had to do her best so that I can reunite with my family with confidence. And then, if my parent are in a problem, it would be my turn to protect them. Let's go. Mayu grabbed Faf-chan's hand, making Mayu's loneliness go away as they walked toward the party. End of Volume 3.